What does Europe want? The Union and its discontents. Slava Žižek. Sreko Horvat. Columbia University Press. New York. Alexis Tsipras. Forward. The destruction of Greece as a model for all of Europe, is this the future that Europe deserves? From the middle of the 1990s until almost the end of the first decade of the 21st century, Greece tended towards economic growth. The main characteristics of that growth were the very large and non-taxed profits enjoyed by the rich, along with over-indebtedness and the rising unemployment among the poor. Public money was stolen in numerous ways, and the economy was limited mainly to the consumption of imported goods from rich European countries. Rating agencies considered this model of cheap money, cheap labor the model of dynamic emerging economies. The vicious cycle of depression. Everything, however, changed after the 2008 crisis. The cost of the bank losses that were created by uncontrolled speculation were transferred to national governments, which were in turn transferred to society at large. The flawed model of Greek development collapsed and the country was deprived of the opportunity to borrow, causing it to become dependent on the IMF and the European Bank. And all this was accompanied by an extremely severe austerity program. This program, which the Greek government adopted without proper debate, consists of two parts, stabilization and reform. The conditions of the program are presented as positive, in order to cover up the huge social destruction it has caused. In Greece, the part of the program named stabilization leads to indirect, destructive taxation, large cuts in public spending and the destruction of the welfare state, especially in the areas of health, education, and social security, as well as the privatization of basic social goods, such as water and energy. The program which forms part of the reform deals with the simplification of redundancy procedure, the elimination of collective agreements and the creation of special economic zones. This is accompanied by many other regulations designed to facilitate the investment of powerful and colonialist economic forces, without the inconvenience of, say, having to go all the way to South Sudan. These are just some of the conditions that are in the memorandum, the contract that was signed by Greece with the IMF, the European Union and the European Central Bank. These measures are naturally supposed to lead Greece out of the crisis. The strict stabilization program should lead to budget surpluses, allowing the country to stop borrowing, while at the same time enabling it to pay off the debt. On the other hand, the reforms are aimed at regaining market confidence, encouraging them to invest after witnessing the destroyed welfare state and the desperate, insecure, and low-paid workers in the labor market. This would lead to new development, something which does not exist anywhere except in holy books and the perverted minds of global neoliberalism. It was assumed that the program would be very effective and fast, and that Greece would soon be reborn and back on the path of growth. But 3 years after the signing of the memorandum, the situation is becoming worse. The economy is sinking further, and the taxes are obviously not collected, for the simple reason that the Greek citizens are unable to pay them. The reduction of spending has now reached the core of social integrity, creating the conditions of a humanitarian crisis. In other words, we are now talking about people who are reduced to eating rubbish and sleeping on the pavements, about pensioners who cannot afford to buy bread, of households without electricity, of patients who are unable to afford medicine and treatment. And all this within the Eurozone. Investors, of course, do not come, given that the current bankruptcy option remains open. And of course, the authors of the memorandum after each tragic failure, react by imposing more taxes and more cuts. The Greek economy has entered a vicious cycle of uncontrolled depression that leads nowhere except to complete disaster. Taliban neoliberalism. The Greek rescue plan, another convenient term used to describe this disaster, ignores a fundamental principle. The economy is like a cow, it eats grass and produces milk. It is inconceivable to take away a quarter of her grass and expect her to produce 4 times more milk. The cow will simply die. The same is now happening to the Greek economy. The Greek left realized, from the very first moment, that the austerity measures would not cure, but actually deepen the crisis. When someone is drowning, he needs to be thrown a lifeline, not a weight. For their part, the Taliban neoliberalists still assure us that things will improve. Yet even the most stupid among them must now know that this is a lie. But this stance is not nonsense, and it's not dogmatism. The leaders of the IMF themselves recently stated that there is an error in the design of the Greek austerity program, which is doomed to failure, and that the effects of the recession are completely out of control. And yet the program continues with an unprecedented stubbornness and persistence, and the situation is becoming more and more difficult. The conclusion can only be that something else lies behind all this. In fact, behind all this is the fact that pulling the Greek economy out of the crisis is not in the interests of Europe or the IMF. Much more important is the desire to remove, as the ultimate goal of the program, what in post-war Europe became known as the social contract. The fact that Greece will be left bankrupt and riddled with social problems is not important. What is important is that a Eurozone country is openly discussing the introduction of a wage level comparative to that of the Chinese, along with the abolition of workers' rights, the abolition of national insurance and the welfare state, and the total privatization of utilities and public goods. Those neoliberal depraved minds, who already encountered violent resistance in European societies following the decade of the 1990s, now find their dream becoming a reality through the pretext of the crisis. Greece is the first step. The debt crisis has already spread to other countries in southern Europe, and penetrates deeper into the heart of the European Union. Greece can serve as a case study. Anyone who is exposed to the speculative attacks of the markets has no other choice but to destroy the remnants of the welfare state, as has happened in Greece. Similar memoranda in Spain and Portugal have already introduced similar changes. But this strategy is fully revealed in the European Pact for Stability, which promotes Germany in place of the entire Union. Member states are no longer free to manage their own finances. The central institutions of the EU are allowed to intervene in budgets and impose tough fiscal measures to reduce deficits. This policy strongly affects schools, nurseries, universities, public hospitals, and social programs. If people use democracy as a defense against austerity, as happened recently in Italy, the result for democracy is even worse. There are alternatives. Let us be clear, the generalist European model was not created in order to save Greece, but to destroy it. Europe's future is already planned and it envisages happy bankers and unhappy societies. In the anticipated development plan, capital will be the rider and society will be the horse. It's an ambitious plan, but it cannot go far. The reason is that not one such project was ever completed without the consensus of society and the protection of its most vulnerable. It seems that the leading European elite has currently forgotten this fact. Unfortunately for them, they will have to face up to it sooner than they think. It is the beginning of the end of the existing neoliberal capitalism, the most aggressive capitalism that mankind has ever faced, and which has dominated for the past 2 decades. Ever since the collapse of Lehman Brothers, there have been 2 conflicting strategies for overcoming the crisis which represent 2 different perspectives on the world economy. The first strategy is a financial expansion, with the printing of new money, the nationalization of banks and the increased taxation of the rich. The other is by saving, transferring the bank debt to the public sector debt, relying on the middle and lower classes of society being overly taxed, while only the rich can avoid tax altogether. European leaders choose another model, but they too have come to a standstill, while facing additional problems. These problems led to an historic conflict in Europe. A conflict that seemingly has geographical dimensions and designations. On the surface it seems to be divided into that of North-South, yet beneath the surface there is a class conflict that relates to 2 conflicting strategies for Europe. One strategy defends the complete domination of capital, unconditionally and without principles, and without any plan for secure social cohesion and welfare. The other strategy defends European democracy and social needs. The conflict has already begun. There is an alternative solution to the crisis. This is to protect European companies from the speculation of financial capital. It is the emancipation of the real economy from the constraints of profit. It is a way out of monetarism and authoritative fiscal policy. It is a new development planning with social benefits as the main criterion. It is a new production model, based on decent work conditions, the expansion of public good and environmental protection. This view is consistently left out of the discussion by the European leadership. It remains with the people, the European workers, and already bitter movements to strike their own stamp on history and prevent the mass looting and destruction. The experience of previous years leads to one conclusion: there is one morality in politics and another for economy. In the years since 1989, the morality of the economy has fully prevailed over the ethics of politics and democracy. What went in favor of the two, those 5 or 10 strong financial institutions, were considered legitimate, even if it would be contrary to fundamental human rights principles. Today our task is to restore the dominance of political and social moral values, as opposed to the logic of profit. The war of resistance. How will we make the dynamics of social struggle work? And how can we break, once and for all, the harness of social apathy on which the construction of Europe since 1989 is founded upon? The active participation of the masses in politics is the only thing that can frighten the ruling elite in Europe and worldwide. And that's exactly why we should make it happen. The plan for a stronger economic cycle is clear. We need to create a different political and social project and defend it by all means at the central and local level. Let's start with the workplace, with universities and neighborhoods, until we have a coordinated joint action in all European countries. It is a struggle of resistance that will result in a victory as long as it leads to a common alternative program for Europe. Today's conflict is not one between deficit and surplus countries, or between disciplined and restless people. Today's conflict is between the European social interests and the needs of capital for continual profit growth. We will defend social interests, or else our future and our children's future will be uncertain and dark, something that in recent decades we could not even imagine. The model for development that was based on the free market is now bankrupt. At this time the dominant forces are attacking society, its unity, and all the privileges that it has managed to retain. This is what is happening in Greece, and this is the plan for the whole of Europe. Let us therefore defend ourselves by any means. We must support a social resistance that invokes and permanently upholds a sense of solidarity and a unified strategy for the peoples of Europe. The future does not belong to neoliberalism, bankers, and a few powerful multinational companies. The future belongs to the nation and to society. It's time to open the way for a democratic, socially cohesive, and free Europe. Because this is the only viable, realistic, and feasible solution to exit the current crisis. Greece. March 2013. Srečko Horvat. Preface. What does the US want, or what to do after Occupy? During these last couple years of unending crisis, the following joke has been circulating around Greece. A tourist is asked by the passport control officer at Athens International Airport, "What is your nationality?" "German," he replies. The officer then asks, "Occupation?" The tourist answers, "No, only holidays." When I arrived at John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York in October 2011, my immediate reaction to the question occupation was the opposite: yes, to occupy. This was not the first time I gave this answer. In fact, I lived out this very scenario earlier on my flight to New York with Roger, a fellow passenger. For the first few hours, other than a polite hello from both parties, there was silence. Neither of us undertook any unnecessary conversation, even though we would be traveling together for the next 10 hours. But then the meal arrived. Instead of a single serving sugar, a single serving cream, a single part of butter, and a possible new single serving friend, we started something that initially seemed like another single serving small talk. My companion asked me why was I going to New York, and I replied, asking him to keep it as our little secret. I'm going to occupy Wall Street. He laughed. I asked him what the purpose of his trip was. He said, I'm going on holiday, before ironically adding, but I'm a banker. We both burst out laughing at that moment. On the one hand, we had someone going to protest against the banking system, while, on the other hand, we had the representative of this very system, but with a human face. It turned out that Roger worked for UBS, one of the largest Swiss banks, an institution present in more than 50 countries and with an office on Wall Street. He works in human resources, and, this description being quite vague, I asked him what this meant exactly. He gave a brutally honest answer, I used to work on hiring people. Now I help to get them fired. Something like Company Men, the film where the purge affected even the big fish. I asked. Well, not exactly. We really do try to take care for our former employees, retraining them and finding them new jobs, even though it sometimes takes half a year. Roger failed to add that UBS fired approximately 11,000 people from the beginning of the financial crisis in 2007 until 2011. So I asked him whether the situation will soon improve. Yes, he responded, soon there will be more regulation, new laws at the level of the European Union, and banks will recover. At least in Switzerland. Of course, I was thinking about the people, and he was talking about the recovery of banks despite, ironically, dealing with human resources. That same evening, I arrived at Zuccotti Park. Just the night before, the police threatened to evict the protesters, but at that moment there was euphoria. It stemmed partly from these small, defiant victories, but it was also because of their large protest on October 15, which grabbed headlines across the world. Occupy Wall Street, as part of a wider trend of global protests, expanded to more than 1,500 cities around the world. My first impression, I have to admit, was similar to that of Natalie Rothschild, who negatively compared the Occupy Wall Street to a Monty Python skit. She said that the surreal protest in New York's financial district will certainly leave the system shaking. With laughter. One in the night, the heterogeneous multitude counts only some 100 people, while the steel and glass skyscrapers around them loomed like the walls and towers of a dark, impenetrable fortress, showing a complete and daunting indifference towards the occupation of the small park. This was best seen when Jeff Mangum, indie rock legend and singer of the band Neutral Milk Hotel, appeared at Zuccotti and played a show. It was a moving and powerful scene when, at the end of O Comely, he and the audience sang We Know Who Our Enemies Are against the backdrop of the skyscrapers rising into the dark Manhattan sky. The discrepancy between this huge upheaval of populist enthusiasm, mainly from young people, and the stoic, utterly static symbols of power that surrounded them thus became even more tangible. Yes, we know very well who our enemies are, but the enemy also knows who we are. Maybe even better than we do. But do they really know? To find an answer to this question, we can consult the official newsletter of the banking system. On October 20, 2011, more than a month since Zuccotti Park was occupied, the Wall Street Journal published two, at first glance very different, articles devoted to the events going on in their own backyard. The first was entitled The Occupy Wall Street Brigade Has a Point, by Simon Nixon, and the other was Squatting on Wall Street by Daniel Henninger. Judging from these headlines alone, we could surmise that the editorial policy of the Wall Street Journal is very democratic in how it allowed the publication of two differing messages. A closer look, however, banishes the illusion. Nixon's article easily dismisses the protesters as the same largely incoherent rabble that led the anti-globalization protests a decade age, but concedes that their rage against the financial sector is easy to understand, particularly now that governments are being forced to cut spending and raise taxes to repair deficits caused partly by the cost of bank bailouts too. And though Henninger's article also agrees that all this fuss is about a rabble, it does not recognize the legitimacy and depth of the protesters' anger. Moreover, It claims that Zuccotti Park was actually a marijuana oasis, and that Occupy Wall Street was the reincarnation of the squatters' movement that occupied Tompkins Square Park on the Lower East Side in the 1980s. Zuccotti Park was framed as the physical center of a movement of degenerates, much like how Tompkins Square and its surrounding neighborhood became a magnet for drug freaks, organizers of pro-Sandinista rallies, homeless people, bad musicians, and a lot of very lost kids. Once was. Henninger's ultimate conclusion is that the ethos of that tumultuous period never left New York, and that it now lives again thanks to the Occupy Wall Street movement. What is the difference between these two articles? Though the difference seems immense at first sight, if we look more closely we find that there is almost no difference between them. Both articles are ultimately critiques of the protests, the only difference is in the type of criticism each chooses to deploy. The first article is much more dangerous because it uses a tactic that ostensibly recognizes the demands of the protesters, thus attempting to calm them and assure that all that is really needed is a cosmetic surgery of capitalism. What point did the Occupy Wall Street Brigade make, according to Nixon? That instead of trying to change the very presuppositions of the current system, the protesters were just looking for more market regulation, which would allegedly succeed in reining in wild capitalism. On the other hand, it is easy to see through the second article as another type of defamation that was popular in the Croatian context, when students occupying faculty buildings in 2009 were described as a motley crew of young enthusiasts who can easily go on fire, and even as similar to terrorists who hijacked an aircraft for. On October 18, just 2 days earlier, Barack Obama remarked in an ABC News interview that these protests were, in some ways, not that different from some of the protests that we saw coming from the conservative-leaning Tea Party, both on the left and the right. I think people feel separated from their government. They feel that their institutions aren't looking out for them. He then said that the most important thing he could do as president was to express solidarity with the protesters. The most important thing we can do right now is those of us in leadership letting people know that we understand their struggles and we are on their side, and that we want to set up a system in which hard work, responsibility, doing what you're supposed to do, is rewarded. 5 In short, Obama and the Wall Street Journal did agree on one thing, although the protesters might be dirty squatters and drug addicts, we should support them. In fact, we should explain to them what they are really seeking. And that's, you guessed it, capitalism with a human face. We should have more state regulation and the protesters should rely on Obama, who 2 years earlier pumped $700 billion to rescue the free-falling banking system and who himself came to power in large part thanks to the donations from the very same system. 6 The protesters should also trust the NYPD, who received a donation of $4.5 million from Chase Bank the same day when 700 occupiers were arrested on the Brooklyn Bridge. Recently, when we were bombarded by eulogies following the death of Steve Jobs, the entrepreneurial genius of the 21st century, we saw what capitalism with a human face really was. If there is any company in the world that stands for capitalism with a human face, then it's definitely Apple Inc. After his death, Jobs was quickly transformed into a saintly combination of Einstein and Mother Teresa, a man who was not only so ingenious that he changed the world forever with his technology, but who also had a big heart and whose good intentions gave us all a chance to enjoy the benefits of his inventions. The first myth is substantiated by Apple's first logo, which depicts Sir Isaac Newton sitting under an apple tree. The individual genius of Apple's founder can be seen as a God-given gift, rather than as an accumulation of knowledge and discoveries over centuries of thought and work. This logo was then replaced by the rainbow apple, the now ubiquitous rainbow-colored silhouette of an apple with a bite taken out of it. Although this logo is often erroneously referred to as a tribute to Alan Turing, both designer Rob Janoff and Apple deny any homage. So, again, what we have here is a symbol of the apple of inspiration, which Jobs ate and thereby came to his invention. According to the biography by Walter Isaacson, Apple was so named because Jobs had been coming back from an apple farm, and he was then on fruitarian diet. He thought the name was fun, spirited and not intimidating. 7. So here you have it, ingenuity and modesty, a screen behind which actually lies nothing else than a lifestyle. Or as Isaacson would note, Apple. It was a smart choice. The word instantly signaled friendliness and simplicity. It managed to be both slightly offbeat and as normal as a slice of pie. 8. The truth is, as always, quite different. And that truth is best described by the Daily Mail in an article with a title that already says it all: inside the Chinese suicide sweatshop where workers toil in 34-hour shifts to make your iPod 9. In 2010, two journalists managed to slip into Foxconn, an electronics contract manufacturing company in China employed by Apple, and showed what a typical workday looked like. The day begins with the Chinese national anthem, which features the words "Arise, arise, arise," millions of hearts with one mind being played over loudspeakers. The workers sleep in prison-like corridors, in cramped rooms furnished with triple-decked bunk beds to save space. Despite summer temperature hitting 95 degrees Fahrenheit 35 degrees Celsius with 90% humidity, there is no air conditioning. In the last few years, more than 20 Foxconn workers have committed suicide. When the workers started throwing themselves off the top of tall buildings, instead of improving the working conditions, Foxconn approached this problem in the best manner of capitalism with a human face. They installed suicide-preventing nets and asked employees to sign no suicide pledges. Workers were even forced to sign legally binding documents guaranteeing that they and their descendants would not sue the company in the instance of unexpected death, self-injury, or suicide. According to the New York Times, one of these workers, 19-year-old Ma Xiangtian, worked 286 hours in the month he died, including 112 hours of overtime, about 3 times the legal limit. He was found dead in front of his high-rise dormitory. 10 for all of that, even with extra pay for overtime, he earned the equivalent of $1 an hour. The factories in Shenzhen, where workers live and work in similar conditions, have more than 400,000 employees. The suicides prompted 20 Chinese universities to compile a report on Foxconn, which they described as a labor camp. How did our hero Jobs react to all this? Stressing that he found the deaths troubling and that he was all over it, the billionaire tellingly said, "You go in this place and it's a factory, but, my gosh, they've got restaurants and movie theaters and hospitals and swimming pools. For a factory, it's pretty nice." 11. Is there a better example of capitalist cynicism? Of course, the Foxconn factories can't be compared to labor camps that existed throughout Europe during the Nazi era, but what catches the eye is certainly Jobs' explanation that the factories where workers are literally working until death are actually pretty nice places with swimming pools. Exactly in that sense, Jobs' statement may be associated with Terezin, or Theresienstadt, the notorious concentration camp in the Czech Republic where the so-called prominent Jews, who were often writers, artists, scientists, musicians, etc., had their own rooms and were free to indulge in cultural activities. In a propaganda effort designed to fool the Western Allies, the Nazis publicized the camp for its rich cultural life. When a delegation of the Danish Red Cross was due to visit the camp on June 23, 1944, the Nazis conducted additional Versionerungen, beautifications. They deported 17,517 Jews to Auschwitz to minimize the appearance of overcrowding, built a playground for children and a music pavilion, and even recorded a movie often called The Führer Gives a Village to the Jews. The delegation was welcomed by the ghetto swingers. It was supposed to be a crucial piece of evidence about the pretty nice place, especially since the Nazis previously banned jazz and swing, considering the music degenerate. Just 3 months after the inspection of Terezin, another delegation of the Red Cross visited Auschwitz and did not realize that the room for showering actually served as a gas chamber. In the book Words That Are Slaughtered, Testimonies of Survivors of Jasenovac, Hinko Singer from the Croatian town of Karlovac recalls a similar event when International Committee of the Red Cross, a group which also included German, Hungarian, and Italian journalists, visited Jasenovac. the biggest extermination camp in the independent state of Croatia, NDH, during the Second World War. He describes the extensive preparations for the visit. In only 3 days, the detainees had to clean and repair the entire camp area. They had to be shaved and receive detailed instructions how to behave when in contact with or in the presence of the committee. They weren't allowed to say their names, but if a member of the Red Cross or a journalist asked them, they had to answer the following: "I'm prisoner number." If they were asked "How are you?" or "Is the camping difficult?" the only thing they were allowed to answer was, "Thank you, good." Is it so difficult to imagine that identical or at least comparable preparations don't occur immediately before international commissions visit factories in China to confirm that the conditions are in accordance with international law? To cut a long story short, all of those beautiful iPhones, iPads, and Macs wouldn't exist without those low-paid, overworked Chinese workers, or they would be even more expensive than they already are. In other words, that's capitalism with a human face. It is a sad, dishearteningly real repetition of the famous joke from Ernst Lubitsch's To Be or Not Be, 1942. In the movie, when asked about the German concentration camps in occupied Poland, the Nazi officer snaps back, "We do the concentrating and the Poles do the camping." Today, the Americans do the shopping and the Chinese do the sweatshops. As things stand now, it is only a matter of time when the anecdote told by a doctor who spent 3 years in Jasenovac will be repeated. When this doctor returned home from the concentration camp, his son discovered some documents showing that his father's teeth were repaired 5 times in just 2 months. The son then joked, "Well, you went to Jasenovac to fix your teeth." Today, we can imagine some naive Chinese child greeting his father upon the latter's return from 3 years in Foxconn, "Well, you went to the factory to play on the iPad, while we were starving here." Clearly, capitalism with a human face is actually worse than honest and brutal capitalism, because even exploited workers who commit suicide are portrayed as slackers who just spend their time in nice places with swimming pools, complaining and whining instead of working harder. If they accidentally start killing themselves, no problem, we'll put safety nets under the windows so they can immediately return to work. Why did Occupy Wall Street then start in the United States if the American working class is actually based in China? When at a conference on the island of Vis in Croatia in August 2011, Tariq Ali recalled that in the mid-1960s, at the invitation of the International War Crimes Tribunal, he went to Vietnam, where he spent several months collecting evidence and testimony on the American intervention there. The Vietnamese soldiers in Hanoi told him the following anecdote. Just a few months earlier, a delegation of the Italian Communist Party arrived to see Ho Chi Minh. After a long meeting, the Italians asked the Vietnamese leader, "How can we help you?" Ho Chi Minh did not hesitate, automatically answering, "The best way to help us is to start a revolution in Italy." Coincidence or not, this answer was transformed into one of the leading slogans of the anti-war movement in the United States and embraced by the weatherman, whose main message was "Bring the war home." Couldn't we imagine a similar dialogue during the Arab Spring between an Egyptian worker at Tahrir Square and a young American who wanted to help the Egyptian struggle? Instead of asking him to join the revolution, the Egyptian worker calmly tells the American, "Bring the revolution to the U.S." That's exactly what happened in some sense with Occupy Wall Street. Instead of trying to change the bad working conditions in sweatshops in China, we need to change the conditions in our own countries. We could say that the boomerang came back where it started. Though we were all enthusiastically watching and supporting the awakening of democracy in Africa and the Middle East, this is not enough. We have to bring the revolution home. The advice of Ho Chi Minh is more relevant than ever. In just 1 month, Zuccotti Park turned into a real commune, a city within a city, a new political entity that could not be reduced to a singular protest or political subject. In short, Occupy Wall Street sprung up in a country where the labor unions had begun to weaken in the 1930s and where, at least since the 1960s, there has been no real alternative to capitalism. So it doesn't come as a surprise that Obama made every effort to fit OWS into his last presidential campaign, and the mainstream media followed suit. If the first attempt at co-option was to define the protesters as kids requesting capitalism with a human face, the second was to present them as a protest with a human face giving a revolution a face, personalizing it and, of course, selling it. It didn't take long for MTV's The Real World to start looking for suitable candidates to tell their unique stories of OWS. It was later revealed that Christopher Nolan, then filming the new Batman movie in Los Angeles, took a plane to New York to film the protesters on Wall Street. In response, the protesters rephrased the title of Gil Scott-Heron's famous song, "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised," to say, "The revolution will be live." But, as always, the revolution was televised. And, like all good stories, it ended up in Hollywood. So what does The Dark Knight Rises, 2012, released in theaters 1 year later, reveal about the Occupy Wall Street zeitgeist? If there is a scene in the movie that best sums up the universe and the theme of this latest incarnation of Batman, then it is undoubtedly the one taking place during the gala charity dinner for Gotham's elite. Catwoman, jewelry thief extraordinaire, confronts our hero, whispering in his ear, "There's a storm coming, Mr. Wayne. You and your friends better batten down the hatches, because when it hits, you're all gonna wonder how you ever thought you could live so large and leave so little for the rest of us." If The Dark Knight, 2008, which confronted the ethics of concealing the truth for the sake of a higher good, perfectly painted the world after September 11th, then The Dark Knight Rises served as an illustration of the world after the 2007-2008 financial crisis. If The Dark Knight showed that Batman could eavesdrop on citizens for their own good, as well as use methods used in Bush's War on Terror, then The Dark Knight Rises revealed that Batman's real power is actually based on the stock market speculation. Without that, Batman is nothing. This is why the Joker in The Dark Knight intended to stop only when Batman took off his mask and revealed his true identity. The person underneath the mask is not a genuine freedom fighter who solely thinks about the welfare of his fellow citizens. Batman cannot be separated from Bruce Wayne, the man who made his fortune on the stock market and who uses that same wealth as a platform for his own local war on terror. Another scene from The Dark Knight Rises confirms this interpretation. After he takes the blame for Harvey Dent's crimes, Bruce Wayne sinks into a self-destructive depression. Physically weak, Bruce Wayne shutters himself in his home and refuses to participate in public life. But once new villains appear and new crimes shake the city, Bruce reemerges in grand style at a reception, arriving in a Lamborghini to the surprise of everyone. His reappearance causes a storm not on the streets, but on the stock market. It is only when the many photographers splash pictures of him across the media and the newspapers publish spectacular headlines that the billionaire is back does the stock exchange surge. This is probably the best evidence within the film that not only is financial capitalism based on the accumulation of signs, which then consequently lead to the accumulation of capital, but also that semia-capitalism as defined by the Italian philosopher Franco Berardi Bifo is as powerful, if not more so, as Batman's other weapons. Moreover, if there is any theme more visible in the final installment of Nolan's trilogy, it is this fraught relationship between the real and fictional. When Bane, the main villain of the movie, enters the stock exchange, a trader shouts, "This is a stock exchange. There's no money you can steal." Bane then retorts, "Really? Then why are you people here?" If in many of the previous film adaptations of Batman our hero was presented only as a consequence, or alter ego, of a mysterious but well-meaning philanthropist who gained his wealth through the classic way of capital accumulation, i.e., inheritance, Nolan's The Dark Knight Rises shows that his superpowers are inseparable from the stock market. This is not only confirmed in how the mere real appearance of Bruce Wayne is capable of changing the fictitious value of shares, but also in how Wayne Enterprises, a company that, among other things, produces high-tech equipment for the US military, serves as a financial base for all of our superheroes' superpowers. This isn't unique to Batman. After all, Iron Man is also both a superhero and the head of weapons manufacturing company, in his case Stark Corporation. In one of his early essays, Plato's Pharmacy, 1972, Jacques Derrida notes the ambiguity of the Greek word pharmakon, which can mean both medicine and poison. The entirety of The Dark Knight Rises is based on this same contradiction. If the continuing war on terror used the methods of terror in turn to suppress terror, then the medicine was turned into a poison. And if poison is in the medicine, we can justify Wayne Enterprises' nuclear fusion project. In the hands of an honest broker, this technology could be used as a free source of energy for all of Gotham's citizens. In the wrong hands, it can be most terrifying weapon imaginable, a nuclear bomb capable of destroying the whole city. To prevent this very dangerous possibility, Wayne's egalitarian device is not circulated, but thanks to a manipulation of the stock market, Bane converts the fusion reactor core into a nuclear bomb. And at the end of The Dark Knight Rises, after Batman saves the day once again, we can imagine that the stock value of Wayne Enterprises increases. This probable financial storm is not due to the real existence of fusion, but because everyone now knows that Wayne Enterprises has and can produce fusion. Again, it all comes down to semia-capitalism. In short, if in The Dark Knight a lie is justified to preserve law and order, then in The Dark Knight Rises a crime becomes the basis for a new accumulation of capital. It is a lot better if Wayne keeps his fusion, rather than risking it falling into the hands of a crazy criminal. In this sense, Batman is a member of the 1%, wielding power and representing the existing order. In that case, what was the storm referred to by Catwoman in the beginning of the film? Was the real storm to be found in the Occupy Wall Street movement, or was it something else? The answer might be surprising. The opposite of Bruce Wayne/Batman isn't an egalitarian popular movement rebelling against the financial dictatorship of the 1%. The alternative is Bane, the personification of pure and brutal violence, but who nevertheless utilizes the discourse of Occupy Wall Street. We take Gotham from the corrupt, the rich, the oppressors of generations who have kept you down with myths of opportunity, and we give it back to you, the people. Gotham is yours. Bane's movement is not the movement of the 99%, instead of giving fusion to the people, he transforms it into an instrument of his reign of terror. Maybe Nolan really wanted to use Bane to portray the potential of the Occupy movement to sink into anarchic chaos and result in an orgy of violence. In the end, do we want a criminal who doesn't offer us anything but the overthrow of the corrupt elite, or are we looking for a hero who is a member of those corrupt elites that decides to share his piece of the cake? The Dark Knight Rises gives us the answer as clear as day. In a striking moment of the film, martial law is imposed and a kangaroo court rapidly convenes to pass judgment on Gotham's rich. Death or exile? Those who choose exile must walk across the frozen bay connecting the city to the coast. Of course, many of the elites choose exile, hoping to avoid death. But then Commissioner Gordon appears in front of the judge and defiantly chooses death. Yet there is no applause or climax. This act doesn't lead to a rebellion or an uproar. Instead, the judge simply replies, "Very well. Death. By exile." The choice was never a choice at all, both lead to certain death. But things are never this clean-cut. What is really missing in this false dilemma and thus in The Dark Knight Rises overall is a third way, or an actual choice. What is missing are a people that refuse to be guided by idols, be it Bane or Batman, revolutionary terror, or the violence of financial capitalism, a nonviolent protest like the ones at Wall Street, Puerta del Sol, or Tahrir Square. These movements proved to be dangerous precisely because they showed that there is an alternative. The alternative offered to the status quo in The Dark Knight Rises is a system based on lies and security, but its biggest flaw is that it doesn't even represent a conflict between the 1% against the 99%, only a terror against another terror. Nolan portrays what already Walter Benjamin knew all too well when the latter wrote that nothing is so anarchical as the bourgeois order. Or, as one of the four solo masters says in Pasolini's last movie to his slaves, true anarchy is the anarchy of power. So, 3 years after 2011, the year of dreaming dangerously, what do we have to show for it? What happened after the Arab Spring? What happened after the Occupy movement? What happened after the different protest movements all around Europe, from the indignados in Spain to the occupiers in Slovenia, subsided? The answer might sound negative, but let's take stock. What we have after the Arab Spring in Egypt was, at first, a stronger Muslim Brotherhood followed by military rule yet again. What we have in Tunisia after the Jasmine Revolution is the establishment of radical Islam and the assassination of opposition leader Chakri Belaid, a critic of the influential Salafists. What we have after the Occupy Wall Street movement is Obama re-elected, but not daring to change the financial system, to end drone warfare, or to close Guantanamo. And, last but not least, what we have in Croatia after the massive protests in 2011 is the fall of the conservative government and a new social democratic government, which is even more neoliberal when it comes to socio-economic policy than its predecessor. All the above actions could be summed up in the famous phrase by the Italian writer Giuseppe Tomasi di Lampedusa: everything must change so that everything can stay the same. But is this really so? This may be an oversimplified observation, but although there was a huge global mobilization during the year of dreaming dangerously, what is still missing is a channeling of this energy. To negotiate with the World Trade Organization or the International Monetary Fund from the street is impossible. We not only need a strong protest movement in the squares, but also a structure or organization that can seriously challenge different power relations. Here is a story that could perfectly sum up this predicament. Known mainly for his monumental novel The Bridge on the Dina, the Yugoslav novelist Ivo Andrić published a lesser-known short story in 1948 called The Tale of Serf Simon, Prika o Kametu Simonu. It is set in what is now Bosnia and Herzegovina, during the power transfer between the Ottoman Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. When the Bosnian people expelled the Turks in 1876, there was great enthusiasm that the oppressive feudal system would finally come to an end. 2 years later, the Austro-Hungarian troops arrived. Still, there was hope, and a serf called Simon believed everything would finally change. So he stopped paying his feudal obligations. One day his master visited him and found him lying on the ground. He could not believe his eyes when Simon wouldn't jump to attention in his presence. As if this insolence wasn't enough, Simon told his former master to pick up the plums himself if he really wanted them. He triumphantly declares, "You had been riding us for 400 years. Now we will ride you for 400 years. And for the remaining 400 years, we will make a deal." The master goes home empty-handed, but the glow of Simon's victory fades quickly. He is sued by his master and brought before a local court. He soon discovers that the court is following the old Ottoman laws and ends up in prison. His wife and child fall ill, and he hits rock bottom. The point of Ivo Andrić's short story is simple: even if it seems as though everything has changed, think again. If the laws do not change, nothing changes. Simon himself says as much at the end of the story. His family, he says, once had a beautiful rooster. The rooster would crow very loudly, and had the most beautiful voice. The problem was that, unlike others, this rooster would start crowing very early in the morning. So Simon's father simply slaughtered the poor bird because it kept waking him up. The moral is that, no matter how paradoxical as it may sound, some things come too soon. Neither one rooster nor one serf rebellion is enough in the long run. Even the rebellion itself is not enough. It is necessary to think one step further. This book is an attempt to rethink Europe's current deadlock and to prepare a terrain for future, meaningful political action for the roosters who will come. If we succeed in answering the question what does Europe want, then the answer to what does the US want, is not very far away. While reading the book, substitute the United States instead of Europe and the similarities between the two seemingly different political entities will become much clearer. Slava Žižek. 1. Breaking our eggs without the omelette, from Cyprus to Greece. There is a story, apocryphal, maybe, about the left-leaning, Keynesian economist, John Galbraith, before a trip to the USSR in the late 1950s, he wrote to his anti-communist friend Sidney Hook, "Don't worry, I will not be seduced by the Soviets and return home claiming they have socialism." Hook answered him promptly, "But that's what worries me, that you will return claiming that the USSR is not socialist." What worried Hook was the naive defense of the purity of the concept. If things go wrong with building a socialist society, this does not invalidate the idea itself, it just means we didn't implement it properly. Do we not detect the same naivete in today's market fundamentalists? When, during a recent TV debate in France, Guy Sorman claimed that democracy and capitalism necessarily go together, I couldn't resist asking him the obvious question, but what about China today? He snapped back, "In China there is no capitalism." For a fanatically pro-capitalist Sorman, if a country is non-democratic, it simply means it is not truly capitalist but practices its disfigured version, in exactly the same way that for a democratic communist, Stalinism was simply not an authentic form of communism. The underlying mistake is not difficult to identify, it is the same as in the well-known joke, "My fiancée is never late for an appointment, because the moment she is late she is no longer my fiancée." This is how today's apologist of the market, in an unheard of ideological kidnapping, explains the crisis of 2008, it was not the failure of the free market which caused it but the excessive state regulation, i.e. the fact that our market economy was not a true one, that it was still in the clutches of the welfare state. When we stick to such a purity of market capitalism, dismissing its failures as accidental mishaps, we end up in a naive progressivism whose exemplary case is the Christmas issue of The Spectator magazine, December 15, 2012. It opens up with the editorial "Why 2012 was the best year ever," which argues against the perception that we live in a dangerous, cruel world where things are bad and getting worse. Here is the opening paragraph. "It may not feel like it, but 2012 has been the greatest year in the history of the world." That sounds like an extravagant claim, but it is borne out by evidence. Never has there been less hunger, less disease, or more prosperity. The West remains in the economic doldrums, but most developing countries are charging ahead, and people are being lifted out of poverty at the fastest rate ever recorded. The death toll inflicted by war and natural disasters is also mercifully low. We are living in a golden age. 1. The same idea was developed in detail by Matt Ridley. Here is the blurb for his The Rational Optimist. A counterblast to the prevailing pessimism of our age, and proves, however much we like to think to the contrary, that things are getting better. Over 10,000 years ago there were fewer than 10 million people on the planet. Today there are more than 6 billion, 99% of whom are better fed, better sheltered, better entertained, and better protected against disease than their Stone Age ancestors. The availability of almost everything a person could want or need has been going erratically upwards for 10,000 years and has rapidly accelerated over the last 200 years. Calories, vitamins, clean water, machines, privacy, the means to travel faster than we can run, and the ability to communicate over longer distances than we can shout. Yet, bizarrely, however much things improve from the way they were before, people still cling to the belief that the future will be nothing but disastrous. 2. And there is more of the same. Here is the blurb for Steven Pinker's The Better Angels of Our Nature. Believe it or not, today we may be living in the most peaceful moment in our species' existence. In his gripping and controversial new work, New York Times best-selling author Steven Pinker shows that despite the ceaseless news about war, crime, and terrorism, violence has actually been in decline over long stretches of history. Exploding myths about humankind's inherent violence and the curse of modernity, this ambitious book continues Pinker's exploration of the essence of human nature, mixing psychology and history to provide a remarkable picture of an increasingly enlightened world. 3. With many provisos, one can roughly accept the data to which these rationalists refer. Yes, today we definitely live better than our ancestors did 10,000 years ago in the Stone Age, and even an average prisoner in Dachau, the Nazi working camp, not in Auschwitz, the killing camp, was living at least marginally better than, probably, a slave prisoner of the Mongols. Etc. etc. But there is something that this story misses. There is a more down-to-earth version of the same insight which one often hears in mass media, in the quoted passage from The Spectator, but especially those of non-European countries: crisis. What crisis? Look at the BRIC countries, at Poland, South Korea, Singapore, Peru, even many sub-Saharan African states. They are all progressing. The losers are only Western Europe and, up to a point, the US, so we are not dealing with a global crisis, but just with the shift of the dynamics of progress away from the West. Is a portent symbol of this shift not the fact that, recently, many people from Portugal, a country in deep crisis, are returning to Mozambique and Angola, ex-colonies of Portugal, but this time as economic immigrants, not as colonizers? So what if our much decried crisis is a mere local crisis in an overall progress? Even with regard to human rights, is the situation in China and Russia now not better than 50 years ago? Decrying the ongoing crisis as a global phenomenon is thus a typical Eurocentrist view, and a view coming from leftists who usually pride themselves on their anti-Eurocentrism. But we should restrain our anti-colonialist joy here. The question to be raised is, if Europe is in gradual decay, what is replacing its hegemony? The answer is, capitalism with Asian values, which, of course, has nothing to do with Asian people and everything to do with the clear and present tendency of contemporary capitalism, as such, to suspend democracy. From Marx on, the truly radical left was never simply progressivist, it was always obsessed by the question, what is the price of progress? Marx was fascinated by capitalism, by the unheard of productivity it unleashed. He just insisted that this very success engenders antagonisms. And we should do the same with today's progress of global capitalism, keep in view its dark underside which is fomenting revolts. People rebel not when things are really bad, but when their expectations are disappointed. The French Revolution occurred after the king and the nobles were for decades gradually losing their full hold on power. The 1956 anti-communist revolt in Hungary exploded after Nagy Imre had already been prime minister for 2 years. After, relatively, free debates among intellectuals, people rebelled in Egypt in 2011 because there was some economic progress under Mubarak, giving rise to a whole class of educated young people who participated in the universal digital culture. And this is why the Chinese communists are right to panic, precisely because, on average, the Chinese are now living considerably better than 40 years ago, but the social antagonisms, between the newly rich and the rest, exploded, plus expectations are much higher. That's the problem with development and progress, they are always uneven, they give birth to new instabilities and antagonisms, and they generate new expectations which cannot be met. In Tunisia or Egypt just prior to the Arab Spring, the majority probably lived a little bit better than decades ago, but the standards by which they measured their dissatisfaction were much higher. So yes, The Spectator, Ridley, Pinker etc. are in principle right, but the very facts that they emphasize are creating conditions for revolt and rebellion. Recall the classic cartoon scene of a cat who simply continues to walk over the edge of the precipice, ignoring that she no longer has ground under her feet. She falls down only when she looks down and notices she is hanging in the abyss. Is this not how ordinary people in Cyprus must feel these days? They are aware that Cyprus will never be the same, that there is a catastrophic fall in the standard of living ahead, but the full impact of this fall is not yet properly felt, so for a short period they can afford to go on with their normal daily lives like the cat who calmly walks in the empty air. And we should not condemn them. Such delaying of the full crash is also a surviving strategy. The real impact will come silently when the panic will be over. This is why it is now, when the Cyprus crisis has largely disappeared from the media, that one should think and write about it. There is a well-known joke from the last decade of the Soviet Union about Rubinovich, a Jew who wants to emigrate. The bureaucrat at the emigration office asks him why, and Rubinovich answers, There are two reasons why. The first is that I'm afraid that in the Soviet Union the communists will lose power, and the new power will put all the blame for the communist crimes on us Jews. There will again be anti-Jewish pogroms. The bureaucrat interrupts him, but this is pure nonsense. Nothing can change in the Soviet Union, the power of the communists will last forever. Rabinovich responds calmly, well, that's my second reason. It is easy to imagine a similar conversation between a European Union financial administrator and a Cypriot Rabinovich today. Rabinovich complains, there are two reasons we are in a panic here. First, we are afraid that the EU will simply abandon Cyprus and let our economy collapse. The EU administrator interrupts him, but you can trust us, we will not abandon you, we will tightly control you and advise you what to do. Rabinovich responds calmly, well, that's my second reason. Such a deadlock effectively renders the core of the sad predicament of Cyprus. It cannot survive in prosperity without Europe, but also not with Europe. Both options are worse, as Stalin would have put it. Recall the cruel joke from Lubitsch's film To Be or Not to Be. When asked about the German concentration camps in occupied Poland, responsible Nazi officer concentration camp Erhard snaps back, we do the concentrating, and the Poles do the camping. Does the same not hold for the ongoing financial crisis in Europe? The strong Northern Europe, focused in Germany, does the concentrating, while the weakened and vulnerable South does the camping. What is emerging on the horizon are thus the contours of a divided Europe. Its southern part will be more and more reduced to a zone with a cheaper labor force, outside the safety network of the welfare state, a domain appropriate for outsourcing and tourism. In short, the gap between the developed world and those lagging behind will now run within Europe itself. This gap is reflected in the two main stories about Cyprus, which resemble the two earlier stories about Greece. There is what can be called the German story: free spending, debts and money laundering cannot go on indefinitely, etc. And there is the Cyprus story: the brutal EU measures amount to a new German occupation which is depriving Cyprus of its sovereignty. Both stories are wrong, and the demands they imply are nonsensical. Cyprus by definition cannot repay its debt, while Germany and the EU cannot simply go on throwing money to fill in the Cypriot financial hole. Both stories obfuscate the key fact, that there is something wrong with the entire system in which uncontrollable banking speculations can cause a whole country to go bankrupt. The Cyprus crisis is not a storm in the cup of a small marginal country, it is a symptom of what is wrong with the entire EU system. This is why the solution is not just more regulation to prevent money laundering, etc., but, at least, a radical change in the entire banking system, to say the unsayable, some kind of socialization of banks. The lesson to be taken from the crashes that accumulated worldwide from 2008 on, Wall Street, Iceland, is clear: the whole network of financial funds and transactions, from individual deposits and retirement funds up to the functioning of all kinds of derivatives, will have to be somehow put under social control, streamlined and regulated. This may sound utopian, but the true utopia is the notion that we can somehow survive with small cosmetic changes. But there is a fatal trap to be avoided here: the socialization of banks that is needed is not a compromise between wage labor and productive capital against the power of finance. Financial meltdowns and crises are obvious reminders that the circulation of capital is not a closed loop which can fully sustain itself, i.e., that this circulation points towards the reality of producing and selling actual goods that satisfy actual people's needs. However, the more subtle lesson of crises and meltdowns is that there is no return to this reality. All the rhetoric of "let us move from the virtual space of financial speculations back to real people who produce and consume" is deeply misleading. It is ideology at its purest. The paradox of capitalism is that you cannot throw out the dirty water of financial speculations and keep the healthy baby of real economy. The dirty water effectively is the bloodline of the healthy baby. What this simply means is that the solution of the Cyprus crisis does not reside in Cyprus. For Cyprus to get a chance, something will have to change elsewhere. Otherwise we will all remain caught in the madness that distorts our behavior in times of crises. Here is how Marx defines the traditional miser as a capitalist gone mad, hoarding his treasure in a secret hideout, in contrast to the normal capitalist who augments his treasure by throwing it into circulation for. The restless never-ending process of profit-making alone is what he aims at. This boundless greed after riches, this passionate chase after exchange value, is common to the capitalist and the miser, but while the miser is merely a capitalist gone mad, the capitalist is a rational miser. The never-ending augmentation of exchange value, which the miser strives after, by seeking to save his money from circulation, is attained by the more acute capitalist, by constantly throwing it afresh into circulation. This madness of the miser is nonetheless not something which simply disappears with the rise of normal capitalism, or its pathological deviation. It is rather inherent to it. The miser has his moment of triumph in the economic crisis. In a crisis, it is not, as one would expect, money which loses its value, and we have to resort to the real value of commodities, commodities themselves, the embodiment of real/use/value, become useless, because there is no one to buy them. In a crisis, money suddenly and immediately changes from its merely nominal shape, money of account, into hard cash. Profane commodities can no longer replace it. The use value of commodities becomes valueless, and their value vanishes in the face of their own form of value. The bourgeois, drunk with prosperity and arrogantly certain of itself, has just declared that money is a purely imaginary creation. Commodities alone are money, it said. But now the opposite cry resounds over the markets of the world: only money is a commodity. In a crisis, the antithesis between commodities and their value form, money, is raised to the level of an absolute contradiction. 5. Does this not mean that at this moment, far from disintegrating, fetishism is fully asserted in its direct madness? In crisis, the underlying belief, disavowed and just practiced, is thus directly asserted. And the same holds for today's ongoing crisis. One of the spontaneous reactions to it is to turn to some common sense guideline: debts have to be paid, you cannot spend more than you produce, or something similar, and this, of course, is the worst thing one can do, since in this way, one gets caught in a downward spiral. First, such elementary wisdom is simply wrong. The United States was doing quite well for decades, spending much more than it produced. At a more fundamental level, we should clearly perceive the paradox of debt. At the direct material level of social totality, debts are in a way irrelevant, inexistent even, since humanity as a whole consumes what it produces. By definition, one cannot consume more. One can reasonably speak of debt only with regard to natural resources, destroying the material conditions for the survival of future generations, where we are indebted to future generations which, precisely, do not yet exist, and which, not without irony, will come to exist only through, and thus be indebted for their existence to, ourselves. So here also, the term debt has no literal sense. It cannot be financialized, quantified into an amount of money. The debt we can talk about occurs when, within a global society, some group, nation or whichever, consumes more than it produces, which means that another group has to consume less than it produces. But here, relations are not as simple and clear as it may appear. Relations would be clear if, in a situation of debt, money would just have been a neutral instrument measuring how much more one group consumed with regard to what it produced, and at whose expense, but the actual situation is far from this. According to public data, around 90% of money circulating around is the virtual credit money, so if real producers find themselves indebted to financial institutions, one has good reason to doubt the status of their debt. How much of it was the result of speculations which happened in a sphere without any link to the reality of a local unit of production? So when a country finds itself under the pressure of international financial institutions, be it IMF or private banks, one should always bear in mind that their pressure, translated into concrete demands, reduce public spending by dismantling parts of the welfare state, privatize, open up your market, deregulate your banks, is not the expression of some neutral objective, logic, or knowledge, but of a doubly partial, interested, knowledge. At the formal level, it is a knowledge which embodies a series of neoliberal presuppositions, while at the level of content, it privileges the interests of certain states or institutions, banks etc. When the Romanian communist writer Păinat Istratai visited the Soviet Union in the mid-1920s, the time of the big purges and show trials, a Soviet apologist trying to convince him about the need of violence against the enemies evoked the proverb, "You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs," to which Istratai tersely replied, "All right. I can see the broken eggs. Where's this omelette of yours?" But we should say the same about the austerity measures imposed by the IMF. The Greeks would have the full right to say, "Okay, we are breaking our eggs for all of Europe, but where's the omelette you are promising us?" Sreko Horvat. 2. Danke Deutschland. Danke Deutschland, mein Ziel brennt. Danke Deutschland, für das liebe Geschenk. Danke Deutschland, vielen Dank. Wir sind jetzt nicht allein. Und die Hoffnung kommt in das zerstört Heim.6. Croatian Song, 1992. At the end of 2012, the German President Joachim Gauck visited Croatia. For some reason, I had the honor to be one of 3 Croatian intellectuals chosen to meet him and have a closed-room conversation about Croatia's entry to the European Union, but mainly focused on the intellectual and cultural sphere. When you are invited to meet a president, if you are not a complete idiot, the immediate reaction should be the famous Lacanian lesson that a madman who believes he is king is no madder than a king who believes he is king. In other words, a king who believes he possesses an inherent king gene is implicitly mad. And the same goes for presidents. A president is a symbolical function, even if, or, especially if, he is from Germany, where Angela Merkel runs the game. In the end, I was pleasantly surprised. It was really interesting to chat with Mr. Gauck. He wasn't just kindly present waiting for the official program to end, but posed many different questions and showed interest in the Balkans. Although it was planned that culture had to be the main topic of our conversation, politics was in the air. Knowing him not only as an unverbesurlicher anti-communist, incorrigible anti-communist, as the Stasi described Gauck in their file on him, but also as a former Lutheran pastor and someone who seriously studied theology, at one point I asked him a question about the relation between theology and debt, with a political subtext, of course. The question was based on a manuscript from the 13th century cited by Jacques Le Goff. Usurers sin against nature by wanting to make money give birth to money, as a horse gives birth to a horse, or a mule to a mule. Usurers are in addition thieves, for they sell time that does not belong to them, and selling someone else's property, despite its owner, is theft. In addition, since they sell nothing other than the expectation of money, that is to say, time, they sell days and nights. 7. Le Goff offers a detailed analysis of how between the 12th and 15th century a caste of tradesmen developed from a small and despised group into a powerful force not only influencing social relations or even architecture, but first and foremost, social time. What is, according to Le Goff, the hypothesis of the trading activity? Exact timing, the accumulation of supplies in anticipation of famine, buying and selling at optimum moments. In other words, what Le Goff wants to show is that, before the emergence of usurers, in the Middle Ages, time still belonged to God, or to the Church, but today it is primarily the object of capitalist expropriation/appropriation. 8. Gauck's answer about the function of debt was this: it is a matter of responsibility. Unfortunately, at this precise moment, as much as I was tempted to do so, I was polite enough not to graze the symbolic function of the president anymore. The question I wanted to pose was, of course, the following one: is it the responsibility of the German bankers, or of the Greek citizens who depend on the credit? And it is not only a question about capitalist domination or financial speculation, it is a theological question par excellence. If our future is sold, then there is no future at all. And here we come to an interesting episode from recent Croatian history. When at the end of 2012 General Ante Gotovina, considered by many in Croatia as a war hero but 10 years ago the biggest obstacle to the European future of Croatia, was freed from the International Court of Justice in The Hague after 7 years of imprisonment, the first thing he did when he arrived back was give a speech at the Central Square in the capital of Croatia, where he offered a calm and terse message to the gathered crowd of 100,000 people: the war belongs to the past, let's turn to the future. Among primarily emotional and some nationalist reverberations, this was the most sober message. But only at first sight. Only a few days later, asked by a Serbian journalist about his stance towards the return of exiled Serbs to territories liberated by the Operation Storm, Oluja, the general answered, "This is still their home, and I don't have to invite them back, since you can't invite someone to his own home." He concluded with, "But let's turn to the future." The motive of the future as the main motto of the Free General was best summarized by his lawyer during a Croatian TV show. Asked what the general, now the single most popular person in Croatia, would do with his popularity, the lawyer answered succinctly, he will use his popularity to promote the future. He added that the acquittal didn't only justify the past, but also saved the future. Of course, what he forgot to add was that his future was business. Recently he invested in the gasification in his hometown Zadar, worth almost €800,000. So finally, after the war and all this international justice business, we can take what we were fighting for in war, democracy and a free market. The unavoidable irony of this hyperinflation of the future lies in the fact that never since the breakup of Yugoslavia and the end of the war was there so much public debate and discussion about the past, not about the future. Not only people on the streets, but distinguished political analysts declared that only now the war is over and that Croatia was finally free, which could only mean that until now all of us lived in the past. All of a sudden we were ejected into the future. Politicians, public intellectuals, newspapers, TV shows, all were full of confronting the past, resembling the period in Germany during the 1960s. On the one hand, what did the Operation Storm really mean? Now the Hague Tribunal verdict had made it clear it was legitimized as a liberation operation, and on the other hand, what crimes were still inflicted on the Serbian minority, since the generals were freed, who was now responsible for the crimes that did happen? Instead of falling into this trap of what Hegel would call die schlecht Unendlichkeit, once again all the endless debates were about who killed more people and whose actions and victims were more justified. The general focused himself on the future. But what does the future really look like? As happens in rare moments, history was condensed within just a few days. At the end of 2012 the Croatian public was surprised by two other judgments that are not only giving a new meaning to the past, but also determining the future. The first verdict was against the former Minister of Economy, Radomir Žižek, who caused a traffic accident with 2 fatalities in Hungary in 2010. Although the minister was fully aware that there was a high chance he would end up in jail, he was behaving as if this didn't concern him as the most important Croatian politician at that time. In a way, the fate of the country was held hostage by his past, because it was clear that he would be convicted. There was no future in his decisions or in his austerity and privatization strategy. The second verdict was a 10-year prison sentence for the former prime minister for war profiteering. Among other things, Ivo Sanader was found guilty because between 1994 and 1995, during the war, he conferred high interest rates on loans for Croatia, taking a commission of 5%, which was around 7 million shillings. In other words, what he did during the 1990s directly affected the future of Croatia, namely today's external debt. As we can see, the future didn't die during those 7 years when General Gotovina was in prison. The death of the future is inscribed in the very nation-building process. Yes, Croats fought in the war, and many fought really defending their homes and families, truly believing in a better Croatia. But at the same time, the ones who convinced them to fight for Croatia worked hard to steal the future. Senator setting high interest rates is the best example. And the other is the once state-owned oil company INA, which is now Hungarian. And there are a number of other cases, which date back to telecommunications, another once profitable industry that is now German, while all the doors are now open to privatization of the railway, energy sector, healthcare system etc. And here again we return to Gotovina and his promotion of the future. If you think that his vision of the future is an empty gesture without any content, think again. What did the general do right before the Croatians voted in the referendum on joining the EU? Although during his time in prison he hesitated to give any political messages, just a day before the EU referendum he urged all Croatian citizens to go to the referendum and vote for the European Union, and, to be sure the future would be certain, he himself voted in the Hague's prison cell. It is precisely this perspective which can give us a clear explanation of this hyperinflation of the future, which now gets a clear outline. Just a few days after his futuristic speech in Zagreb, he visited the coastal city of Zadar where he admitted that his vision of future was the European Union. Then, eventually, he released a dove of peace into the air. But doesn't the future seem a bit different? A long time ago, on one of Zagreb's facades stood a famous graffiti, "We don't have cash, how about MasterCard?" Namely, the translation of Gotovina is neither more nor less than cash. Today we have both, General Gotovina and MasterCard, but we don't have any cash, we live in an economy of debt. Here the insights of the Italian philosopher Franco Bifo Berardi, known for his thesis about semio-capitalism as the new form of capitalism, financialization as a process of sign-making, could be useful. In his book The Uprising, on poetry and finance, he claims that banking is actually about storing time. In a sense, in banks we are storing our past, but also our future. Bifo goes a step further and claims that German banks are full of our time. The German banks have stored Greek time, Portuguese time, Italian time, and Irish time, and now the German banks are asking for their money back. They have stored the futures of the Greeks, the Portuguese, the Italians, and so on. Debt is actually future time, a promise about the future nine. And if we now interpret the conversation with President Gauck, aren't precisely German or Austrian banks, among others, storing Croatian time as well? Most of the citizens, not only in Croatia, but in the whole region of the Balkans, are now highly indebted, owing money to foreign-owned banks that have spread around the Balkans and control its whole financial sector. According to some estimation, 75.3% of banks in Serbia, 90% are in Croatia and up to 95% are in Bosnia and Herzegovina actually belong to German, Italian, and French banks. 10 The integration of the Balkans into the EU already started 20 years ago. So, what we should do today is to repeat the famous slogan Danke Deutschland, but of course, in a cynical manner. When Germany recognized Croatia as an independent state in December 1991, a Croatian singer performed a song under the title Danke Deutschland on national television. Although the kitschy song actually wasn't very popular in Croatia, it clearly shows the prevailing atmosphere. This was the time when many villages and towns in Croatia had a Genscher Street or a Genscher Square, named after the German foreign minister, and even today there are some cafes having his name. As was expected, the song Danke Deutschland was immediately used, and played rather more often, in Serbia as a mean of counter-propaganda, which claimed this was further proof of the eternal relationship between Germany and Croatia, namely between the Third Reich and the Ustaša regime in Croatia. TV Belgrade went even so far as to play the clip for Danke Deutschland over filmed scenes of crowds greeting Germans in the middle of Zagreb at the beginning of the Second World War. Why is it so impossible to imagine such an enthusiasm regarding the enlargement of today's Europe? In an early text published during the war, in 1992, Slavoj Žižek developed the famous thesis that the Balkan ethnic dance macabre was actually a symptom of Europe, reminding us of a story about an anthropological expedition trying to contact in New Zealand a tribe which allegedly danced a terrible war dance in grotesque death masks. When the members of the expedition reached the tribe, they asked the village to perform it for them, and next morning the performed dance did in fact match the description. The expedition was very satisfied. They returned to civilization and published a much praised report on the savage rights of the primitives. But here comes the surprise: shortly afterwards, another expedition arrived at this tribe and they found out that this terrible dance actually didn't exist in itself at all. It was created by the Aborigines, who somehow guessed what the strangers wanted and quickly invented it for them, to satisfy their demand. In other words, the explorers received back from the Aborigines their own message. And, as you can guess, Žižek's point is that people like Hans Dietrich Genscher were the 1990s version of the New Zealand expedition. They act and react in the same way, overlooking how the spectacle of old hatreds erupting in their primordial cruelty is a dance staged for their eyes, a dance for which the West is thoroughly responsible. The fantasy which organized the perception of ex-Yugoslavia is that of the Balkans as the other of the West, the place of savage ethnic conflicts long ago overcome by civilized Europe, the place where nothing is forgotten and nothing learned, where old traumas are being replayed again and again, where symbolic links are simultaneously devalued, dozens of ceasefires broken, and overvalued, the primitive warrior's notions of honor and pride. 11 But far from being the other of Europe, ex-Yugoslavia was rather Europe itself in its otherness, the screen onto which Europe projected its own repressed reverse. And doesn't the same hold for the peripheral countries of Europe as well? Isn't Greece, soon joined by Croatia, today's mirror of Europe and all what is repressed in the center? On the one hand, considering the Balkans still as the other of the West, just before the entrance of Croatia to the EU, the European Commission engaged a London-based public relations agency, which usually worked for Coca-Cola, JP Morgan Chase and British Airways, at a cost of €20 million to break the myths and misconceptions about EU enlargement and to ensure Croatia's accession was smooth. 12 On the other hand, like the Aborigines of New Zealand, trying to fit into the Western fantasy, Croatia's government had to spend €600,000, just before the referendum on the EU, to convince the Croats they would soon become part of civilized Europe. Already these two details show that the enlargement of the EU is definitely not what it has been before. There is no optimism in the air anymore. And the true question still remains: what does Europe want? And whose responsibility is it for the current state of Europe? This is something this book will try to show, not only questioning the responsibility of the European elites but also rethinking the responsibility of the left. Slava Žižek. 3. When the blind are leading the blind, democracy is the victim. In one of the last interviews before his fall, Nicolae Ceausescu was asked by a Western journalist how he justified the fact that Romanian citizens could not travel freely abroad although freedom of movement was guaranteed by the constitution. His answer was in the best tradition of Stalinist sophistry: true, the constitution guarantees freedom of movement, but it also guarantees the right to a safe, prosperous home. So we have here a potential conflict of rights. If Romanian citizens were to be allowed to leave the country, the prosperity of their homeland would be threatened. In this conflict, one has to make a choice, and the right to a prosperous, safe homeland enjoys clear priority. It seems that this same spirit is alive and well in today's Slovenia, where, on December 19, 2012, the Constitutional Court found that a referendum on legislation to set up a bad bank and a sovereign holding would be unconstitutional, in effect banning a popular vote on the matter. The referendum was proposed by trade unions challenging the government's neoliberal economic politics, and the proposal got enough signatures to make it obligatory. The idea of the bad bank was of a place to transfer all bad credit from main banks, which would then be salvaged by state money, i.e. at taxpayers' expense, so preventing any serious inquiry into who was responsible for this bad credit in the first place. This measure, debated for months, was far from being generally accepted, even by financial specialists. So why prohibit the referendum? In 2011, when George Papandreou's government in Greece proposed a referendum on austerity measures, there was panic in Brussels, but even there no one dared to directly prohibit it. According to the Slovenian Constitutional Court, the referendum would have caused unconstitutional consequences. How? The court conceded a constitutional right to a referendum, but claimed that its execution would endanger other constitutional values that should be given priority in an economic crisis: the efficient functioning of the state apparatus, especially in creating conditions for economic growth, the realization of human rights, especially the rights to social security and to free economic initiative. In short, in assessing the consequences of the referendum, the court simply accepted as fact that failing to obey the dictates of international financial institutions, or to meet their expectations, can lead to political and economic crisis, and is thus unconstitutional. To put it bluntly, since meeting these dictates and expectations is the condition of maintaining the constitutional order, they have priority over the Constitution, and eo ipso state sovereignty. No wonder, then, that the court's decision shocked many legal specialists. Dr. Franz Buchar, an old dissident and one of the fathers of Slovene independence, pointed out that, following the logic the CC used in this case, it can prohibit any referendum, since every such act has social consequences. With this decision, the constitutional judges issued to themselves a blank check allowing them to prohibit anything anyone can concoct. Since when does the CC have the right to assess the state of economy or bank institutions? It can assess only if a certain legal regulation is in accord with the Constitution or not. That's it. There effectively can be a conflict between different rights guaranteed by Constitution. Say, if a group of people proposes an openly racist referendum, asking the people to endorse a law endorsing police torture, it should undoubtedly be prohibited. However, the reason for prohibition is in this case a direct conflict of the principle promoted by the referendum with other articles of the Constitution, while in the Slovene case, the reason for prohibition does not concern principles, but possible, pragmatic consequences of an economic measure. Slovenia may be a small country, but this decision is a symptom of a global tendency towards the limitation of democracy. The idea is that, in a complex economic situation like today's, the majority of the people are not qualified to decide. They are unaware of the catastrophic consequences that would ensue if their demands were to be met. This line of argument is not new. In a TV interview a couple of years ago, the sociologist Ralph Dahrendorf linked the growing distrust for democracy to the fact that, after every revolutionary change, the road to new prosperity leads through a valley of tears. After the breakdown of socialism, one cannot directly pass to the abundance of a successful market economy. Limited, but real, socialist welfare and security have to be dismantled, and these first steps are necessarily painful. The same goes for Western Europe, where the passage from the post-Second World War welfare state to new global economy involves painful renunciations, less security, less guaranteed social care. For Dahrendorf, the problem is encapsulated by the simple fact that this painful passage through the valley of tears lasts longer than the average period between elections, so that the temptation is to postpone the difficult changes for the short-term electoral gains. For him, the paradigm here is the disappointment of the large strata of post-communist nations with the economic results of the new democratic order. In the glorious days of 1989, they equated democracy with the abundance of Western consumerist societies, and 20 years later, with the abundance still missing, they now blame democracy itself. Unfortunately, Dahrendorf focuses much less on the opposite temptation. If the majority resist the necessary structural changes in the economy, would one of the logical conclusions not be that, for a decade or so, an enlightened elite should take power, even by non-democratic means, to enforce the necessary measures and thus lay the foundations for truly stable democracy? Along these lines, the journalist Fareed Zakaria pointed out how democracy can only catch on in economically developed countries. If developing countries are prematurely democratized, the result is a populism that ends in economic catastrophe and political despotism. No wonder that today's economically most successful third world countries, Taiwan, South Korea, Chile, embraced full democracy only after a period of authoritarian rule. And, furthermore, does this line of thinking not provide the best argument for the authoritarian regime in China? What is new today is that, with the financial crisis that began in 2008, this same distrust of democracy, once constrained to the Third World or post-communist developing countries, is gaining ground in the developed West itself. What was a decade or two ago patronizing advice to others now concerns ourselves. The least one can say is that this crisis offers proof that it is not the people but experts themselves who do not know what they are doing. In Western Europe we are effectively witnessing a growing inability of the ruling elite. They know less and less how to rule. Look at how Europe is dealing with the Greek crisis, putting pressure on Greece to repay debts, but at the same time ruining its economy through imposed austerity measures and thereby making sure that the Greek debt will never be repaid. At the end of October last year, the IMF itself released research showing that the economic damage from aggressive austerity measures may be as much as 3 times larger than previously assumed, thereby nullifying its own advice on austerity in the Eurozone crisis. Now the IMF admits that forcing Greece and other debt-burdened countries to reduce their deficits too quickly would be counterproductive, but only after hundreds of thousands of jobs have been lost because of such miscalculations. And therein resides the true message of the irrational popular protests all around Europe. The protesters know very well what they don't know. They don't pretend to have fast and easy answers, but what their instinct is telling them is nonetheless true, that those in power also don't know it. In Europe today, the blind are leading the blind. Srećko Horvat. 4. Why the EU needs Croatia more than Croatia needs the EU. When in late 2005 the accession negotiations between Croatia and the EU officially started, a leading Croatian liberal daily triumphantly published the following headline all over its front page: By Balkans. At that time, this was the prevailing and typical stance towards the European Union, some sort of self-fulfilling mythology of the Balkans as a region needing to be civilized by integration into the West. Only 8 years later, as Croatia finally becomes part of the European Union, neither the EU nor the Balkans has the same image anymore. Today's situation is somehow reminiscent of the famous joke about a patient whose doctor makes him choose whether to hear the bad or the good news first. Of course, the patient chooses first to hear the bad news. The bad news is you have cancer, says the doctor, but don't worry, the good news is you have Alzheimer's, so when you get home you will already have forgotten about the first predicament. Doesn't that sound just like the situation with Croatia's EU accession, where the bad news is that Croatia is experiencing a political and economic crisis, with corruption affairs erupting almost on a daily basis and unemployment rates rising as well, and the good news is, don't worry, you will enter the EU? A clear majority in favor of EU accession is how the teletext of the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation reported on the referendum in Croatia regarding the country's EU membership. And indeed, 2/3 of the votes cast said yes. But taking into account the historically low turnout in the referendum of 43%, this means that actually not more than 29% of the population entitled to vote spoke out in favor of EU accession. On the eve of Croatia's EU referendum, the former war general Ante Gotovina, recently released from his ICTY prison cell in The Hague, and who had once been the biggest obstacle to the Croatian negotiations with the EU, sent an epistle to the Croatian people urging them to vote in favor of the EU. At the same time, the two biggest Croatian parties, the Social Democrats, SDP, now in power, and the Conservatives, HDZ, the former ruling party, together with the Croatian Catholic Church, did everything to convince the voters that there is no alternative. Only a few days before the referendum, the foreign minister even went so far as to point out that pensions would not be paid unless the vote was yes. And, thanks to a yes campaign that cost around €600,000, the main arguments were a similar type of blackmail alternative, among which the most frequent was, if we don't enter the EU, we will stay in the Balkans. In such an atmosphere, it is no surprise that the referendum on Croatia's accession to the EU recorded the lowest turnout among all current member states. With an attendance of only 43% of its citizens, Croatia has beaten the previous record holder, Hungary, where the referendum was attended by 45%. One possible explanation was nicely formulated by Croatia's Prime Minister after the first official results: afraid that the referendum might fail, we changed the constitution, involuntarily echoing the famous proverb by Bertolt Brecht, when government doesn't agree with the people, it's time to change the people. Not only were the rules of the referendum indeed changed in 2010 because of the EU accession, but also other, legal, economic etc., things were settled beforehand. When, only 6 days after Mohamed Bouaziz's self-immolation which triggered the Arab Spring, 41-year-old TV engineer Adrian Sobaru attempted to commit suicide during the Romanian Prime Minister's speech in Parliament by throwing himself off the gallery dressed in a t-shirt saying, "You have killed our children's future. You sold us." Almost no one took this as an indication of what was going to happen in the European Union. Only a year later, thousands of Romanians protested against austerity measures, mainly provoked by the privatization of the healthcare system. Unlike at the time of the enlargement of the European Union in 2004 or 2007, there is no optimism in the air anymore, and yet, Croatia is joining the club. Only last year the EU was facing huge protests and several general strikes from Spain, Portugal, and Greece to England, Hungary, Romania and future member state Croatia. 13 And there is a new anti-democratic tendency in the EU, which does not only manifest itself in the success of right-wing movements, Golden Dawn, etc., and governments, Viktor Orban. An even bigger threat to democracy is the new technocrat elites in power, people who are actually provoking new nationalist tendencies and who all have one thing in common: they all worked for Goldman Sachs, people such as Mario Monti, Mario Draghi, or Lucas Papademos. Actually, the last one is the best example for what is wrong with the EU today. If we play with the etymological meaning of Papa, which means father and goodbye, at the same time you have a father of the people, Papademos, and someone who is saying goodbye to the people, Papademos. When we spoke about this weird congruity, Slavoj Žižek made a brilliant Hegelian synthesis: if you put the two together, you have neither more nor less than the mythology of Saturn who is eating all of its children, except Jupiter. Namely, Papa in Croatian and Slovenian language also means eating. 14. Actually, the Croatian referendum was another symptom of the EU's democratic deficit. We had a referendum after everything was already settled. We did not have a referendum in 2003, when Croatia applied for EU membership. We did not have a referendum in 2005, when Croatia officially opened negotiations with the EU. We did not even have a referendum in 2010, when our constitution and the rules of the referendum were changed because of future EU membership. In other words, today we are in a situation where we can only choose what was already chosen throughout these stages. The question, repeated continuously by the Croatian government, "What is the alternative?" already sounds like blackmail and is strangely reminiscent of the "there is no alternative" slogan made famous by Margaret Thatcher. And it is not by chance that we have a paradox here in the shape of an allegedly social democratic government actually putting forward neoliberal reforms faster and more efficiently than the former conservative government. Already now, as a plan to rescue the economy, this social democratic government is announcing gradual privatizations of highways and railways, the energy sector and even prisons. At the same time we witness the bizarre situation where the government is trying to convince the people that Croatia has to join the EU because, firstly, we will no longer be part of the Balkans anymore, and secondly, we will finally be part of the West. Sometimes it is enough to take a look at the path of the previous candidates who are now full members of the club, to see what sort of mythology haunts each new member state. In his provoking book Eurasis, a critique of the new Eurocentrism, Slovenian sociologist Mitja Velikonja made an extensive discourse analysis starting from the observation that the infinitely reproduced mantras of the new Eurocentric meta-discourse have caught on and became normalized within all spheres of social life, in politics, in the media, in mass culture, in advertising, in everyday conversations. In his own words, never during the one-party era of the uniformity of mind under Yugoslav totalitarianism did I see as many red communist stars as I saw yellow European stars in the spring of 2004, that is to say, under democracy 15. In short, what we have is a kind of virosis, therefore the neologism Eurosis. The pattern is always the same, according to the then Slovenian foreign minister. By joining the EU, Slovenia has come one step closer to the European center, European trends, European life, European prosperity, European dynamics, and the like. On the other hand, all things that are backwards, bad or outstand for, you can guess, the Balkans. Or, as one journalist said in the Spanish daily El País, by joining the EU, Slovenia escaped the Balkan curse. But if we take a closer look, Europe is Balkanized already, and, on the other hand, the Balkans is Europeanized as well. This can be best explained if we look at the main myth circulating in the Balkan region since Slovenia entered the EU and moving from one candidate to the other, finding its temporary resort in Croatia and waiting to transmigrate to other countries such as Montenegro or Serbia. The first myth is the one about corruption, the second on prosperity, and the third brings us to the recent Nobel Peace Prize. Here is the first myth: when we enter the EU, there will be less corruption. By now, almost everyone knows about the Hollywood-like story of Croatian ex-Prime Minister Ivo Sanader, escaping from Croatia and being caught on the highway near Salzburg. He was accused of several corruption affairs, including an Austrian bank, Hypo Alp Adria, and Hungarian oil company, MOL. In other words, without European partners, he couldn't be involved in these corruption affairs. The last discovery is a deal made between Sanader and Sarkozy, because of which Croatia's national carrier, Croatia Airlines, faces bankruptcy unless it can change a contract that was signed in 2008 by the former Prime Minister. Sanader struck a deal worth €135 million with the former French president, to buy 4 planes back in 2008 with Airbus France. Croatia Airlines didn't really need the planes, but it was Sanader's ticket to secure a meeting with Sarkozy, just before France took over the presidency of the Council of the EU. At the same time, Jacques Chirac was found guilty of corruption and the German president Christian Wolff had to resign because of alleged corruption. So much about the thesis there will be less corruption in the EU than in the Balkans. What we are facing here is a clear case of applying double standards, perfectly illustrated by a recent edition of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, where Commission President Barroso gave a big interview claiming we need more Europe, accompanied by a small piece of news that Romania won't get the green light to enter the Schengen zone. Why? Because of corruption. So speaking about reforms and monitoring, why isn't the same applied to the EU itself? And to take it to the extreme, why shouldn't new member states monitor the EU? And here we come to the second myth: when we enter the EU, there will be more prosperity. It is not difficult to dispute this myth. It's enough to look at the prosperity of pigs, or, as they have recently been called, the gypsy, an expression which, by the way, perfectly illustrates the actual significance of the periphery for the center. Croatia will not join the center, it will be part of the gypsy states. Recent statistics show that Croatia, with more than 50%, is the third country in Europe when it comes to youth unemployment, after Greece and Spain. As the Polish philosopher Jaroslaw Makowski noticed, until now, sociologists have focused on the so-called lost generation, but politicians had been wary of using the phrase, until Italian Prime Minister Mario Monti broke the conspiracy of silence, telling his young compatriots, "You're a lost generation." Or, more precisely, the truth, and unfortunately it's not a pleasant one, is that the promise of hope, in terms of transformation and improvement of the system, will be only for those young people who will come of age in a few years. Instead of precisely investing in young people, Monti even went so far to say that young people will have to get used to the idea of not having a fixed job for life, and added, which is moreover, monotonous. It is much nicer to change and accept new challenges. So on the one hand, as Makowski explains, you have the enraged youth, which we saw in action in London streets in summer 2011, the new poor facing a prospect of protracted unemployment or flexi jobs below their qualifications and ambitions, and on the other hand, although it is exactly the Erasmus generation that is Europe's last resort, education is being scrapped as part of austerity measures. 16 Maybe the time has come to paraphrase the famous saying by Max Horkheimer and say, anyone who does not wish to talk about neoliberalism, should also keep quiet on the subject of the EU. And the same goes for reforms in Croatia. Those who don't wish to talk about the reforms of the financial sector should also be quiet on the subject of all other, legal, human rights etc., reforms. Already more than 90% of banks in Croatia are Austrian, French, German, or Italian, and the Croatian Euro-compatible elites are trying to implement further neoliberal reforms portrayed as a necessary part of the EU accession process. And maybe this is what Mr. Barroso meant when he was saying that Croatia's accession to the EU will only strengthen the EU, with new privatizations and new capital flows. The third myth linked with the myth of prosperity is the following: when we enter the EU, there will be more stability. Or as one liberal Croatian intellectual put it before the referendum, for us the option is clear, either the Balkans or the civilized nations, and his colleague added, Eurosceptics are just bigoted obscurantists, maniacal patriots, fans of war criminals and tragicomic visionaries. This is the old myth, reinforced for example by Amir Kusturica's movies, which show the Balkans as a dark region only good enough for war crimes. It is the imaginary Balkans so well explained in Maria Todorov's classic book under the same title. But when the European Union got the 2012 Nobel Peace Prize for having contributed to the advancement of peace and reconciliation, democracy and human rights in Europe, it was exactly this myth which was repeated in the official press release by the Norwegian Selection Committee: the admission of Croatia as a member next year, the opening of membership negotiations with Montenegro, and the granting of candidate status to Serbia all strengthen the process of reconciliation in the Balkans. Here you have it again, a celebration of the European Union's mission civilisatris, although it was exactly the EU that failed to stop massacres like that in Srebrenica. However, it is not really necessary to discredit the Nobel Peace Prize. By the time Henry Kissinger got it, it was obvious that Orwell's famous credo "war is peace" had become a new motto for its awarding, a suspicion confirmed by the choice of Obama, who afterwards did not withdraw his troops from either Iraq or Afghanistan. Nevertheless, it is necessary to mention that one of the prerequisites for joining the EU is to be a part of NATO, not really known for strengthening the process of reconciliation if we have in mind the war in Libya or other places. Or take the recent war in Mali, where the EU is again sending troops to fight Islamic fundamentalism under the pretext that it is endangering European democracy. It is also worth mentioning that the current presidency holder of the Council of the EU is Cyprus, a still divided country, and that the Nobel Peace Prize is given in a country whose citizens twice refused EU membership. All in all, the myth of stability goes hand in hand with the myth of prosperity, as there is no real peace in Europe, but exactly the opposite, a permanent economic warfare going on in the Bay of Pigs. Is there any better proof than the submarine deals that helped sink Greece, the billions spent on buying German U-boats while the EU is pushing for deeper cuts in areas like health or education? So maybe the time has come to change the doctor joke and switch the roles. The bad news is that the EU is in a big political and economic crisis, with corruption affairs erupting almost on a daily basis and unemployment rates rising. The good news is that Croatia is entering the EU. It is precisely Croatia's accession, just like the Nobel Peace Prize, that should give new credibility and legitimacy to the European Union in its current state. In that sense, we could say that at this moment the EU needs Croatia more than Croatia needs Europe in the state it is currently in. Slava Žižek. 5. What does Europe want? On May 1, 2004, 8 new countries were welcomed into the European Union, but which Europe will they find there? In the months before Slovenia's entry to the European Union, whenever a foreign journalist asked me what new dimension Slovenia would contribute to Europe, my answer was instant and unambiguous: nothing. Slovene culture is obsessed with the notion that, although a small nation, we are a cultural superpower. We possess some agalma, a hidden intimate treasure of cultural masterpieces that wait to be acknowledged by the wider world. Maybe this treasure is too fragile to survive intact the exposure to the fresh air of international competition, like the old Roman frescoes in that wonderful scene from Fellini's Roma, which start to dissolve the moment that daylight reaches them. Such narcissism is not a Slovene speciality. There are versions of it all around Eastern Europe. We value democracy more because we had to fight for it recently, not being allowed to take it for granted. We still know what true culture is, not being corrupted by the cheap Americanized mass culture. Rejecting such a fixation on the hidden national treasure in no way implies ethnic self-hatred. The point is a simple and cruel one: all Slovene artists who made a relevant contribution had to betray their ethnic roots at some point, either by isolating themselves from the cultural mainstream in Slovenia or by simply leaving the country for some time, living in Vienna or Paris. It is the same as with Ireland. Not only did James Joyce leave home in order to write Ulysses, his masterpiece about Dublin, Yeats himself, the poet of Irish national revival, spent years in London. The greatest threats to national tradition are its local guardians who warn about the danger of foreign influences. Furthermore, the Slovene attitude of cultural superiority finds its counterpart in the patronizing Western cliché which characterizes the East European post-communist countries as retarded poor cousins who will be admitted back into the family if they can behave properly. Recall the reaction of the press to the last elections in Serbia where the nationalists gained votes. It was read as a sign that Serbia is not yet ready for Europe. A similar process is going on now in Slovenia. The fact that nationalists collected enough signatures to enforce a referendum about the building of a mosque in Ljubljana is sad enough. The fact that the majority of the population thinks that one should not allow the mosque is even sadder, and the arguments evoked: should we allow our beautiful countryside to be spoiled by a minaret that stands for fundamentalist barbarism, etc., make one ashamed of being a Slovene. In such cases, the occasional threats from Brussels can only appear welcome: show multiculturalist tolerance, or else. However, this simplified picture is not the entire truth. The first complication: the very ex-communist countries which are the most ardent supporters of the US war on terror deeply worry that their cultural identity, their very survival as nations, is threatened by the onslaught of cultural Americanization as the price for their immersion into global capitalism. We thus witness the paradox of pro-Bushist anti-Americanism. In Slovenia, the rightist nationalists complain that the ruling center-left coalition, though it is publicly for joining NATO and supporting the US anti-terrorist campaign, is secretly sabotaging it, participating in it for opportunist reasons and not from conviction. At the same time, however, it reproaches the ruling coalition for undermining Slovene national identity by advocating full Slovene integration into the Westernist global capitalism and thus drowning Slovenes in contemporary Americanized pop culture. The idea is that the ruling coalition sustains pop culture, stupid TV amusement and mindless consumption in order to turn Slovenes into an easily manipulated crowd, incapable of serious reflection and firm ethical stances. In short, the underlying motif is that the ruling coalition stands for the liberal communist plot. Ruthless, unconstrained immersion in global capitalism is perceived as the latest dark plot of the ex-communists, enabling them to retain their secret hold on power. Ironically, the nationalist conservatives' lament about the new emerging socio-ideological order reads like the old New Left's description of the repressive tolerance of capitalist freedom as the mode of unfreedom's appearance. This ambiguity of the Eastern European attitude finds its perfect counterpart in the ambiguous message of the West to post-communist countries. Recall the two-sided pressure the United States exerted on Serbia in the summer of 2003, U.S. representatives simultaneously demanded that Serbia deliver the suspected war criminals to the Hague Court, in accordance with the logic of the global empire which demands a trans-state global judicial institution, and to sign the bilateral treaty with the United States obliging Serbia not to deliver to any international institution, i.e., the same Hague Court, U.S. citizens suspected of war crimes or other crimes against humanity, in accordance with the nation-state logic. No wonder the Serb reaction is one of perplexed fury. And a similar thing is going on at the economic level. While pressuring Poland to open its agriculture to market competition, Western Europe floods the Polish market with agricultural products heavily subsidized from Brussels. How do post-communist countries navigate in the sea with conflicting winds? If there is an ethical hero of the recent time in ex-Yugoslavia, it is Ika Saric, a modest judge in Croatia who, in the face of threats to her life and without any visible public support, condemned General Mirko Norak and his colleagues to 12 years in prison for the crimes committed in 1992 against the Serb civilian population. Even the leftist government, afraid of the threat of the rightist nationalist demonstrations, refused to stand firmly behind the trial against Norak. However, just as the nationalist right was intimating that large public disorders would topple the government, when the sentence was proclaimed, nothing happened. The demonstrations were much smaller than expected and Croatia rediscovered itself as a state of the rule of law. It was especially important that Norak was not delivered to The Hague, but condemned in Croatia itself. Croatia thus proved that it does not need international tutelage. The dimension of the act proper consisted in the shift from the impossible to the possible. Before the sentence, the nationalist right with its veteran organizations was perceived as a powerful force not to be provoked, and the direct harsh sentence was perceived by the liberal left as something that we all want, but, unfortunately, cannot afford in this difficult moment, since chaos would ensue. However, after the sentence was proclaimed and nothing happened, the impossible turned into the routine. If there is any dimension to be redeemed of the signifier Europe, then this act was European in the most exemplary sense of the term. And if there is an event that embodies the cowardice, it is the behavior of the Slovene government after the outbreak of the Iraq-US war. Slovene politicians desperately tried to steer a middle course between US pressure and the unpopularity of the war with the majority of the Slovene population. First, Slovenia signed the infamous Vilnius Declaration, for which it was praised by Rumsfeld and others as part of the new Europe of the coalition of the willing in the war against Iraq. However, after the foreign minister signed the document, there ensued a true comedy of denials. The minister claimed that, before signing the document, he consulted the President of the Republic and other dignitaries, who promptly denied that they knew anything about it. Then, all concerned claimed that the document in no way supported the unilateral US attack on Iraq, but called for the key role of the United Nations. The specification was that Slovenia supported the disarmament of Iraq, but not the war on Iraq. However, a couple of days later, there was a bad surprise from the United States. Slovenia was not only explicitly named among the countries participating in the coalition of the willing but was even designated as the recipient of financial aid from the United States to its war partners. What ensued was pure comedy. Slovenia proudly declared that it did not participate in the war against Iraq and demanded to be struck from the list. After a couple of days, a new embarrassing document was received. The United States officially thanked Slovenia for its support and help. Slovenia again protested that it did not qualify for any thanks and refused to recognize itself as the proper addressee of the letter, in a kind of mocking version of "Please, I do not really deserve your thanks," as if sending its thanks was the worst thing the United States could do to us. Usually, states protest when they are unjustly criticized. Slovenia protests when it receives signs of gratitude. In short, Slovenia behaved as if it was not the proper recipient of the letters of praise that went on, and what we all knew was that, in this case also, the letter did arrive at its proper destination. The ambiguity of Eastern Europeans therefore merely mirrors the inconsistencies of Western Europe itself. Late in his life, Freud asked the famous question, "Was will das Weib?" What does woman want? admitting his perplexity when faced with the enigma of feminine sexuality. And a similar perplexity arises today, when post-communist countries are entering the European Union. Which Europe will they be entering? For long years, I have been pleading for a renewed leftist Eurocentrism. To put it bluntly, do we want to live in a world in which the only choice is between the American civilization and the emerging Chinese authoritarian capitalist one? If the answer is no, then the only alternative is Europe. The Third World cannot generate a strong enough resistance to the ideology of the American dream. In the present constellation, it is only Europe that can do it. The true opposition today is not the one between the First World and the Third World, but the one between the whole of the First and Third World, the American global empire and its colonies, and the remaining Second World, Europe. Apropos Freud, Theodore Adorno claimed that what we are getting in our contemporary administered world and its repressive de-sublimation is no longer the old logic of repression of the ID and its drives, but a perverse direct pact between the punitive superego and the ID's illicit aggressive drives at the expense of the ego's rational agency. Is not something structurally similar going on today at the political level, the weird pact between the postmodern global capitalism and the pre-modern societies at the expense of modernity proper? It is easy for the American multiculturalist global empire to integrate pre-modern local traditions. The foreign body that it effectively cannot assimilate is European modernity. Jihad and McWorld are two sides of the same coin. Jihad is already McJihad. Although the ongoing war on terror presents itself as the defense of the democratic legacy, it courts the danger clearly perceived a century ago by G.K. Chesterton, who, in his orthodoxy, deployed the fundamental deadlock of the critics of religion. Men who begin to fight the church for the sake of freedom and humanity end by flinging away freedom and humanity if only they may fight the church. The secularists have not wrecked divine things, but the secularists have wrecked secular things, if that is any comfort to them. Does the same not hold today for the advocates of religion themselves? How many fanatical defenders of religion started by ferociously attacking the contemporary secular culture and ended up forsaking any meaningful religious experience? In a similar way, many liberal warriors are so eager to fight anti-democratic fundamentalism that they will end by flinging away freedom and democracy themselves if only they may fight terror. They have such a passion for proving that non-Christian fundamentalism is the main threat to freedom that they are ready to fall back on the position that we have to limit our own freedom here and now, in our allegedly Christian societies. If the terrorists are ready to wreck this world for love of another world, our warriors on terror are ready to wreck their own democratic world out of hatred for the Muslim other. Some of them love human dignity so much that they are ready to legalize torture, the ultimate degradation of human dignity, to defend it. And, along the same lines, we may lose Europe through its very defense. A year ago, an ominous decision of the European Union passed almost unnoticed, the plan to establish an all-European border police force to secure the isolation of the Union territory and thus to prevent the influx of immigrants. This is the truth of globalization, the construction of new walls safeguarding the prosperous Europe from the immigrant flood. One is tempted to resuscitate here the old Marxist humanist opposition of relations between things and relations between persons. In the much celebrated free circulation opened up by global capitalism, it is things, commodities, which freely circulate, while the circulation of persons is more and more controlled. This new racism of the developed is in a way much more brutal than the racism of the past. Its implicit legitimization is neither naturalist, the natural superiority of the developed West, nor any longer culturalist. We in the West also want to preserve our cultural identity, but unabashed economic egotism. The fundamental divide is between those included in the sphere of relative economic prosperity and those excluded from it. What we find reprehensible and dangerous in US politics and civilization is thus a part of Europe itself, one of the possible outcomes of the European project. There is no place for self-satisfied arrogance. The United States is a distorted mirror of Europe itself. Back in the 1930s, Max Horkheimer wrote that those who do not want to speak, critically, about liberalism should also keep silent about fascism. Mutatis mutandis, One should say to those who decry the new US imperialism, those who do not want to engage critically with Europe itself should also keep silent about the United States. This, then, is the only true question beneath the self-congratulatory celebrations that accompany the extension of the European Union: what Europe are we joining? And when confronted with this question, all of us, new and old Europe, are in the same boat. Srećko Horvat. 6. Are the Nazis living on the moon? Recently in Bucharest, I came across an apparently innocent map of seminar rooms in the lift of the hotel where the conference on the national question in Central Eastern Europe was taking place. There it was, a little map of Europe, consisting of Berlin Room, Amsterdam Room, Paris Room, London Room, and others, promoting the diversity but at the same time unity of the European project. Is there a better imagining of the solved national question in the European Union? All countries living beside one another, happily and without conflict, each room with its own identity and activity, in one room a wedding party, in another an academic conference, in one a commercial promotion of a given product, in some other a focus group, and so on. And what is even better, you don't even have to leave the hotel, everything is here. Maybe the answer is given by another odd example, that of Costa Concordia, the famous cruise ship that hit a rock in the Tyrrhenian Sea in January 2012. Its name, Concordia, symbolized the harmony and unity between European nations, and the ship, just like the seminar rooms in the Romanian hotel, was comprised of 13 decks named after EU member states. Poland was the upper deck, followed by Austria, Portugal, Spain, Germany, France, etc. In the middle of the ship there was an atrium Europe with a London salon, Disco Lisbon, Berlin bar, etc. It's hard not to take into account the fact that Costa Concordia served as the setting for Jean-Luc Godard's socialism, which took it as a symbol for modern Europe, not a warship, or a speedboat, but a slow, huge, luxurious cruiser. For example, in the film, Alain Badiou is holding a lecture in front of an empty hall, and Patti Smith is wandering the decks with her guitar, but no one really cares. So, in a way, retroactively, the decks of Costa Concordia named after European countries and Godard's last film give us a possible picture of today's Europe. There is no real harmony and unity, just decay that inevitably leads to a disaster. Isn't the captain of Costa Concordia, who, the night before the accident, was spending his time in the company of beautiful women drinking expensive wine, also a metaphor of the current financial elites of Europe? Isn't the captain who left the ship before his passengers similar to those bankers, managers, and brokers from Goldman Sachs and the European Central Bank, who always leave the sinking boat on time, leaving the people to drown like they do today in Greece or elsewhere in southern Europe? On the one hand, the European Central Bank released more than 1,000 billion euros from December 2011, but not to save the people, but to again save the banks. On the other hand, we bear witness to a continuing of the shock therapy of austerity measures and structural adjustments in all European countries, from Greece and Romania, from Italy and Spain, and also Slovenia and Croatia. One of the consequences of this radical neoliberal turn is the rise of the extreme right and nationalism, which are increasingly mobilizing the working class. It's not by chance that the name of the extreme right party in the Czech Republic, infamous for organizing pogroms against Roma people, is the Workers' Party. As it shouldn't surprise us that the biggest surprise of the last Greek elections wasn't only Syriza, but the Golden Dawn, previously a marginal pro-fascist group that blames immigrants for bringing Greece into the crisis and for stealing the jobs of ordinary Greeks during the crisis. 17 In short, as a result of the financial crisis, the right and the extreme right camp are getting more and more powerful. Here is a typical illustration of this rhetoric: they have taken all our sovereign rights from us. We are just good enough for international capital to allow us to fill its money sacks with interest payments. 3 million people lack work and sustenance. The officials, it is true, work to conceal the misery. They speak of measures and silver linings. Things are getting steadily better for them, and steadily worse for us. The illusion of freedom, peace, and prosperity that we were promised when we wanted to take our fate into our own hands is vanishing. Only the complete collapse of our people can follow from these irresponsible policies. Isn't this a perfect description of Europe's current deadlock? Would you expect such a discourse from Syriza or from the Golden Dawn? The answer might be surprising. The author is no one else than Joseph Goebbels, and it's part of his text Wir fordern, We Demand, published in the fourth issue of Der Angriff, dated July 25, 1927.18. At first, this was a marginal newspaper using the motto "For the oppressed against the exploiters," and then, in 1933, it turned into the daily newspaper of the German Labor Front. In 1927, the circulation was around 2,000. In 1933, it was almost 150,000, and in 1944 around 306,000.19. What should not surprise us, but at the same time warn us, is the discourse, "We are just good enough for international capital to allow us to fill its money sacks with interest payments," and the reference to the working class, the official newspaper of the Labor Front. Just like the Golden Dawn at its inception, it was a completely irrelevant and ridiculous group of lunatics trying to use the financial crisis to gain support, yet step by step it turned into a powerful weapon of a totalitarian vision of Europe. Regardless of all political and economical parallels and predispositions between the financial crisis of 2008 and the crisis of 1929, we have to be careful when comparing the present-day situation to the historical moment when the Nazis came to power. Nevertheless, it might well be dangerous to dismiss the fact that, hand in hand with the current financial crisis, the right camp has once again raised the national question in order to divert attention from the real political, social, and economic situation. Here a comic science fiction film called Iron Sky, Timo Vorensola, 2012, could give us an unexpected lesson. It tells the story of Nazis who, after being defeated in 1945, fled to the moon, where they built a space fleet with which to return to conquer Earth in 2018. At first, in the lead-up to the final solution, two Nazis arrive on Earth in order to check that everything is ready, but no one believes them. Until their potential is discovered by a campaign manager who is desperately trying to figure out a presidential campaign for a politician who is an unambiguous parody of Sarah Palin. She realizes that the phraseology and discourse of the Nazis is exactly what can be sold during the crisis and can be used as a perfect tool for attracting more voters. In the end, when it's already too late, she finds out that the Nazis are really Nazis and that what they really want is to conquer Earth. This brings us back to today's predicament. In the late 1920s, gas chambers and all the atrocities performed by Nazis probably also seemed to be a science fiction scenario, like an invasion of Nazis from the moon does today. But if the comparison between Goebbels' discourse and contemporary extreme right tendencies looks like an exaggerated comparison, let me point to a recent experiment by two young unemployed Serbian playwrights who wanted to prove that it is possible to unite all political parties in Serbia using one of Goebbels' texts. In April 2012, applying for membership in the main Serbian parties, they sent a policy proposal for cultural politics in Serbia under the title Idea, Strategy, Movement. Their text and vision was very well accepted by all parties and they were immediately granted membership and were offered positions after the elections. What they did was very simple, they just used Goebbels' text knowledge and propaganda from 1928, changed a few sentences and applied it to the Serbian context. One political party even published the text on its official website. About the same time when the Serbian playwrights succeeded in proving that it was possible to effectively use Goebbels' propaganda today, a Croatian extreme right party tried to organize an international meeting of nationalists in Zagreb. Among others, the invited parties included the National Democratic Party from Germany, linked to the recent neo-Nazi murders there, the National Front from France, infamous for denying the Holocaust, and last but not least, the Hungarian Jobbik, which is probably the most bizarre component of the story, namely, Žižek tries to come up with a revision of the Trianon Treaty of 1920 which caused Hungary to lose its territories, including some parts of Croatia. So, you have a situation where Croatian nationalists are inviting Hungarian nationalists who want to see a big part of Croatian territory reincorporated into Greater Hungary. But it would be wrong to only laugh at these far-right absurdities. What was the first thing the Austrian politician Hans Christian Struch, infamous author of the slogans Mehr Mut für unser Wiener Blut, More Courage for Vienna's Blood, and Fremds tut niemanden gut, Foreign is no good, did after he won 26% at the Vienna elections in 2010? Together with other extremists he went for a team-building retreat, not to the Reichstag but to Israel, in order to build stronger connections with the ones who were once Hitler's foremost enemies and victims. Furthermore, in December 2010, they issued the Jerusalem Declaration, which affirmed Israel's right to exist and defend itself against Islamic terror. And, at Struch's invitation, Israeli Deputy Minister Ayub Kara subsequently visited Vienna. 20. And what is even more interesting, is that the strongest allies Struch had in Vienna were the growing Serbian immigrant community. In order to get rid of the unwanted immigrants such as Africans, Turks, and generally the Muslim population, one creates good immigrants, in this case the Serbs. And it shouldn't surprise us that one of the inspirations for Anders Breivik was none other than the Serbian war criminal, Radovan Karadzic. As he says in his Manifesto 2083, a European Declaration of Independence, I do condemn any atrocities committed against Croats and vice versa, but for his efforts to purge Serbia of Islam he will always be considered and remembered as an honorable crusader and a European war hero. 21. So, what appears today is a new kind of extreme right that doesn't hesitate to use all possible means in order to build a stronger movement. And instead of easily dismissing these absurd alliances, here we should remind ourselves of Walter Benjamin's important lesson that every fascism bears witness to a failed revolution. As we can see, the situation produced by ongoing financial crisis and imposed austerity measures is a fertile ground not only for a new accumulation of capital by the financial elites, but also for the rise of new nationalisms. Using workers' rights as the main weapon is not only the means of the left anymore. The difference between the right and between the left is, nevertheless, clear. The right is turning one working class against the other, the German against the Greek, the Austrian and the Greek against the immigrants, and so on, and uses the workers' discourse mainly to finally grab power. But former marginal and extremist groups are now becoming not only legitimate, but also legal parties. The Golden Dawn is not an exception anymore, but a rule. The Nazis don't have to hide on the dark side of the moon, they can calmly live on the earth, undisturbed. And what is needed now isn't only Syriza, but a united and strong European left. Slava Žižek. 7. The return of the Christian conservative revolution. The German expression Rückgängig machen, usually translated as annul, cancel, unhitch, has a more precise connotation, to retroactively undo something, to make it as if it didn't take place. The comparison between Mozart's Figaro and Rossini's Figaro operas makes this immediately clear. In Mozart, the emancipatory political potential of Beaumarchais' play survives the pressure of censorship. Think only of the finale, where the Count has to kneel down and ask for forgiveness of his subjects, not to mention the explosion of the collective Vive la Liberté, in the finale of Act 1 of Don Giovanni. The breathtaking achievement of Rossini's Barber should be measured by the standard. Rossini took a theatrical piece which was one of the symbols of the French bourgeois revolutionary spirit, and totally depoliticized it, changing it into a pure opera buffa. No wonder the golden years of Rossini were 1815 to 1830, the years of reaction, the years in which the European powers tackled the impossible task of the Ungeschehen, making it not happen, of the previous revolutionary decades. This is what Rossini did in his great comic operas. They try to bring back to life the innocence of the pre-revolutionary world. Rossini did not actively hate and fight against the New World, he simply composed as if the years 1789 to 1815 didn't exist. Rossini was therefore right to, almost, stop composing after 1830 and to adopt the satisfied stance of a bon vivant making his tourne d'as. This was the only properly ethical thing to do, and his long silence is comparable to that of Jan Sibelius, and, in literature, to those of Arthur Rimbaud and Dashiell Hammett. In so far as the French Revolution is the event of modern history, the break after which nothing was the same, one should raise here the question, is this kind of undoing, of diseventalization, one of the possible destinies of every event? It is possible to imagine the attitude of the fetishist split towards an event. I know very well there was no event, just the ordinary run of things, but, perhaps, unfortunately, nonetheless. I believe, there was one? And, an even more interesting case, is it possible for an event to be not directly denied but denied retroactively? Imagine a society which fully integrated into its ethical substance the great modern axioms of freedom, equality, democratic rights, the duty of a society to provide for education and basic health care of all its members. This society also rendered racism and sexism simply unacceptable and ridiculous, so that there is no need even to argue against, say, racism, since anyone who openly advocates racism is immediately perceived as a weird eccentric who cannot be taken seriously, etc. But then, step by step, although a society continues to pay lip service to these axioms, they are de facto deprived of their substance. Here is an example from ongoing European history. In the summer of 2012, Viktor Orban, the Hungarian rightist PM, said that in Central Europe a new economic system must be built. And let us hope that God will help us and we will not have to invent a new type of political system instead of this democracy that must be introduced for the sake of economic survival. Cooperation is a question of force, not of intention. Perhaps there are countries where things don't work that way, for example in the Scandinavian countries, but such a half-Asiatic ragtag people as we are can unite only if we are forced to. Point 22. The irony of these lines was not lost on some old Hungarian dissidents. When the Soviet army moved into Budapest to crush the 1956 anti-communist uprising, the message repeatedly sent by the beleaguered Hungarian leaders to the West was, "We are defending Europe here." Against the Asiatic communists, of course. Now, after communism has collapsed, the Christian conservative government paints Western multicultural consumerist liberal democracy as its main enemy, this being exactly what today's Western Europe stands for, and calls for a new, more organic communitarian order to replace the turbulent liberal democracy of the last 2 decades. In the latest installment of the saga of designating the enemy as the coincidence of opposites, plutocratic Bolshevik plot, etc., communists and liberal bourgeois Democrats are perceived as two faces of the same enemy. No wonder Orban and some of his allies repeatedly express their sympathies for the Chinese version of capitalism with Asian values, looking to Asian authoritarianism as the solution against the ex-communist threat. But we should approach this topic gradually, in a more systematic way, beginning with the obscene underside of a post-evental reality which undoes itself from within. According to legend, Alfred Hitchcock, himself a Catholic, was once driving through a small Swiss town. All of a sudden, he pointed his finger at something through the car window and said, "This is the most terrifying scene I've ever seen." A friend sitting at his side looked in the direction pointed at by Hitchcock with surprise. There was nothing outstanding out there, just a priest who, while talking to a young boy, put his hand onto the boy's arm. Hitchcock halted the car, rolled down the window and shouted, "Run, boy, save your life." While this anecdote could be taken as a display of Hitchcock's eccentric showmanship, it does bring us to the heart of darkness of the Catholic Church. We recall numerous cases of pedophilia that have shocked the Catholic Church, when its representatives insist that these cases, deplorable as they are the Church's internal problem, and display great reluctance to collaborate with police in their investigation. In a way, they are right. The pedophilia of Catholic priests is not something that concerns merely the persons who, due to incidental reasons of private history which bear no relation to the Church as an institution, happen to choose the profession of a priest. it is a phenomenon that concerns the Catholic Church in that it is inscribed into its very functioning as a socio-symbolic institution. It does not concern the private unconscious of individuals, but the unconscious of the institution itself. It is not something that happens because the institution has to accommodate itself to the pathological realities of libidinal life in order to survive, but something that the institution itself needs in order to reproduce itself. One can well imagine a straight, that is, not pedophiliac, priest who, after years of service, gets involved in pedophilia because the very logic of the institution seduces him into it. Such an institutional unconscious designates the obscene, disavowed underside that, precisely because it is disavowed, sustains the public institution. In the army, this underside consists of the obscene sexualized rituals of fragging, etc., which sustain the group solidarity. In other words, it is not simply that, for conformist reasons, the Church tries to hush up embarrassing pedophilic scandals. In defending itself, the Church defends its innermost obscene secret. What this means is that identifying oneself with this secret side is a key constituent of the very identity of a Christian priest. If a priest seriously, not just rhetorically, denounces these scandals, he thereby excludes himself from the ecclesiastic community. He is no longer one of us, in exactly the same way a citizen of a town in the south of the US in the 1920s, if he denounced the Ku Klux Klan to the police, excluded himself from his community, and therefore betrayed its fundamental solidarity. Consequently, the answer to the Church's reluctance should result in the realization that we are dealing with criminal cases and that, if the Church does not fully participate in their investigation, it is an accomplice after the fact, and moreover, the Church as such, as an institution, should be investigated with regard to the way it systematically creates conditions for such crimes. That is to say, what makes these crimes so disturbing is that they did not just happen in religious surroundings but that these surroundings were part of them, directly mobilized as the instrument of seduction. The seduction technique employs religion. Almost always some sort of prayer has been used as foreplay. The very places where the molestation occurs are redolent of religion: the sacristy, the confessional, the rectory, Catholic schools and clubs with sacred pictures on the walls, a conjunction of the over-strict sexual instruction of the Church, example on the mortal sinfulness of masturbation, when even one occurrence of which can, if not confessed, send one to hell, and a guide who can free one of inexplicably dark teaching by inexplicably sacred exceptions. The predator uses religion to sanction what he is up to, when calling sex part of his priestly ministry. Point 23. Religion is not just invoked in order to provide a frisson of the forbidden, i.e. to heighten the pleasure by making sex an act of transgression. On the contrary, sex itself is presented in religious terms, as the religious cure for the sin of masturbation. The pedophilic priests were not liberals who seduced boys by claiming that gay sexuality is healthy and permitted. In a masterful use of the reversal which Lacan calls point decapitan, they first insisted that the confessed sin of a boy, masturbation, really is mortal, and then they offered gay acts, say, mutual masturbation, i.e. something that cannot but appear as an even greater sin, as a healing procedure. The key resides in this mysterious transubstantiation by means of which the prohibiting law which makes us feel guilty apropos an ordinary sin is enacted in the guise of a much greater sin, as if, in a kind of Hegelian coincidence of the opposites, the law coincides with the greatest transgression. Therefore is the present U.S. politics, in its inherent structure, not a kind of political equivalent of the Catholic pedophilia? The problem of its new moral vigor is not just that morality is manipulatively exploited, but that it is directly mobilized. The problem with its appeal to democracy is that it is not simply hypocrisy and external manipulation, but that it directly mobilizes and relies on sincere democratic strivings. In the summer of 2012, there occurred in Slovenia an almost clinically pure display of the Catholic Church's obscenity. It involved two actors, the conservative Cardinal Frank Rode, a Slovene with a place in the highest ranks of the church nomenclature, and Alojza Run, The archbishop, who was first deposed by the Vatican and then even ordered to immediately leave Slovenia until accusations against him were clarified. Since Urun was very popular among ordinary Catholic believers, rumors started to circulate about the reasons for this extraordinarily harsh punishment. After a week or so of embarrassing silence, the church authorities grudgingly proclaimed that Urun was suspected of fathering an illegitimate child, an explanation which, for a series of reasons, was met with widespread disbelief. Firstly, rumors about Urun's claimed paternity had already been circulating for decades, so why had the church not taken measures years before when Urun was nominated the Archbishop of Slovenia? Secondly, Urun himself publicly proclaimed that he was ready to undergo a DNA, or any other, test in order to prove that he has no children. Last but not least, it is well known that, in the Slovene Church, a long struggle had been going on between conservatives, among them Rode, and moderates, among them Urun. But whatever the truth, the public was shocked by the double standards displayed by the Catholic nomenclature. While Urun was ordered to leave Slovenia due to the mere suspicion of fathering a child, the reaction of the Church was infinitely more soft in regards to the numerous cases of pedophilia among the priests. The cases were never reported to the police, the responsible priest was never punished but just moved to another part of Slovenia. There was pressure on the parents of the abused children to keep things under the carpet, etc. 24. What made things even worse was the open cynical realism displayed by Cardinal Rode. In one of his radio interviews, he said that statistically, this is an irrelevant problem, 1 or at the utmost 2 out of 100 priests had this kind of adventure. What immediately drew the attention of the public was the term kind of adventure being used as an euphemism for pedophilia. The brutal crime of raping children was thus presented as a normal display of adventurous vivacity, another term used by Rode, and, as Rode quipped in another interview, over 40 years, you would expect some small sins to occur, wouldn't you? This is Catholic obscenity at its purest. Instead of solidarity with the victims, the children, what we find beneath the morally upright posture is simply the barely concealed solidarity with the perpetrators in the name of cynical realism. That's how life is, we are all red under our skin, and priests can also be adventurous and vivacious. So in the end, the only true victims appear to be the Church and the perpetrators who themselves have been exposed to an unfair media campaign. The lines are thus clearly drawn. Pedophilia is ours, our own dirty secret, and as such normalist, the secret foundation of our normality, while fathering a child is a true violation to be ruthlessly rejected. A century ago, G.K. Chesterton summed it up in his book, Orthodoxy, unaware of the full consequences of his words, of course. The outer ring of Christianity is a rigid guard of ethical abnegations and professional priests, but inside that inhuman guard you will find the old human life dancing like children, and drinking wine like men, for Christianity is the only frame for pagan freedom. The perverse conclusion is unavoidable here. Do you want to enjoy the pagan dream of pleasurable life without paying the price of melancholic sadness for it? Choose Christianity. We can discern the traces of this paradox in the well-known Catholic figure of the priest, or nun, as the ultimate bearer of sexual wisdom. Recall what is arguably the most powerful scene of The Sound of Music. After Maria escapes from the Von Trapp family back to the monastery, unable to deal with her sexual attraction towards Baron Von Trapp, she cannot find peace there, since she is still longing for the Baron. In a memorable scene, the Mother Superior summons her and advises her to return to the Von Trapp family and try to sort out her relationship with the Baron. She delivers this message in a weird song, entitled Climb Every Mountain, whose surprising motif is, do it. Take the risk and try everything your heart wants. Do not allow petty considerations to stand in your way. The uncanny power of the scene resides in its unexpected display of the spectacle of desire, which renders the scene literally embarrassing. The very person whom one would expect to preach abstinence and renunciation turns out to be the agent of fidelity to one's desire. Significantly, when The Sound of Music was shown in, still socialist, Yugoslavia in the late 1960s, this scene, the 3 minutes of this song, was the only part of the film which was censored, cut out. The anonymous socialist censor thereby displayed his profound sense for the truly dangerous power of Catholic ideology, far from being the religion of sacrifice, of renunciation to earthly pleasures. In contrast to the pagan affirmation of the life of passions, Christianity offers a devious stratagem to indulge in our desires without having to pay the price for them, to enjoy life without the fear of decay and debilitating pain awaiting us at the end of the day. If we continue in this direction to the end, it would even be possible to sustain that therein resides the ultimate function of Christ's sacrifice. You can indulge in your desires and enjoy, because I took the price for it upon myself. In the perverse functioning of Christianity, religion is effectively evoked as a safeguard allowing us to enjoy life with impunity. Indeed, Lacan was right in turning around Dostoevsky's well-known dictum, "If there is God, then everything is permitted." Today, with the ever-growing number of cases of pedophilia in the Catholic Church, one can easily imagine a new version of the scene from The Sound of Music. A young priest approaches the abbot, complaining that he is still tortured by desires for young boys, and demanding further punishment. The abbot answers by singing "Climb Every Young Boy." One has to draw a further distinction here, between adult male homosexuality and pedophilia. Recent outbursts of homophobia in East European post-communist states should give us pause to think. In the gay parades which took place in recent years in Serbia and Croatia, in the cities of Belgrade and Split, the police were not able to protect participants who were ferociously attacked by thousands of violent Christian fundamentalists. How can one understand this wrath alongside the fact that the main force behind the anti-gay movement in Croatia is the Catholic Church, which is now well known for its numerous pedophilic scandals? A Croat gay activist sarcastically remarked that the error of the gays is that their partners are adult men and not children. It can be helpful to draw a parallel here with the army, another type of organized crowd mentioned by Freud in the same group with the church. From my own experience of military service in 1975, I remember the old, infamous Yugoslav People's Army being homophobic in the extreme. When someone was discovered to have homosexual inclinations, he was instantly turned into a pariah, treated as a non-person, and then formally dismissed from the army. Yet, at the same time, everyday army life was excessively permeated with the atmosphere of homosexual innuendos. 25. How is this weird coincidence of the opposites possible? The mechanism was described by Robert Fowler. As Freud observed, the very acts that are forbidden by religion are practiced in the name of religion. In such cases, as, for instance, murder in the name of religion, religion can also do entirely without miniaturization. Those adamantly militant advocates of human life, for example, who oppose abortion, will not stop short of actually murdering clinical personnel. Radical right-wing opponents of male homosexuality in the USA act in a similar way. They organize so-called gay bashings in the course of which they beat up and finally rape gays. The ultimate homicidal or homosexual gratification of drives can therefore also be attained, if it only fulfills the condition of evoking the semblance of a countermeasure. What seems to be opposition then has the effect that the X to be fended off can appear itself and be taken for a non-X. 26. What we encounter here is a textbook case of Hegelian oppositional determination. In the figure of the gay basher raping a gay, the gay encounters himself in its oppositional determination, i.e. tautology, self-identity, appears as the highest contradiction. This is the immanent contradiction at the very core of the Church's identity, making it the main anti-Christian force today. Legend says that when, in 1804, the Pope was approaching Napoleon to put the emperor's crown on his head, Napoleon took the crown from his hands and put it on his head alone. The Pope quipped back, "I know your aim is to destroy Christianity. But believe me, sire, you will fail. The Church has been trying to do this for 2000 years and still didn't succeed. With people like Cardinal Rode from Slovenia, we can see how the Church continues with its efforts, and there is no reason to rejoice at this sad fact. The Christian legacy is all too precious and, today, more pertinent than ever." Srećko Horvat. 8. In the land of blood and money, Angelina Jolie and the Balkans. When the world's most famous humanitarian philosopher publishes a panegyric on the directorial debut of the world's most famous Hollywood humanitarian actress, one shouldn't be surprised. Writing in the Huffington Post, Bernard Henry Levy described Angelina Jolie's directorial debut in The Land of Blood and Honey, 2011, a love story set against the background of the Bosnian War, as a film that, to borrow Goddard's expression, is not just a film, but a just film, rendering justice to the dead and honor to the survivors. Consider this Bosnian society that beheld, there, its most painful secret. Here is, suddenly, a great actress, and a great lady as well, who has used her prestige so that, for the first time, they might be allowed to raise their downcast heads. 27. In The Land of Blood and Honey, which opened at the Berlin Film Festival in February 2012 and arrived at ex-Yugoslavian cinemas shortly after, has not been met with quite the same degree of enthusiasm from certain quarters. From the outset, the film has generated controversy, including protests by Bosnian women, who are now praising the film, a plagiarism suit, death threats, and allegations that Serbian hackers had downgraded the film's internet ratings. Once Jolie's tour started, however, the film received huge media attention, at least in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia, with presidents, diplomats, and city mayors welcoming the Hollywood star as if she were another Clinton visiting our area again. The only difference is that Clinton never actually visited Zagreb in 1996, he just landed at the airport in his famous leather jacket and had a short conversation with the president. Jolie at least stayed in Zagreb for a few hours, visited the cinema and went straight back to the airport. It was a huge spectacle for a small country like Croatia and, of course, almost no one talked about the film itself. The film tells the story of Danijel, a soldier fighting for the Bosnian Serbs, and Ajla, a Bosnian Muslim who was involved with him before the war and is now a captive in the concentration camp he oversees. It's a bad repetition of the same good old story depicted most recently in The Reader, Stephen Daldry, 2008, and unforgettably in The Night Porter, Liliana Cavani, 1974. In short, it's a story about the perpetrator and the victim and a reversal of these perspectives as the story goes on. On the one hand, you have a war criminal, a concentration camp guard in The Reader, the former SS officer in The Night Porter, the Serbian officer in Jolie's film, and on the other hand, you have the victim, the boy who read to the concentration camp guard, the concentration camp survivor, the innocent Muslim woman in the Bosnian War. What all three films have in common is a fatal love affair between a criminal and an innocent victim, the only difference being that, in The Reader, the boy finds out 8 years later, when as a law student, he observes a trial of several women, including his former lover, accused of letting 300 Jewish women die in a burning church. Common to all these films is that the roles become less and less clear as the story develops. The best example is The Night Porter, where 13 years after the concentration camp, Lucia meets Maximilian again, who is now working at a Vienna hotel. Instead of exposing him, she falls back into their sadomasochistic relationship. The relationship is what Primo Levi, remembering the case of the Sonderkommando, the special units of camp inmates in charge of bringing their neighbors to the gas chambers, calls the gray zone, the zone in which the long chain of conjunction between victim and executioner comes loose. Or, as Giorgio Agamben puts it in his Remnants of Auschwitz, where the oppressed becomes oppressor and the executioner in turn appears as victim. A gray, incessant alchemy in which good and evil and, along with them, all the metals of traditional ethics reach their point of fusion. 28. The best expression of this new terra ethica was articulated by Michael in Bernhard Schlink's novel The Reader, on which the film was based. I wanted simultaneously to understand Hannah's crime and to condemn it. But it was too terrible for that. When I tried to understand it, I had the feeling I was failing to condemn it as it must be condemned. When I condemned it as it must be condemned, there was no room for understanding. But even as I wanted to understand Hannah, failing to understand her meant betraying her all over again. I could not resolve this. I wanted to pose myself both tasks, understanding and condemnation. But it was impossible to do both. 29 In other words, when we try to understand the crime, then we stop condemning it, and when we condemn, then we stop understanding it. So, what is missing in Jolie's film? First, the narrative is shallow and the characters are flat, except for in a few dialogues. We don't see all the horror of the characters' doubts ending in the abyss of the impossibility of distinguishing good and evil. What we have in The Land of Blood and Honey is exactly the opposite of Nietzsche's famous formula, that which is done out of love always takes place beyond good and evil. The Muslim woman betrays her lover, and her lover, the Serbian officer, kills her. In the film, there is no love that is superior to ethnic differences. Ejla chooses her Muslim side, and Danijel chooses his Serbian side. Instead of withdrawing into an isolated universe like the couple from The Night Porter, condemning themselves consciously and readily to a life without Muslims and Serbs, without food or essential supplies, they choose to remain faithful to the constructed difference, Serb/Muslim, against which they have been resisting. This brings us to the main ideological problem of the film. The film's intention is to blur the standard dichotomy of perpetrator-victim by telling the story of a Muslim woman who falls in love with a Serbian officer, yet it does precisely the opposite. There is no big tragedy. Ejla has no moral doubts like Michael in The Reader and is happy in her self-chosen cell, where she can paint and enjoy dinners with her partner. Danijel, meanwhile, is merely serving his father, a Bosnian Serb general. Here we have a superficial recreation of the old Oedipal complex, which is again deprived of its tragic dimension. When Danijel's father allows another soldier to rape Ejla, Danijel later kills the soldier, but instead of finally standing up to his father, he continues to serve him, in the end doing exactly what his father would wish him to do, kill his mistress. The only potentially subversive element of the film is the enunciation of the simple, perhaps even naive, word sorry. Instead of trying to find a solution together with his lover, why not the night porter solution of escaping to a deserted villa in the mountains above Sarajevo? Danijel merely repeats a castrated sorry, for the raped women in the camp he oversees, etc. Later, after revealing the shelter of Danijel and his Serbian unit, Ejla repeats the same excuse, izvini. Difficult as this is to imagine, surely Danijel would have tried to explain to Alja the reasons for his taking part in ethnic cleansing. This is the point of the film where the story resembles the ancient myth of Echo and Narcissus. Ejla, a Muslim, as Echo who, cursed by the jealous gods, is never allowed to speak for herself, like all the raped women in the camp, and condemned to repeat the ends of others' phrases, and Danijel, a Bosnian Serb, as Narcissus, who can see only his own image and ends up falling into a trap of his own making, aided by his father. There is a memorable part in Kirby Dick and Amy Ziering Kaufman's documentary Derrida in which Jacques Derrida explains this deadlock. In a certain way, she appropriates his language. In repeating the language of another, she signs her own love. In repeating, she communicates with him. She speaks her own name by just repeating his words. And as always with speech, one is blind. And at base, Echo blindly but quite lucidly corresponds to Narcissus. It's a story of love, after all. She corresponds to Narcissus who is also blind, because Narcissus realizes that he can only see himself, that it's only his own image he is seeing in the water. To see only oneself is a form of blindness. One sees nothing else. Echo and Narcissus then are two blind people who love each other. Now how do two blind people love each other? That's the question. 30. In repeating the word sorry, Ejla is responding to Danijel in his own words, and in repeating she communicates with him. Yes, she loves him, but she betrays him for the same reason that he betrayed her when he was allowing the atrocities, seeking forgiveness with a simple and meaningless sorry. The real subversion, maybe only this could have saved the film, would have been if Danijel had accepted her apology and gone on as if nothing had happened, as Ejla had done previously. Yes, I know we are following ideological constructs, that there are no real differences between Muslims and Serbs, and yes, I know that you were only doing your duty and that you wanted to protect your neighbors, but I still love you and I don't care about your betrayal because it's just another fall into the trap of ethnic hatred. What is missing in Jolie's film is exactly this tragic dimension of fatal love. The film thus not only misrepresents tragic love itself but also its potential to go one step further. This could be best illustrated by the strange case of Andrei Nikolaidis, the well-known Montenegrin writer. Nikolaidis was born and raised in Sarajevo, but managed to flee in 1992 and settle in Montenegro. A consistent anti-war activist and promoter of human rights, in 2004 Nikolaidis published a piece entitled The Executioner's Apprentice. In it, he denounced the Serbian director Emir Kusturica for having been one of Serbia's biggest media stars at a time when Milosevic's war propaganda supported people who had something stupid but patriotic to say and created news for people who were insensitive to human suffering, blind to their own guilt, and idiotic enough to believe in their own righteousness. 31 Nikolaidis was successfully sued by the Serbian director for libel. After several appeals he was forced to pay €12,000 in damages to Kusturica for causing mental anguish. In January 2012, Nikolaidis published a new text titled What is Left of Greater Serbia. In it, he dared to offer a completely different explanation of an attempted terrorist attack during the official celebration of the 20th anniversary of the Republika Srpska, one of the two main political entities of Bosnia and Herzegovina, famous for of its special ties agreement with Serbia. What followed was an unprecedented controversy that provoked a series of threats to Nikolaidis and even an official diplomatic dispute between Serbia and Montenegro. What was the problem? Nikolaidis had cited Walter Benjamin's famous proverb that there is no document of civilization which is not at the same time a document of barbarism, claiming that the political entity of the Republika Srpska was a product of genocide. It would have been a civilizational step forward, continued Nikolaidis, had the unsuccessful terrorist used the dynamite not because of national and ethnic hatred, but because he was a dissatisfied worker who understood that national and religious antagonism was just a mask under which the elite hides the basic antagonism of every society, class antagonism. 32 Soon after, a Serbian daily claimed on its front page that Nikolaidis was a terrorist who intended to kill the Serbian president and the patriarch of the Serbian Orthodox Church. Informed by journalists that Nikolaidis had recently received the European Union Prize for Literature, the president of Republika Srpska, Milorad Dodik, answered, "Feel free to quote me, fuck his literature." It was only a matter of time before Emir Kusturica would show up. When he did, he didn't resist describing Nikolaidis as a Montenegrin Taliban who encourages terrorism in the Balkans. Last but not least, Kusturica threatened to sue Nikolaidis again. It should be added that Kusturica and his no-smoking orchestra perform a song called Wanted Man, which is dedicated to none other than Radovan Karadzic, the first president of the Republika Srpska currently facing war crimes charges in The Hague. So, again, what's the problem? The problem is that the disputed paragraph in which Nikolaidis talks about a civilizational step forward is many things, but not nationalism. It opposes any sort of nationalism. The failed terrorist attack would have been a civilizational step forward, according to Nikolaidis, had the poor terrorist realized that it's not about national hatred but about class struggle. And this is exactly the biggest problem of Angelina Jolie's film. Once again we have the same old story about the Serbs and Muslims who couldn't live in one country, the story about war as the result of ethnic hatred and nationalism. At no point in the film is there even a trace of other causes for the fall of Yugoslavia, only old myths about Serbs proud of their role in defending Europe from the Muslims, etc. So when Bernard Henry Levy claims that the film is set in a blind spot in 20th century history, he is right, only that the blind spot is not the Bosnian War as such. Srebrenica is not only being used apropos of Syria as justification for humanitarian intervention, but has been, used for the last 2 decades all around the world. In other words, isn't Levy, who called on Sarkozy to demand intervention in Libya, himself obscuring the causes of such interventions. Might we not also pose the question, why Syria and not Israel? Why isn't Levy praising a film about the Israeli atrocities going on today in the West Bank, instead of a war that happened in the Balkans 20 years ago? Of course, we still feel the consequences of the war in all regions of ex-Yugoslavia, from Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina to Serbia and Kosovo. And, yes, Jolie's film was a big step in raising awareness about the estimated 50,000 Bosnian Muslim women and girls raped by Serbian forces during the first years of the war. 33 But if we conduct a simple experiment and move the film from Bosnia to any other war zone, removing the occasional references to Serbian ideology, wouldn't the film keep on functioning? That's the problem of In the Land of Blood and Honey. The only cause it can find for the conflict is ethnic hatred and sexual lust. Yet at the time of its Croatian premiere, the Minister of Finance was announcing new austerity measures and privations, not only in healthcare and social security but also in prisons. The same goes for the rest of the ex-Yugoslavian region, where war tycoons first used the chaos created by the war to rob, privatize, state companies and industries. There is not a single trace of this special unit in Jolie's film, and later where structural adjustments are being carried out officially and legally by the state. 34. When one Bosnian film critic said, Angelina Jolie's film is the best thing to happen to Bosnia and Herzegovina since the Dayton Agreement, one should reply by saying the opposite. What is finally needed for all ex-Yugoslavian countries is a land not of blood and honey but a land of blood and money, a film that would show how the atrocities were carried out not only in the name of the nation or ethnic belonging but, as always, in the name of money. Those, like Bernard Henry Levy, who think the film conveys the truth about the Yugoslavian war are either ignorant or deliberately conceal the real issue. They fall into the same trap as the Serbian soldier who killed his greatest love because, in the end, he started to believe the story told by his vicious father. In the end, what remains is not renewed interest in the war, but only the media spectacle and questions to Jolie such as, will you visit Croatia's beautiful coast next summer? Her answer, Brad is already looking at the photos and is interested. So much for Levy's blind spot. As the official slogan of the Croatian Tourist Board puts it, small country for a big holiday. Slava Žižek. 9. The Turkish March. The unofficial anthem of the European Union, heard at numerous political, cultural, and sporting public events, is the Ode und die Freude melody from the last movement of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, a true empty signifier that can stand for anything. In France, it was elevated by Romain Rolland into the humanist ode to the brotherhood of all people, the Marseillaise of humanity. In 1938, it was performed as the high point of Reichsmusiktage and later for Hitler's birthday, in the China of the Cultural Revolution, in the desire to reject European classics, it was redeemed as a piece of progressive class struggle, while in today's Japan, it has achieved cult status, being woven into the very social fabric with its alleged message of joy through suffering. Up until the 1970s, i.e. during the time when both the West and East German Olympic teams had to perform together, as one German team, the anthem played for the German gold medal was the Ode to Joy, while, simultaneously, the Rhodesian white supremacist regime of Ian Smith, which proclaimed independence in the late 1960s in order to maintain apartheid, also proclaimed the same song its national anthem. Even Abimael Guzman, the, now imprisoned, leader of the ultra-terrorist Sendero Luminoso, when asked what music he loved, mentioned the fourth movement of Beethoven's Ninth. So we can easily imagine a fictional performance at which all sworn enemies, from Hitler to Stalin, from Bush to Saddam, for a moment forget their adversities and participate in the same magic moment of ecstatic brotherhood. However, before we dismiss the fourth movement as a piece destroyed through social usage, as Adorno put it, let us note some peculiarities of its structure. In the middle of the movement, after we hear the main melody, the joy theme, in 3 orchestral and 3 vocal variations, at the first climax, Something unexpected happens which has bothered critics for the last 180 years since the first performance. At bar 331, the tone changes totally, and, instead of the solemn hymnal progression, the same joy theme is repeated in the Marşa Turca, Turkish march, style, borrowed from the military music for wind and percussion instruments that 18th century European armies adopted from the Turkish Janissaries. The mode at that point is that of a carnivalesque popular parade, a mocking spectacle. Some critics even compared the grunts of the bassoons and bass drum that accompany the beginning of the Marşa Turca to farts. And after this point, everything goes wrong. The simple solemn dignity of the first part of the movement is never recovered. After this Turkish part, and in a clear counter movement to it, the choral-like music, dismissed by some critics as a Gregorian fossil, seems to retreat into innermost religiosity and tries to render the ethereal image of millions of people kneeling down, contemplating in awe the distant sky and searching for the loving paternal God who must dwell above the canopy of stars. Überm muss ein lieber Vater wohnen. However, the music then seems to get stuck when the word muss, first rendered by the basses, is repeated by the tenors and altos, and finally by the sopranos, as if this repeated conjuring presents a desperate attempt to convince us, and itself, of what it knows is not true, making the line "a loving father must dwell" into a desperate act of beseeching, and thus attesting to the fact that there is nothing beyond the canopy of stars, no loving father to protect us and to guarantee our brotherhood. Yet the final cadenza is the strangest of them all, sounding not at all like Beethoven but more like a puffed-up version of the finale of Mozart's Abduction from the Seraglio, combining the Turkish elements with a fast Rococo spectacle. And let us not forget the lesson of Mozart's opera. The figure of the Oriental despot is presented there as a true enlightened master. The finale is thus a weird mixture of Orientalism and regression into late 18th century classicism, a double retreat from the historical present, a silent admission of the purely fantastical character of the joy of the all-encompassing brotherhood. If there ever was a music that literally deconstructs itself, this is it. No wonder that already in 1826, only 2 years after the first performance, some reviewers described the finale as a festival of hatred towards all that can be called human joy. What, then, is the solution? To shift the entire perspective and to render problematic the very first part of the fourth movement, things do not really go wrong only at the bar 331, with the entrance of the Marşa Turca, they go wrong from the very beginning. One should accept that there is something of an insipid fake in the very core of Ode to Joy, so that the chaos that enters after bar 331 is a kind of the return of the repressed, a symptom of what was wrong from the very beginning. What if we have overly domesticated the Ode to Joy? What if we got all too used to it as a symbol of joyful brotherhood? What if we should confront it anew, reject it for what is false in it? Does the same not hold for Europe today? After inviting millions, from the highest to the lowest, worm, to embrace, the second strophe ominously ends, but he who cannot rejoice, let him steal weeping away. /UNDWERs Nigekant, Der Stella Wienen sich aus dem Bund / the irony of Beethoven's Ode to Joy being the unofficial European anthem that it is that the main cause of today's crisis of the Union is precisely Turkey. According to most of the polls, the main reason behind those who voted no at the last referendums in France and Netherlands was their opposition to Turkish membership. The no can be grounded in rightist populist terms: no to the Turkish threat to our culture, no to the cheap Turkish immigrant labor, or in liberal multiculturalist terms, Turkey should not be allowed in because, in its treatment of the Kurds, it doesn't display enough respect for human rights. And the opposite view, the yes, is as false as Beethoven's final cadenza. So, should Turkey be allowed into the Union, or should it be left to steal itself weeping out of the Union, Bund? Can Europe survive the Turkish march? As in the finale of Beethoven's Ninth, what if the true problem is not Turkey, but the basic melody itself, the song of European unity as it is played to us by the post-political pragmatic technocratic elite of Brussels? What we need is a totally new main melody, a new definition of Europe itself. The problem of Turkey, The perplexity of the European Union with regard to what to do with Turkey, is not about Turkey as such, but the confusion about what Europe itself is. Where, then, are we today? Europe lies in the great pincers between America on the one side and China on the other. America and China, seen metaphysically, are both the same hopeless frenzy of unchained technology and of the rootless organization of the average person. When the farthest corner of the globe has been conquered technically and can be exploited economically, when any incident you like, in any place you like, at any time you like, becomes accessible as fast as you like, when, through TV live coverage, you can simultaneously experience a battle in the Iraqi desert and an opera performance in Beijing, when, in a global digital network, time is nothing but speed, instantaneity, and simultaneity, when a winner in a reality TV show counts as a great hero of a people, then, yes, there still looms like a specter over all this uproar the question, what for? Where to? And what then? Everybody who is minimally acquainted with Heidegger will, of course, easily recognize in this paragraph an ironic paraphrase of Heidegger's diagnosis of the situation in Europe from the mid-1930s, Einführung in die Metaphysik. There effectively is a need, among us Europeans, for what Heidegger called Auseinandersetzung, interpretive confrontation, with others as well as with Europe's own past in all its scope, from its ancient and Judeo-Christian roots to the recently deceased idea of the welfare state. Europe is today split between the so-called Anglo-Saxon model, which asks for acceptance of modernization, adaptation to the rules of the new global order, and the French-German model, which asks us to save as much as possible of the old European welfare state. Although opposed, these two options are two sides of the same coin, and our true path is neither to return to any idealized form of the past, these models are clearly exhausted, nor to convince Europeans that, if we are to survive as a world power, we should accommodate ourselves to the recent trends of globalization as fast as possible. Nor can the task be seen as what is arguably the worst option, the search for a creative synthesis between European traditions of globalization, with the aim being to achieve something one is tempted to call globalization with a European face. Every crisis is in itself an instigation for a new beginning, every collapse of short-term strategic and pragmatic measures, for financial reorganization of the Union, etc., a blessing in disguise, an opportunity to rethink the very foundations. What we need is a retrieval through repetition, Wiederholung through a critical confrontation with the entire European tradition. One should repeat the question, what is Europe, or rather, what does it mean for us to be Europeans, and thus formulate a new inception. The task is difficult, it compels us to take the great risk of stepping into the unknown, yet its only alternative is slow decay, the gradual transformation of Europe into what Greece was for the mature Roman Empire, a destination for nostalgic cultural tourism with no effective relevance. In his notes towards a definition of culture, the great conservative T.S. Eliot remarked that there are moments when the only choice is the one between sectarianism and non-belief, when the only way to keep a religion alive is to perform a sectarian split from its main corpse. This is our only chance today, only by means of a sectarian split from the standard European legacy, by cutting ourselves off the decaying corpse of the old Europe, can we keep the renewed European legacy alive. Sreko Horvat. 10. War and Peace in Europe, bei den Sorglosen. Non successi pensa, quanto sangue costa. No one thinks how much blood it will cost. Dante, Paradiso XXIX. Mr. Godet told me to tell you that he won't come this evening, but surely tomorrow, a boy said in Serbo-Croatian with a voice heavy with embarrassment and regret. In the theater, as the New York Times reports, the only sounds were from the street outside, of a United Nations armored vehicle thundering past on its steel tracks, and, from somewhere in the distance, the blast of a mortar shell. It was the year 1993. The audience sat stock still. Among them were surgeons from the city's main hospital, soldiers from the front, government officials who must juggle allotments of food for a population in growing hunger, people who have lost fathers and sisters and sons, and one man in a wheelchair, an actor before the war, who lost both legs when a mortar struck outside his home last summer. It was Sarajevo. When Susan Sontag decided to stage a production of Waiting for Godot, it was a clear message to Europe. Just 1 or 2 hours from the main European airports in Rome, Vienna, Berlin, and Paris, a city was bleeding to death. If Waiting for Godot was a play that achieved the almost impossible, a play in which nothing happens twice, then the Siege of Sarajevo, the longest siege of a capital city in the history of modern warfare, was further proof that in Europe nothing happens all the time. It wasn't for the first time that only a few hours away from the tragedy of some people, other people, in European capitals, were living calmly, comfortable and not even trying to think about what was happening out of their comfort zone. It is the year 2013. Hundreds of thousands of people are gathered to hear Obama's inaugural speech. Everyone is full of excitement, they believe it's a historical moment. And then Obama says, we, the people, still believe that enduring security and lasting peace do not require perpetual war. We will show the courage to try and resolve our differences with other nations peacefully, not because we are naive about the dangers we face, but because engagement can more durably lift suspicion and fear. And we must be a source of hope to the poor, the sick, the marginalized, the victims of prejudice, not out of mere charity, but because peace in our time requires the constant advance of those principles that our common creed describes: tolerance and opportunity, human dignity and justice. At the same time, when the Nobel Peace Laureate President gives his talk and the people showed the courage to try and resolve differences with other nations peacefully, the US drone aircraft was bombarding Yemen and Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Somalia. Here is a list, compiled by the organization Drone Swatch, of children killed by US drones in Pakistan. Noor Aziz 8. Abdul Wasit 17. Noor Syed 8. Vajid Noor 9. Syed Vali Shah 7. Aisha 3. Kari Alamzabe 14. Shoaib 8. Hayatullah Khan Mohammed 16. Tariq Aziz 16. Sanaullah Jan 17. Mazal Khan 8. Nasir Khan. Naeem Khan. Naeemullah. Mohammad Tahir 16. Azizul Wahab 15. Fazal Wahab 16. Jiyauddin 16. Mohammad Yunus 16. Fazal Hakim 19. Ilyas 13. Sohail 7. Asadullah 9. Khalilullah 9. Noor Mohammed 8. Khalid 12. Saifullah 9. Mashukjan 15. Nawab 17. Sultanat Khan 16. Zia Rahman 13. Noor Mohammed 15. Mohammad Yas Khan 16. Kari Alamzabe 14. Zia Rahman 17. Abdullah 18. Ikramullah Zada 17. Inayatur Rehman 16. Shabuddin 15. Yahya Khan 16. Rahatullah 17. Mohammad Salim 11. Shahjahan 15. Gul Sher Khan 15. Bakhmunir 14. Numair 14. Mashuk Khan 16. Isanullah 16. Lukman 12. Janadullah 13. Ismail 12. Tahsil Khan 18. Zairuddin 16. Kari Ishaq 19. Jamshed Khan 14. Alam Nabi 11. Kari Abdul Karim 19. Rahmatullah 14. Abdus Samad 17. Siraj 16. Saeedullah 17. Abdul Wari 16. Darvish 13. Amir said 15. Shaukat 14. Inayatur Rahman 17. Salman 12. Fazal Wahab 18. Bachar Rahman 13. Valiur Rahman 17. Iftikhar 17. Inayatullah 15. Mashuk Khan 16. Isanullah 16. Lukman 12. Janadullah 13. Ismail 12. Abdul Wari 16. Darvish 13. Amir said 15. Showkat 14. Inayatur Rahman 17. Adnan 16. Najibullah 13. Naeemullah 17. Hizbullah 10. Kitab Gul 12. Wilayakhan 11. Zabahullah 16. Shazad Gul 11. Shabir 15. Kari Sharifullah 17. Shafiullah 16. Nimatullah 14. Shakirullah 16. Talha 8. There is another list, which I witnessed after the Arab Spring in summer 2012. It was in Tunisia, in a small fishing village called Kaysibet el Mediani. Once the Almoravids had their forts here in order to fight against Christian intrusions in this part of the Tunisian coast. Today, many immigrants, looking for a better life, decide to sail on the waves of the Mediterranean Sea to the fortress Europe from this very shore. Many of them drown on their way, and those who succeed to escape from their misfortune often inhabit the banlieues in Paris or suburbs in Rome, selling souvenirs, working in restaurants or cleaning toilets, with the constant threat of deportation. To warn of a rapidly growing problem, in early July 2012 an initiative called Boats for People sent a ship from Palermo to Tunisia, with activists from Italy, Germany, France, Niger, Mali, and Tunisia who had decided to repeat that route often passed by immigrants. As a result of the conflict in Libya, almost 1 million people sought refuge in Tunisia, Egypt, Chad, and Niger, while the European Union, which supposedly just fought for human rights in Libya and now in Mali, adopted a repressive approach, through the border control agency Frontex, often leaving the poor refugees to drown. The war in Libya is supposedly over, but the war against immigrants continues. In 2012 alone, more than 1,000 immigrants died in the Mediterranean Sea. There at the shore of Kaysibet el Mediani we were waiting for the boats to arrive. More than 200 people gathered, including widows whose husbands or children never returned from the mythical Europe. At one point, a big list is stretched across the pier. A list of 16,175 documented deaths because of the Fortress Europe from January 1, 1993 to May 30, 2012, with the exact date of death, name, country of origin and manner of death. Most of them, however, don't even have names. NN from Afghanistan drowned after smugglers threw him from the boat just off the coast of Calabria. Alan Haydung Imina, one of the few whose name is known, from Burundi committed suicide in the Netherlands, because she feared that she could be deported with her 2 children. An immigrant from Egypt died from hypothermia. A boy from Afghanistan suffocated in a truck in which he had hid to avoid border control. Refugees from Macedonia drowned in the Rhine while trying to swim across the border between Austria and Switzerland. Najmia Karur, a 20-year-old Palestinian, committed suicide in prison in Berlin having been told she would be deported. A Kurdistan man was shot in front of a refugee camp in Dulman. During the 1990s, the list also includes many from Bosnia, Croatia, Serbia, and lately, the country of origin is often Kosovo. We can, for sure, find similar lists like this all over the world today. But to understand how it is possible that some people leave undisturbed while others are dying, we have to turn to an author who witnessed 2 world wars but didn't survive the second because he decided to take his own life. It is, of course, the Austrian writer Stefan Zweig. In his autobiography The World of Yesterday, Die Welt von Gestern, not only did he cover the biggest historical events of the first part of the 20th century, he described in detail how it was possible for Hitler to come to power. Just a few days before the eruption of the First World War, he discovered something strange. It was summer 1914, which was sommerlicher, more summery, than any summer before, says Zweig, and he describes the atmosphere. He was having a holiday in Baden, near Vienna, a small romantic city that was once Beethoven's favorite Sommeraufenthalt. In light summer dresses, gay and carefree, the crowds moved about to the music in the park. The day was mild, a cloudless sky lay over the broad chestnut trees. It was a day made to be happy in. The vacation days would soon set in for the adults and children, and on this holiday they anticipated the entire summer, with its fresh air, its lush green, and the forgetting of all daily cares. Of course we can pose the question, how could anyone have known the Bosnian Serb student Gavrilo Princip would shoot Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo and the First World War would break out? But what Zweig described so well in June 1914 repeated itself at the end of the war again. The best depiction of this carefreeness wasn't developed in Zweig's autobiography, but in an article which appeared under the title A Carefree Life in the New Free Press in 1918.35. It is a story about a visit to the Sorglosen, carefree people, in the Alps of St. Moritz, who live a luxurious life with fresh air. They laugh and ski, they play polo and hockey, and they dance. At the same time, Europe falls into rubble. The gypsy band fiddles away. 10,000 people die every day. Dinner is over and the masked ball begins. Widows sit shivering in all the chambers of the world. A bare-shouldered marquis steps forward, a masked Chinese opposite. Masks and more masks pour in. And truly, they are real, not a human face amongst them. The mirror sconces are lit. The dance commences, sweet, soft rhythms, while elsewhere ships sink into the deep and trenches are stormed. 36. So what we have here are not only people who enjoy the summer because they still don't know the assassination in Sarajevo would happen, these are people who know very well what they are doing, but they are doing it anyhow. This is the old formula of fetishist disavowal by Octave Manani, J.E. Sayesbian, Mais Quand Meme. After the First World War, Zweig was convinced such atrocities could never happen again. But the same pattern of carefreeness would repeat itself again. Just before the Second World War, Zweig noticed, my house in Salzburg lay so close to the border that with the naked eye one could view the Berchtesgaden mountain on which Adolf Hitler's house stood, an uninviting and very disturbing neighborhood. This proximity to the German border, however, gave me an opportunity to judge the threat to the Austrian situation better than my friends in Vienna. In that city the café observers and even men in the government regarded National Socialism as something that was happening over there and that could in no way affect Austria. 37. Doesn't this remind us of Sarajevo as well? Moreover, the biggest paradox doesn't lie in the fact that we don't know what is happening in a neighbor country, but sometimes we don't even know what is happening in our own country. A similar event occurred during the civil war in Croatia as well. Recently, a Croatian TV documentary showed a testimony by a war reporter who remembers the summer, which was maybe also sommerlicher than any summer before. People in Slavonia were having fun and swimming at baths, while he was returning from Vukovar where the war was already going on. On the one hand, you have people who are still not aware what is happening, or they know something, but can't believe in it. On the other hand, you have someone who is just returning from the horrors of a bloodbath and can't believe they can't believe. It is as if parallel worlds are living in close proximity, not knowing the other world exists, but with these small interruptions of the real. In an interview for the New York Times Book Review, published in July 1940, just 2 years before his suicide, Zweig, the author of the unforgettable love story From the Brief einer Unbekannten, Letter from an Unknown Woman, connects this problem of parallel worlds with the possibility of literature. How can the old themes still command our attention? A man and a woman meet, fall in love, have an affair, that sort of thing was once a story. One day it will be a story again. But how can we bear to live amidst such triviality with a clear conscience now? 38. He was writing about the tragedies of the Second World War, but couldn't the following words be applied to the 16,175 dead immigrants in the Mediterranean as well? On every ship, in every travel agency and at every consulate you can hear the tales of insignificant, anonymous people about adventures and odysseys that are no less dangerous and exciting than those of Ulysses. If someone, without altering a single word, were to print the documents of these refugees, it would yield hundreds of volumes of stories, each and every one of them more gripping and amazing than those of Jack London and Maupassant. 39. As we can see, what bothers Zweig is not only the fact that normal life continues in the capitals not touched by the war, but it is the same old doubt, expressed almost a decade later by Adorno: to write poetry after Auschwitz is barbaric. How can we still write fiction having all these destinies in front of us? Zweig goes even so far as to risk the hypothesis that all literature in the following years would have only a documentary character. We can't know whether Zweig would have changed his mind, if he had survived, but already in his Negative Dialectics, Adorno offered a revision of his own famous dictum, saying that perennial suffering has as much right to expression as a tortured man has to scream. It is exactly Salzburg, the city where Zweig lived from 1919 to 1933 at the Kapuzinerberg until he was forced to flee to London, in which another tragic figure of the 20th century took his own life. In 1978 Jean Amory committed suicide in the Salzburg Hotel, Österreichischer Hof. It is a tragic irony that today the hotel is named Hotel Sacher. On the one hand, you have the Homo Sacer, in Agamben's definition not only the traditional figure of Roman law who can be killed without the killer being regarded as a murderer, but also the best description of the Jews in the Holocaust, Amory, who survived Auschwitz, Buchenwald, and Bergen-Belsen. On the other hand, you have the Homo Sacer, the inhabitants of the famous hotel who don't even know what a heavy burden their fellow man carries all his life. And are not all of us the walking proof of such Homo Sacer who, undisturbed, enjoy today's Europe without borders and without war, although borders and wars exist simultaneously not only in faraway places, in Pakistan or Mali, in the Mediterranean Sea or in refugee camps, but on the corners of our capitals? Are we not being carefree when we speak about the united Europe, although a political, social, and economic war is happening every day, from the immigrants drowning on our shores or surviving in the suburbs of our cities, to the peripheral countries like Greece or Portugal, where more than 50% of young people don't have a job, from the European troops in Libya and Mali, to the divided island of Cyprus? And, inevitably, here we come to a recent book written by Robert Minnis under the title Der Europäische Landbote. 40. The Austrian writer went to Brussels to write a novel about the capital of the European Union, but instead of literature or fiction he returned with a manifest about a transnational democratic Europe. Here is the opening passage of the book: if you take a black pen and draw on a map of Europe all the political borders there have been in the course of written history, in the end the continent is covered by such a dense black web that it almost resembles a uniform black surface. Which black line on this black surface can logically be considered a natural border? If you then take a red pen and draw a line on this map linking the belligerents and marking the battlefields and front lines of every war that ever took place in Europe, the web of borders disappears completely beneath a field of red 40. In short, what we have here is the typical elaboration of Europe's legacy. It is a project mainly aimed at preserving peace. And Minnis shares the positions of Habermas: what is needed is a transnational democratic Europe. The only problem is that neither of them see the connection between the current economical path of the EU and its consequences. To detect the real problem, what we should do is to transform Minnis's passage into the following: if we use a black pen and on a map of Europe draw all the austerity measures, shock therapies and structural adjustments that have been made in the course of the last 20 years, since the fall of the Berlin Wall, what we will get in the end is a continent with such a black surface that it's almost completely black. Which black line on this black surface can be considered as a natural measure? When we use a red pen and draw all lost jobs, human degradation, and protests that have taken place in Europe only in the last couple of years, then the network of austerity measures completely disappears under the red-colored surface. What does it mean? The answer is simple, and we have tried to show it in all our arguments in this book. It is precisely the neoliberal path of the EU, with austerity measures and structural adjustments, which is leading to a permanent civil war, not only outside of the European borders where our soldiers are fighting for more democracy, but also inside of the European Union, from Greece and Spain, to Slovenia and Croatia. Non 6 si pensa. Slava Žižek. 11. Save us from the Saviars, Europe and the Greeks. Imagine a scene from a dystopian movie that depicts our society in the near future. Uniformed guards patrol half-empty downtown streets at night, on the prowl for immigrants, criminals, and vagrants. Those they find are brutalist. What seems like a fanciful Hollywood image is a reality in today's Greece. At night, black-shirt vigilantes from the Holocaust-denying neo-fascist Golden Dawn movement, which won 7% of the vote in the last round of elections, and had the support, it's said, of 50% of the Athenian police, have been patrolling the street and beating up all the immigrants they can find, Afghans, Pakistanis, Algerians. So this is how Europe is defended in the spring of 2012. The trouble with defending European civilization against the immigrant threat is that the ferocity of the defense is more of a threat to civilization than any number of Muslims. With friendly defenders like this, Europe needs no enemies. 100 years ago, G.K. Chesterton articulated the deadlock in which critics of religion find themselves. Men who begin to fight the church for the sake of freedom and humanity end by flinging away freedom and humanity if only they may fight the church. The secularists have not wrecked divine things, but the secularists have wrecked secular things, if that is any comfort to them. Many liberal warriors are so eager to fight anti-democratic fundamentalism that they end up dispensing with freedom and democracy if only they may fight terror. If the terrorists are ready to wreck this world for love of another, our warriors against terror are ready to wreck democracy out of hatred for the Muslim other. Some of them love human dignity so much that they are ready to legalize torture to defend it. It's an inversion of the process by which fanatical defenders of religion start out by attacking contemporary secular culture and end up sacrificing their own religious credentials in their eagerness to eradicate the aspects of secularism they hate. But Greece's anti-immigrant defenders aren't the principal danger, they are just a byproduct of the true threat, the politics of austerity that have caused Greece's predicament. The next round of Greek elections will be held on June 17, 2012. The European establishment warns us that these elections are crucial. Not only the fate of Greece, but maybe the fate of the whole of Europe is in the balance. One outcome, the right one, they argue, would allow the painful but necessary process of recovery through austerity to continue. The alternative, if the extreme leftist Syriza party wins, would be a vote for chaos, the end of the European world as we know it. The prophets of doom are right, but not in the way they intend. Critics of our current democratic arrangements complain that elections don't offer a true choice. What we get instead is the choice between a center-right and a center-left party whose programs are almost indistinguishable. On June 17, 2012, there will be a real choice, the establishment, New Democracy and PASOK, on one side, Syriza on the other. And, as is usually the case when a real choice is on offer, the establishment is in a panic, chaos, poverty and violence will follow, they say, if the wrong choice is made. The mere possibility of a Syriza victory is said to have sent ripples of fear through global markets. Ideological prosopopoeia has its day, markets talk as if they were persons, expressing their worry at what will happen if the elections fail to produce a government with a mandate to persist with the EU-IMF program of fiscal austerity and structural reform. The citizens of Greece have no time to worry about these prospects, they have enough to worry about in their everyday lives, which are becoming miserable to a degree unseen in Europe for decades. Such predictions are self-fulfilling, causing panic and thus bringing about the very eventualities they warn against. If Syriza wins, the European establishment will hope that we learn the hard way what happens when an attempt is made to interrupt the vicious cycle of mutual complicity between Brussels technocracy and anti-immigrant populism. This is why Alexis Tsipras, Syriza's leader, made clear in a recent interview that his first priority, should Syriza win, will be to counteract panic. People will conquer fear. They will not succumb, they will not be blackmailed. Syriza have an almost impossible task. Theirs is not the voice of extreme left madness, but of reason speaking out against the madness of market ideology. In their readiness to take over, they have banished the left's fear of taking power, they have the courage to clear up the mess created by others. They will need to exercise a formidable combination of principle and pragmatism, of democratic commitment and a readiness to act quickly and decisively where needed. If they are to have even a minimal chance of success, they will need an all-European display of solidarity, not only decent treatment on the part of every other European country, but also more creative ideas, like the promotion of solidarity tourism this summer. In his notes towards the definition of culture, T.S. Eliot remarked that there are moments when the only choice is between heresy and non-belief, i.e., when the only way to keep a religion alive is to perform a sectarian split. This is the position in Europe today. Only a new heresy, represented at this moment by Syriza, can save what is worth saving of the European legacy, democracy, trust in people, egalitarian solidarity, etc. The Europe we will end up with if Syriza is outmaneuvered is a Europe with Asian values, which, of course, has nothing to do with Asia, but everything to do with the tendency of contemporary capitalism to suspend democracy. Here is the paradox that sustains the free vote in democratic societies: one is free to choose on condition that one makes the right choice. This is why, when the wrong choice is made, as it was when Ireland rejected the EU constitution, the choice is treated as a mistake, and the establishment immediately demands that the democratic process be repeated in order that the mistake may be corrected. When George Papandreou, then Greek Prime Minister, proposed a referendum on the Eurozone bailout deal at the end of last year, the referendum itself was rejected as a false choice. There are two main stories about the Greek crisis in the media: the German European story, the Greeks are irresponsible, lazy, free spending, tax dodging, etc., and have to be brought under control and taught financial discipline, and the Greek story, our national sovereignty is threatened by the neoliberal technocracy imposed by Brussels. When it became impossible to ignore the plight of the Greek people, a third story emerged: the Greeks are now presented as humanitarian victims in need of help, as if a war or natural catastrophe had hit the country. While all three stories are false, the third is arguably the most disgusting. The Greeks are not passive victims, they are at war with the European economic establishment, and what they need is solidarity in their struggle, because it is our struggle too. Greece is not an exception. It is one of the main testing grounds for a new socio-economic model of potentially unlimited application, a depoliticized technocracy in which bankers and other experts are allowed to demolish democracy. By saving Greece from its so-called saviors, we also save Europe itself. Sreko Horvat. 12. I'm not racist, but the blacks are coming. In early February 2013, the Croatian daily newspaper, Jutarnji List, once again proved itself to a top purveyor of national inflammatory journalism. Following the asylum center case, being fought in Dugout, a suburb of Zagreb, the reporters published their exclusive research under the headline, "We're not racists, but the situation is uncomfortable. These people wander around aimlessly and stare at our girls." The issue started when the local hotel, until recently owned by Croatian Railways, was given over to the Ministry of the Interior and turned into an asylum center. These problems can best be described by the local residents themselves. One of them says, "If I knew that one day they would move a haven for asylum seekers here, I'd buy an apartment elsewhere. I'm not racist, but I get uneasy when I see groups of black men aimlessly wandering around the neighborhood and watching our children." 41. Another resident added, "It was very nice here until recently. No one warned us that the hotel would be turned into a refugee Afro community. Then suddenly these people of all races and customs started showing up. As I said before, I don't judge people by the color of their skin, but when someone comes directly from Africa to a European capital, he kind of stands out a little, you know. They are dressed in traditional African clothes, speak an incomprehensible language, roam our streets, often after midnight, and shouting to each other as if they were out in the bush. There's this one that constantly yelling, his voice is like a foghorn, horrible." And then we learned that the Porin Hotel was recently established as a new reception center for asylum seekers. A third source explained the essence of the problem: this summer, These tall black men came and stole our fruit from the trees. Of course, there are decent ones too, that ask nicely. But then in the middle of the night we hear the crashing of branches and came to find them jumping over the garden fence. Some of these black guys are 2 meters tall. He added that he was not a racist and that he has always wanted to travel Africa, which he considers the cradle of civilization. What is common to all of these statements? In each of them we can identify the form of fetishist denial that the French psychoanalyst Octave Manini described in the formula Je sais bien, mais quand même 42. As we know, fetishism is defined as the projection of desires and fantasies onto another object or body part, e.g. a fetish for shoes, in order to avoid the subject's confrontation with the castration complex. Even Freud argued that the fetishist is able at one and the same time to believe in his fantasy and to recognize that it is nothing but a fantasy. The problem is, however, that this recognition of the fantasy in no way reduces the power it has over the individual. Manini gives 2 practical examples that explain this very well. The first is from Freud's psychoanalytic practice and the other from his own. Freud once had a patient who was told by a fortune teller that his son-in-law would die of poisoning that summer. After the summer passed, the patient was taken on by Freud, and admitted, "I know very well that my son-in-law did not die, but still, the prophecy was so enjoyable." Another example can be seen in this incident. A telephone call that was for Manini was taken by somebody else who mixed up the name of the caller with the name of a poet friend whose visit Manini was expecting. Manini requested the person who answered the phone to ask the poet friend to come as soon as possible and so that they could have time for a drink before dinner. However, the person who rang the doorbell later was not the poet but a patient. After a brief silence, the satisfied patient admitted, "Yes, I knew very well that you were joking about a drink before dinner, but still, I was very pleased," and in the same breath he added, "especially since my wife thought you were being serious." Manini has immediately connected this with an example from Freud's short text on telepathy. What the shaman guessed rightly was the patient's unconscious, or, in this case, conscious desire. In this case the patient realized the mistake and gave up the fantasy that the psychoanalyst really called him for a drink before dinner, but his wife had made it easy for him, since she enabled him to live the fantasy through her. In one way, the patient has indeed been invited, at least in the eyes of his wife, even though he knew very well that this was not the case. And thus we return to the tenets of Dugave. Although none of them thought of themselves as a racist, their use of the structure of fetishist denial, "I know very well, but," clearly shows that they are. As Freud's patient in some way experienced the desired death of his son-in-law through the mistaken prediction, and just as Manini's patient recognized the mistaken phone call but still enjoyed his wife's belief that it was real, so our racists from New Zagreb, in denying their racism, prove that their racism is still alive. The statement "I am not racist, but black people roam the streets, stare at our children, steal our fruit, dress strangely, etc." reveals that they, whether they qualify as racists or not, are clearly bothered by the strange people and their strange habits. To really prove racism, we can use a single thought experiment. Let us assume that these statements were made about regular residents of Dugave and apply the same ideas to them: they roam the streets, steal our fruit, are very tall, etc. In other words, isn't what these black people do just the same as what the average Croat does? Although, of course, Croats do not steal. Or let us take another inversion that I owe to one particular asylum seeker, originally from Nigeria, a resident of the aforementioned asylum center. Commenting on the report from the daily newspaper and comments from local residents, he recalled his own experience of visits to schools to help educate the children about asylum seekers and other cultures. Apparently, it was very common for the children in elementary schools come up to him and touch his skin and hair, simply out of naivete and curiosity, because they had never seen a black African before. He also added that the same thing happened in Dugave. If immigrants had been staring at our girls, it was because there are no blondes in Nigeria or Afghanistan, and it was as simple as that. The fact that they roam the streets can be explained by the fact that none of them are able to get a job in Croatia, thereby invalidating another myth, they will steal our jobs, and the fact that they only socialize among themselves can be explained by the sad truth that none of them have been given the Croatian language lessons to which they are entitled by law and which would enable them to integrate with local Croats. This last episode explains exactly why such stories and fabricated scandals encourage even more hatred and racism. If there is no contact with the other, the possibility of understanding and learning is greatly reduced. Likewise, if the Croatian Interior Ministry, from 1997 to mid-2011, received about 2,000 applications for asylum and granted asylum to just 42 people, it's no wonder that the residents of Dugav will never know who these asylum seekers are, and whether they come from Afghanistan, Pakistan, or Palestine, not for fun or a desire to roam the streets and stare at our girls, but to escape places that are affected by the war and where life is unsustainable. In 2012, 1,193 people applied for asylum in Croatia alone, which is already 50% more than the year before. The largest increase is in seekers coming from Somalia, another country that has for almost 2 decades been hit by a bloody civil war, and a place that can boast of being the most dangerous country in the world. With Croatia joining the European Union, such statistics will only exacerbate and, unfortunately, we can expect not only more cases of fetishist denial of racism, but also the kind of open racism recently expressed by MEP Ruža Tomašić, who said that foreigners have no business in Croatia. Previously, there were the Serbs, and now there are the blacks. The present situation with the Golden Dawn in Greece is no longer a distant future, but a present that is just waiting to be mobilized through growing political engagement and actual violence against immigrants. Before the report published by Jutarnji List, the company Fade-In made an educational documentary called Being Different. Identity, Prejudice, and Violence, back in 2012.43. Here we can hear not only the usual racist prejudices, but also worrying signs of open racism. During interviews with the residents of Dugav, mothers, fathers, high school pupils and even a grandma, about their immigrant neighbors the following statements appeared: the blacks, sunbaked, they wear flip-flops in the winter, they aren't people like us, they come here only for our beautiful girls, beg for money and steal, I don't know why they came here, probably to get a job, and they will get one before you or I do, gently deport them back where they came from, I have no idea of where they put them. Jasenovac, World War II concentration camp, is not working, so I do not know where they take them and so on. Here we are no longer dealing with fetishist denial, I'm not racist, but with openly racist messages that include not only outrage against the other, but also contain a proposal to resolve the situation with deportation and concentration camps. Another bizarre event, this time from Italy, can reveal just how different immigrants are indeed from us, the so-called indigenous culture. In February 2009, Silvio Berlusconi's government decided to support the campaign against un-Italian meals in Italy, which is trying to persuade Italians to choose more local cuisine. The whole campaign started in Lucca, where the city government went so far as to prohibit the opening of stores selling foreign food within the walls of the old city. Almost simultaneously, the city of Milan brought in a similar law, in order to preserve local specialties from the increasing influence of ethnic cuisines. Of course, this culinary racism, like every form of racism, overlooks the fact that the term authentic Italian cuisine is extremely problematic. Most Italian cuisine, as explained by renowned chef Vittorio Castellani, is actually imported. Tomato sauce is a gift from Peru in the 18th century, and even spaghetti is believed to have been brought from China during the journeys of Marco Polo. Yet, despite these contradictions, culinary racism is not some excessive anomaly, but should be seen as an integral part of the general trend towards xenophobia and the continuing discrimination against immigrants. This campaign is already a powerful blow to the standard of many immigrants who earn their living by selling their food, which has become very popular because of its low cost, In Milan alone, there are nearly 700 ethnic restaurants. The campaign against non-Italian food, as well as a growing animosity toward immigrants as reflected in the increased policing on the streets or civilian night patrols in Trieste, have their origins in the so-called Bossi-Fini law, of 2002. The principle of that policy is that entry visas must be connected with an employment contract, and that termination of the contract of employment also terminates the visa validity. The Bossi-Fini law paved the way for today's police state that has reduced immigration to mostly seasonal migration. The Bossi-Fini law discussion on migration reminds us of the similar terminology of the restrictive laws on mobility introduced under fascism in 1939, which are exploited by the big Italian industrialists. The point is that employers now literally can blackmail many immigrants, since it depends on them whether their visas be extended or not. An additional problem with the Bossi-Fini law that it is at its core is based on one inherent contradiction, which is based on the relationship between legality and contract in a perfidious catch-22 situation. On the one hand, the immigrant cannot get a contract if he has no legal status. On the other hand, the immigrant may not have legal status if there is no contract. In this context, it is no wonder that in Italy there are only 8,000 immigrants, compared to 40,000 to 50,000 in France and Germany, respectively. Yet the Berlusconi administration continuously, by sending the army into the streets, initiating night patrols, banning ethnic food outlets, created panic, using what Arjun Apaturi calls the fear of small numbers. In this way, they seek to assure that the Italian way is threatened. Immigrants are the ones who rape our women, immigrants are the ones who are destroying authentic Italian food, who are stealing our jobs, etc. In parallel with the politics of fear are the increasing policing powers of the state and what Etienne Balibar calls institutional racism. 44 But perhaps racism is too strong a word. Balibar argues that racism has a history of three forms: anti-Semitism, colonialism and racism against blacks in the United States. There is internal racism, directed towards a minority or majority in some cases, such as in South Africa, and external racism, directed towards colonist peoples. However, Balibar does not consider racism the same as nationalism, since the construction of race transcends the boundaries of nation-states. Racism is in this sense a kind universalism, based on the universal nature of the human species in the sense that foreigners, immigrants, are not really people. They can drown in the sea, and if one of our people try to save them, then they will be punished. This is exactly what happens in Italy all the time. In the summer of 2009, a boat with 80 immigrants floated apparently unnoticed in the area between Lampedusa and Libya for almost 20 days. The Italian border police rescued 5 African immigrants, while the other 75 passengers died after they ran out of food and water. A certain Laura Boldrini from Ancre stated that every ship that passed these men, and did not help them, violated international maritime law. However, the catch is that every captain who might have saved the immigrants would have found himself in a dilemma. By not saving them, they violate maritime law, not to mention their own moral integrity, whereas if they saved them, then comes the issue at the port at which they dock with illegal immigrants. In September 2007, 7 Tunisian fishermen ended up in court in Sicily because they rescued 44 African migrants who would have otherwise drowned. They were threatened with a prison sentence of up to 15 years for aiding illegal immigrants. One night, the fishermen dropped anchor about 30 miles from the island of Lampedusa and went to sleep, only later to be woken by the screams from a small boat full of starving people, among whom were women and children. The captain decided to take them to the nearest port in Lampedusa, where the whole crew was then arrested. In contrast, some other fishermen who were in a similar situation apparently pushed the immigrants away with sticks, letting them drown. Here, then, we get a true picture of the present situation: those that help people facing death are arrested and convicted, and those who help these same people to die remain unpunished. Does all this sound like a dystopian scenario that has nothing to do with Croatia? In July 2012, For the first time in recent Croatian history, something similar occurred, although with a better outcome than in Italy. In the waters south of the island of Meljet, a boat without a driver was sighted, in which 65 Asian African immigrants were sheltered. Having set sail from Greece, and due to engine failure, the ship had spent 2 days drifting at sea. The immigrants were originally from Somalia, Egypt, Syria, and Afghanistan, and they wanted to be deployed on the Italian coast. Eventually they were brought into the port of Dubrovnik, where they were assisted. What this case shows in not only the quick reaction of the Croatian Coast Guard, but also the unpreparedness of the Croatian authorities, who have not yet built a reception center in Dubrovnik and who continually sweep the issue of immigration under the carpet. Croatia is, in fact, the EU country with the longest land border with countries that are not members, somewhat longer than that of Finland/Russia, 1.340 kilometers, and Greece/Turkey, 1.248 kilometers. Much of this border is shared with Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, and Montenegro. And instead of Italy, which is quite successful, and even violent, at fighting waves of immigrants, Croatian waters could easily become a new route for immigrants in search of the EU. What is happening here again reveals the hypocrisy of the European Union. The first reaction of the Italian government to the revolution in Tunisia in 2011, was to send additional navy units around Lampedusa in order to prevent a wave of new immigrants. Following the war that broke out in Libya, and initiated by France, the French Prime Minister François Fillon announced that France has liberated Benghazi and sent 2 planes of medical aid. At first glance, this seems like a wonderful gesture of solidarity, but do you know what Fillon's explanation was? That this was one of the measures taken to stop the wave of immigrants that threatens Mediterranean countries. As a result of the conflict in Libya, almost 1 million people sought refuge in Tunisia, Egypt, Chad, and Niger, while the European Union, which is supposedly fighting for human rights in Libya and other African Arab countries, adopted a repressive approach through the Agency for Border Control, Frontex, which intercepted migrants and often left them to drown. The war in Libya is supposedly over, but the war against immigrants continues. Since then, an average of 1,500 immigrants die every year in the Mediterranean. Until now, Slovenia was the one who regulated their neighbors, and the whole of the Balkans, at the border to the EU, but now it seems that Croatia will once again become the Antimural Europe, reminding us of its role as Antimural Christianitatis, a title that was given to Croatia in 1519 by Pope Leo X, in praise of its struggle against the Turks. Realizing that title anew before its entrance to the EU, Croatia has introduced a visa for Turkish citizens, as required by the EU, and causing Turkey to reciprocate in turn, by reintroduced visas for Croatian citizens. However, as in the cases of Romania and Bulgaria, we should know that joining the EU does not necessarily mean entering the Schengen zone. This is best confirmed by none other than Manuel Barroso, when at the end of 2012 he gave an interview to the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung titled "We Need More Europe." In addition to the interview, there was a small, barely noticeable piece of news: Romania is still not included in the Schengen zone. In short, as the terrified residents of Dugave stated, the blacks are coming, and the residents of the European Union are already fearful, knowing that the Croats are coming. Well, you know that when someone comes directly from Croatia to a European metropolis, he just stands out. Dressed in traditional Croatian clothes, and speaking a mostly incomprehensible language, they roam the streets, shouting to each other like they are in the bush. Slava Žižek. 13. Shoplifters of the world unite. Repetition, according to Hegel, plays a crucial role in history. When something happens just once, it may be dismissed as an accident, something that might have been avoided if the situation had been handled differently, but when the same event repeats itself, it is a sign that a deeper historical process is unfolding. When Napoleon lost at Leipzig in 1813, it looked like bad luck. When he lost again at Waterloo, it was clear that his time was over. The same holds for the continuing financial crisis. In September 2008, it was presented by some as an anomaly that could be corrected through better regulations etc. Now that signs of a repeated financial meltdown are gathering, it is clear that we are dealing with a structural phenomenon. We are told again and again that we are living through a debt crisis, and that we all have to share the burden and tighten our belts. All, that is, except the very rich. The idea of taxing them more is taboo. If we did, the argument runs, the rich would have no incentive to invest, fewer jobs would be created and we would all suffer. The only way to save ourselves from hard times is for the poor to get poorer and the rich to get richer. What should the poor do? What can they do? Although the riots in the UK were triggered by the suspicious shooting of Mark Duggan, everyone agrees that they express a deeper unease, but of what kind? As with the car burnings in the Paris banlieues in 2005, the UK rioters had no message to deliver. There is a clear contrast with the massive student demonstrations in November 2010, which also turned to violence. The students were making clear that they rejected the proposed reforms to higher education. This is why it is difficult to conceive of the UK rioters in Marxist terms, as an instance of the emergence of the revolutionary subject. They fit much better the Hegelian notion of the rabble, those outside organized social space, who can express their discontent only through irrational outbursts of destructive violence, what Hegel called abstract negativity. There is an old story about a worker suspected of stealing. Every evening, as he leaves the factory, the wheelbarrow he pushes in front of him is carefully inspected. The guards find nothing, it is always empty. Finally, the penny drops, what the worker is stealing are the wheelbarrows themselves. The guards were missing the obvious truth, just as the commentators on the riots have done. We are told that the disintegration of the communist regimes in the early 1990s signaled the end of ideology, the time of large-scale ideological projects culminating in totalitarian catastrophe was over. We had entered a new era of rational, pragmatic politics. If the commonplace that we live in a post-ideological era is true in any sense, it can be seen in this recent outburst of violence. This was zero-degree protest, a violent action demanding nothing. In their desperate attempt to find meaning in the riots, the sociologists and editorial writers obfuscated the enigma the riots presented. The protesters, though underprivileged and de facto socially excluded, weren't living on the edge of starvation. People in much worse material straits, let alone conditions of physical and ideological oppression, have been able to organize themselves into political forces with clear agendas. The fact that the rioters have no program is therefore itself a fact to be interpreted. It tells us a great deal about our ideological political predicament and about the kind of society we inhabit, a society which celebrates choice but in which the only available alternative to enforced democratic consensus is a blind acting out. Opposition to the system can no longer articulate itself in the form of a realistic alternative, or even as a utopian project, but can only take the shape of a meaningless outburst. What is the point of our celebrated freedom of choice when the only choice is between playing by the rules and self-destructive violence? Alain Badiou has argued that we live in a social space which is increasingly experienced as worldless. In such a space, the only form protest can take is meaningless violence. Perhaps this is one of the main dangers of capitalism. Although by virtue of being global it encompasses the whole world, it sustains a worldless ideological constellation in which people are deprived of their ways of locating meaning. The fundamental lesson of globalization is that capitalism can accommodate itself to all civilizations, from Christian to Hindu or Buddhist, from West to East. There is no global capitalist worldview, no capitalist civilization proper. The global dimension of capitalism represents truth without meaning. The first conclusion to be drawn from the riots, therefore, is that both conservative and liberal reactions to the unrest are inadequate. The conservative reaction was predictable. There is no justification for such vandalism. One should use all necessary means to restore order. To prevent further explosions of this kind we need not more tolerance and social help but more discipline, hard work, and a sense of responsibility. What's wrong with this account is not only that it ignores the desperate social situation pushing young people towards violent outbursts but, perhaps more important, that it ignores the way these outbursts echo the hidden premises of conservative ideology itself. When, in the 1990s, the conservatives launched their Back to Basics campaign, its obscene compliment was revealed by Norman Tabet: man is not just a social but also a territorial animal. It must be part of our agenda to satisfy those basic instincts of tribalism and territoriality. This is what Back to Basics was really about, the unleashing of the barbarian who lurked beneath our apparently civilized, bourgeois society, through the satisfying of the barbarian's basic instincts. In the 1960s, Herbert Marcuse introduced the concept of repressive desublimation to explain the sexual revolution. Human drives could be desublimated, allowed free rein, and still be subject to capitalist control, viz., the porn industry. On British streets during the unrest, what we saw was not men reduced to beasts, but the stripped-down form of the beast produced by capitalist ideology. Meanwhile, leftist liberals, no less predictably, stuck to their mantra about social programs and integration initiatives, the neglect of which has deprived second and third generation immigrants of their economic and social prospects. Violent outbursts are the only means they have to articulate their dissatisfaction. Instead of indulging ourselves in revenge fantasies, we should make the effort to understand the deeper causes of the outbursts. Can we even imagine what it means to be a young man in a poor, racially mixed area, a priori suspected and harassed by the police, not only unemployed but often unemployable, with no hope of a future? The implication is that the conditions these people find themselves in make it inevitable that they will take to the streets. The problem with this account, though, is that it lists only the objective conditions for the riots. To riot is to make a subjective statement, implicitly to declare how one relates to one's objective conditions. We live in cynical times, and it's easy to imagine a protester who, caught looting and burning a store and pressed for his reasons, would answer in the language used by social workers and sociologists, citing diminished social mobility, rising insecurity, the disintegration of paternal authority, the lack of maternal love in his early childhood. He knows what he is doing, then, but is doing it nonetheless. It is meaningless to ponder which of these two reactions, conservative or liberal, is the worse. As Stalin would have put it, they are both worse, and that includes the warning given by both sides that the real danger of these outbursts resides in the predictable racist reaction of the silent majority. One of the forms this reaction took was the tribal activity of the local, Turkish, Caribbean, Sikh, communities which quickly organized their own vigilante units to protect their property. Are the shopkeepers a small bourgeoisie defending their property against a genuine, if violent, protest against the system, or are they representatives of the working class, fighting the forces of social disintegration? Here too one should reject the demand to take sides. The truth is that the conflict was between two poles of the underprivileged, those who have succeeded in functioning within the system versus those who are too frustrated to go on trying. The rioters' violence was almost exclusively directed against their own. The cars burned and the shops looted were not in rich neighborhoods, but in the rioters' own. The conflict is not between different parts of society, it is, at its most radical, the conflict between society and society, between those with everything, and those with nothing to lose, between those with no stake in their community and those whose stakes are the highest. Zygmunt Bauman characterized the riots as acts of defective and disqualified consumers. More than anything else, they were a manifestation of a consumerist desire violently enacted when unable to realize itself in the proper way, by shopping. As such, they also contain a moment of genuine protest, in the form of an ironic response to consumerist ideology. You call on us to consume while simultaneously depriving us of the means to do it properly, so here we are doing it the only way we can. The riots are a demonstration of the material force of ideology, so much, perhaps, for the post-ideological society. From a revolutionary point of view, the problem with the riots is not the violence as such, but the fact that the violence is not truly self-assertive. It is impotent rage and despair masked as a display of force, it is envy masked as triumphant carnival. The riots should be situated in relation to another type of violence that the liberal majority today perceives as a threat to our way of life: terrorist attacks and suicide bombings. In both instances, violence and counter-violence are caught up in a vicious circle, each generating the forces it tries to combat. In both cases, we are dealing with blind passages à l'acte, in which violence is an implicit admission of impotence. The difference is that, in contrast to the riots in the UK or in Paris, terrorist attacks are carried out in service of the absolute meaning provided by religion. But weren't the Arab uprisings a collective act of resistance that avoided the false alternative of self-destructive violence and religious fundamentalism? Unfortunately, the Egyptian summer of 2011 will be remembered as marking the end of revolution, a time when its emancipatory potential was suffocated. Its gravediggers are the army and the Islamists. The contours of the pact between the army, which is Mubarak's army, and the Islamists, who were marginalist in the early months of the upheaval but are now gaining ground, are increasingly clear. The Islamists will tolerate the army's material privileges and in exchange will secure ideological hegemony. The losers will be the pro-Western liberals, too weak, in spite of the CIA funding they are getting, to promote democracy, as well as the true agents of the spring events, the emerging secular left that has been trying to set up a network of civil society organizations, from trade unions to feminists. The rapidly worsening economic situation will sooner or later bring the poor, who were largely absent from the spring protests, onto the streets. There is likely to be a new explosion, and the difficult question for Egypt's political subjects is who will succeed in directing the rage of the poor? Who will translate it into a political program, the new secular left or the Islamists? The predominant reaction of Western public opinion to the pact between Islamists and the army will no doubt be a triumphant display of cynical wisdom. We will be told that, as the case of non-Arab Iran made clear, popular upheavals in Arab countries always end in militant Islamism. Mubarak will appear as having been a much lesser evil, better to stick with the devil you know than to play around with emancipation. Against such cynicism, one should remain unconditionally faithful to the radical emancipatory core of the Egypt uprising. But one should also avoid the temptation of the narcissism of the lost cause. It's too easy to admire the sublime beauty of uprisings doomed to fail. Today's left faces the problem of determinate negation. What new order should replace the old one after the uprising, when the sublime enthusiasm of the first moment is over? In this context, the manifesto of the Spanish indignados, issued after their demonstrations in May, is revealing. The first thing that meets the eye is the pointedly apolitical tone. Some of us consider ourselves progressive, others conservative. Some of us are believers, some not. Some of us have clearly defined ideologies, others are apolitical, but we are all concerned and angry about the political, economic, and social outlook that we see around us: corruption among politicians, businessmen, bankers, leaving us helpless, without a voice. They make their protest on behalf of the inalienable truths that we should abide by in our society: the right to housing, employment, culture, health, education, political participation, free personal development and consumer rights for a healthy and happy life. Rejecting violence, they call for an ethical revolution. Instead of placing money above human beings, we shall put it back to our service. We are people, not products. I am not a product of what I buy, why I buy and who I buy from. Who will be the agents of this revolution? The indignados dismiss the entire political class, right and left, as corrupt and controlled by a lust for power, yet the manifesto nevertheless consists of a series of demands addressed at whom? Not the people themselves. The indignados do not, yet, claim that no one else will do it for them, that they themselves have to be the change they want to see. And this is the fatal weakness of recent protests: they express an authentic rage which is not able to transform itself into a positive program of socio-political change. They express a spirit of revolt without revolution. The situation in Greece looks more promising, probably owing to the recent tradition of progressive self-organization, which disappeared in Spain after the fall of the Franco regime. But even in Greece, the protest movement displays the limits of self-organization. Protesters sustain a space of egalitarian freedom with no central authority to regulate it, a public space where all are allotted the same amount of time to speak and so on. When the protesters started to debate what to do next, how to move beyond mere protest, the majority consensus was that what was needed was not a new party or a direct attempt to take state power, but a movement whose aim is to exert pressure on political parties. This is clearly not enough to impose a reorganization of social life. To do that, one needs a strong body able to reach quick decisions and to implement them with all necessary harshness. Srečko Horvat. 14. Do markets have feelings? Even in 1936, in his major work The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, Keynes imagined a fictional newspaper contest in which participants have to choose from 100 photographs 6 most beautiful women. The winner is the one whose 6 pictures come closest to the most popular combination of all participants' choices. It is not about how to choose the ones that are, according to the best personal assessment of the competitors, really the prettiest, nor those which the average opinion genuinely considers the most beautiful. Rather, we are concerned with third option, in which we dedicate our mind to predicting the average competitor's expected average of opinion. The trick, then, is not to choose the women who we think are the most beautiful, but to try to anticipate what others consider beautiful. According to Keynes, it's a similar situation in the stock exchange. The winner is not the one that makes the greatest investment, but the one that understands the psychology of the masses, which is to say the other players. In other words, the price of a stock is not determined by its fundamental value, but rather by the opinion of others as to the value of those shares. Over the 70 years that have passed since Keynes' thought experiment, capitalism has gone through several stages, while today it is completely dominated by so-called financialization. In short, what we have today is an economy that is not based solely on the financial sector, but one where the financial sector is impossible to separate from the language. Swiss economist Christian Marazzi shows that language is now essential for the functioning, and crisis, of today's capitalism, that the so-called financialization functions solely through communication, while the Italian philosopher Franco Berardi Bifo coined the term semio-capitalism to indicate the mode of production in which capital accumulation is achieved mainly through the production and accumulation of characters, hence the semi, which then produce value. Just look at any brokerage film, from The Cult of Wall Street to the recent margin call, in order to see that the buying and selling of stocks depends largely on rumors, speculation, and reputation, and that without communication there is no accumulation. Take Greece, even though in substantive terms nothing has changed, except that a government came into power, new democracy, that has accepted international loans. After the 2012 election we could again hear the stories of positive responses in the stock exchange as well as the most desired outcomes of the market. Similar things happen after each Euro summit. Markets today are becoming like human beings, they have expectations, can see, and above all react simply on the basis of words. If the banking scandal of summer 2012, under the title of LIBOR, London Interbank Offered Rate, taught us anything, it's not that banks ruthlessly rigged interest charges on each other when borrowing money, nor the revelation that banks manipulate business information and credit rating, and that apart from the British bank Barclays, other banks such as UBS, Citigroup, Deutsche Bank, HSBC, and JP Morgan Chase are very much involved in the story. We already knew that. The real story of LIBOR is nicely summed up by a text which appeared in the Wall Street Journal, and whose title says it all, LIBOR and the Destruction of Trust. Yes, the markets, in addition to all of those previously mentioned characteristics, are also dealing with trust. The main thesis of this article is the need to go back to a real economy. The problem, however, is that there is now no difference between the real and fictitious sectors, with the best proof being precisely LIBOR itself, not only because the markets have now lost confidence, but because LIBOR loans determine how banks approve end users, making this scandal very much to do with real life, in that it affects loans for homes and cars. In short, LIBOR is much more important than at first seems, perhaps even more important than Higgs boson, news of which, accidentally or not, flooded the world's press at the same time. More than anything else, including Keynes' experiment, an old film in which Peter Sellers played the role of a lifetime can probably best illustrate this current phase of semio-capitalism. In the film Being There, Hal Ashby, 1979, Sellers plays a gardener who cannot read or write, who after the death of his employers has to leave his home and enter real life. Out on the street, he is hit by the car of a wealthy woman, and thinking he was a shrewd businessman, she takes him back her home, where she lives with her wealthy, older husband. At dinner, the wealthy lobbyist asks Sellers, "What are your plans now, Mr. Gardener?" To which he honestly replies, "I would like to work in the garden." Thinking this is a metaphor, the interlocutor concludes, is not a true businessman working with seeds that would be productive. By chance, Sellers later finds himself in the company of an American president, where once again his story about gardening is perceived as ingenious metaphor for the economy. In the garden, growth has its season. First comes spring and summer, but then fall and winter. And then spring and summer again. That is precisely the point at which we find ourselves today. The current phase of financial capitalism completely abolished the distinction between fiction and real gardening and business, and we pay the price in our very real lives. And here we can find a valid response in the famous reply by Humpty Dumpty to Alice's question, "How can you make a word that means so many different things?" To which he replies, "The question is which is the Lord, and that's all." If one paraphrases this response, one could say that financial capitalism works by having authority over meaning, whereby through speculation, reputation, and even rumors, value is created. Aren't the recent Greek elections the best evidence that the real question is which is the Lord? After Greece secured a place in the quarter-finals with Germany at the European Football Championship, the popular joke asked whether Angela Merkel told the Greeks how many goals to let through. That many a true word is spoken in jest was confirmed at the Greek elections. Just the weekend before, the German Financial Times, setting a new practice in Germany and the international press, published an article in the Greek language, entitled "Resist the Demagogue," and warning Greek voters not to vote for the left-wing party, Syriza. With this, Angela Merkel told them not to vote for those who would not fulfill the agreement with Brussels and admitted that the imposed austerity measures in Greece should serve as an example for the whole Eurozone. German Finance Minister Wolfgang Schäuble joined her and advised the Greeks who to vote for. He further added that while he had great sympathy with the sufferings of the common man, he did not see an alternative to tightening their belts. Manuel Barroso sent out the same message when, as early as May, he resolutely declared that austerity measures have no alternative, while George Osborne warned of dire consequences if Greece leaves the Eurozone. The British historian, Niall Ferguson, even went so far to compare the situation in Greece with the Cuban Missile Crisis. The day after the elections, newspapers triumphantly raved, "Disaster avoided, Europe is saved, and the world is relieved," while not shying away from phrases such as positive responses from stock markets around the world and the outcome that the markets most wanted to see. At the same time, at the G20 meeting in Mexico, the then Italian Prime Minister, Mario Monti, welcomed the victory of New Democracy, adding that it allows us to imagine a more optimistic future for Europe and the Euro. Indeed, these headlines and Monti's message clearly show us in whose interests the forming of a pro-European government in Greece really was. Immediately after the election results, the euro rose to the highest level in that month, while growth was also felt in the Asian and American stock exchanges. The battle was not won by Europe or Greece, the battle was won by the markets. As always. But did Syriza really lose? Firstly, we should remember that in the 2009 elections, Syriza had only 4% of the vote, while only a few years later, it won 17%, and in the last election it gained 27%. Secondly, we should be aware that the New Democracy Party won just 3% more votes. In this context, is not all the demagogic force of the German and international media, along with the politicians and bankers, also the best proof that, to paraphrase the Communist Manifesto, all the European powers already recognized Syriza as a force? In other words, isn't Syriza's success or failure the best indicator that the time for austerity measures is ticking away rapidly but not rapidly enough? And is the point of the thesis put forward by Paul Krugman, that it might not be a bad thing that Syriza didn't form a government, because if the current austerity policy, according to the American Nobel Prize winner and the theories of other, not just Keynesian, economists, experiences a complete fiasco, the new Greek government will be discredited in the end, and it is in some ways better than if the fault lies with the radicals. Yet what is really radical, are the underlying austerity measures that are dragging down Spain and Portugal and Ireland, and that despite their clear failure, are being further implemented and imposed. In the last interview with Jacques Derrida, given just 2 months before his death, he nicely summarized today's problem of Europe. Europe is under an obligation to take on a new responsibility. I'm not talking about the European Union as it is today, or the one conceived by today's neoliberal majority, but a Europe that is coming. Although it did not win, it was Syriza that heralded a new direction. And if nothing else, that has shown that even if we don't achieve political change, then at least a discursive change, in order to say, no, we will not pay. Even the director of the European Central Bank, Mario Draghi, now admits that a fiscal pact will not work without a development pact, while the director of the IMF, Christine Lagarde, warns that one should choose the right balance between austerity and growth. What the elections in Greece have shown is that austerity measures do not lead to growth, moreover, that structural reforms could endanger the stability of not only the country that is affected by them. Remember the picture of the 77-year-old pensioner killed in April 2012 at Syntagma Square in front of Parliament, but of the entire Eurozone as such. Is it not paradoxical that it is precisely because of the austerity measures the EU is losing its geopolitical position, clearly illustrated by the Greek port of Piraeus losing its business to China? What the Greek elections showed us, on the one hand, was the end of the neoliberal consensus, because such was Syriza's success that it proved the objection to the eagerly implemented austerity measures and advocated the revision of the debt, while on the other hand it proved the rise of fascism, and even its legalization under parliamentary democracy. A no less important lesson from the Greek elections is that the direct democracy that was practiced in Syntagma and during the occupation in New York City and beyond is no longer sufficient. It is necessary in order to create pressure and for people to confirm the weakness of representative democracy through direct action, but to a priori cancel each parliamentary struggle in this way can also pave the way for the fascists. And here we have a kind of paradox. Syriza would not have managed to win so many votes if it were not for direct democracy and the whole movement on the streets and shops of Greek cities these last few years, nor can austerity measures be stopped only with protests. We need both, which takes us right back to Derrida, who, at a time when the phrase almost sounds like a curse or a bad joke, doesn't hesitate to use the words "we Europeans," without meaning the creation of Europe as a military superpower, protecting the market and the other half in balance with other geopolitical blocs, but rather to a Europe that will sow the seeds of a new post-globalization politics. Should that Europe that is coming then be seen as the democracy which is to come, la démocratie à venir? If there are two types of future, as Derrida believes, la future, that future that is in some ways predictable and expected, and l'avenir, one that is totally unexpected and therefore the only real future, then Europe should be viewed from two perspectives. One that is predictable, present-day Europe, is the Europe of further austerity measures, the changing of collective agreements, of new privatization, layoffs, falling purchasing power, the abolition of the welfare state, etc. Europe that is still to come would be, according to Derrida, la démocratie à venir, not some future Europe that will one day be present, because that Europe cannot exist in the present, but a Europe that is in accordance with the ambiguity of this perceived future, the plain foreseeable future tense and l'avenir, which literally means to come, just like the Messiah who comes both for the first time and is returning. It is the unpredictable future, the only real future, but it is also the idea of Europe, which despite all the neoliberal distortions still means or can mean something, or as Derrida says in L'autre cap. Suivi de la démocratie Journe, 1991, it is the name of Europe which, despite Eurocentric illusions and pretensions, is still worth fighting for, bearing in mind the tradition of the Enlightenment, but also an awareness of guilt and responsibility for the totalitarian, genocidal, and colonial crimes of the past. The future of Europe now lies in a choice between that simple future tense and that l'avenir, the arrival of Europe which, despite the inability of anticipation as the true guarantor of true future, is nevertheless anticipated and expected. Slava Žižek. 15. The courage to cancel the debt. Maurizio Lazzarato 45 provides a detailed analysis of how, in today's global capitalism, debt works across a whole range of social practices and levels, from nation-states down to individuals. The hegemonic neoliberal ideology endeavors to extend the logic of market competition to all areas of social life, so that, for example, health and education, or even political decisions, voting, themselves, are perceived as investments made by the individual in his or her individual capital. In this way, the worker is no longer conceived merely as labor power, but as personal capital making good or bad investment decisions as he moves from job to job and increases or decreases his/her capital value. This reconceptualization of the individual as an entrepreneur of the self means a significant change in the nature of governance, a move away from the relative passivity and enclosure of disciplinary regimes, the school, the factory, the prison, as well as from the biopolitical treatment of the population, by the welfare state. How can one govern individuals who are conceived as autonomous agents of free market choices, i.e. as entrepreneurs of the self? Governance is now exercised at the level of the environment in which people make their apparently autonomous decisions, risks are outsourced from companies and states to individuals. Through this individualization of social policy and privatization of social protection through its alignment with market norms, protection becomes conditional, no longer a right, and is tied to individuals whose behaviors are thus opened up for evaluation. For the majority of people, being an entrepreneur of the self refers to the individual's ability to deal with outsourced risks without having the necessary resources or power to do so adequately. Contemporary neoliberal policies produce a human capital or entrepreneur of the self more or less indebted and more or less poor but always precarious. For the majority of the population, becoming an entrepreneur of the self is limited to managing one's employability, one's debts, the drop in one's salary and income and the reduction in social services according to business and competitive norms. 46. As individuals become poorer through the shrinkage of their salary and the removal of social provision, neoliberalism offers them compensation through debt and by promotion of shareholding. In this way, wages, or deferred salaries, pensions, don't rise, but people have access to consumer credit and are encouraged to provide for retirement through personal share portfolios. People no longer have a right to housing but have access to housing/mortgage credit. People no longer have a right to higher education, but can take out student loans. Mutual and collective protection against risks are dismantled, but people are encouraged to take out private insurances. Without replacing all existing social relationships, the creditor-debt nexus thus comes to overlay them. Workers become indebted workers, having to pay back their company shareholders for employing them. Consumers become indebted consumers. Citizens become indebted citizens, having to take responsibility for their share of their country's debt. Lazzarato relies here on Nietzsche's idea, developed in his On the Genealogy of Morals, that what distinguished human societies, as they moved away from their primitive origins, was their capacity to produce a human able to promise to pay others back and to recognize their debt towards the group. This promise grounds a particular type of memory oriented to the future. I remember I owe you, so I will behave in ways that will allow me to pay you back, and thus becomes a way of governing future conducts. In more primitive social groups, debts to others were limited and could be discharged, while with the coming of empires and monotheisms, one's social or divine debt become effectively unpayable. Christianity perfected this mechanism. Its all-powerful God meant a debt that was infinite. At the same time, one's guilt for non-payment was internalized. The only way one could possibly repay in any way was through obedience, to the will of God, to the Church. Debt, with its grip on past and future behaviors and with its moral reach, was a formidable governmental tool. All that remained was for it to be secularist. This constellation gives rise to a specific type of subjectivity characterized by moralization and specific temporalization. The indebted subject practices two kinds of work: salaried labor as well as the work upon the self that is needed to produce a subject who is able to promise, to repay debts, and who is ready to assume guilt for being an indebted subject. A particular set of temporalities are associated with indebtedness. To be able to repay, to remember one's promise, one has to make one's behavior predictable, regular, and calculating. This not only militates against any future revolt with its inevitable disruption of the capacity to repay, it also implies an erasure of the memory of past rebellions and collective resistances with their lot of disrupted time and unpredictable behaviors. This indebted subject is constantly opened up to the evaluating inspection of others, individualist appraisals and targets at work, credit ratings, individual interviews for those in receipt of benefits or public credits. The subject is thus compelled not only to show that he or she will be able to repay debt, and to repay society through the right behaviors, he or she also has to show the right attitudes and assume individual guilt for any failings. This is where the asymmetry between creditor and debtor becomes palpable. The indebted entrepreneur of the self is more active than the subject of the previous more disciplinary modes of governance. However, deprived as he is of the ability to govern his or her time, or to evaluate his or her own behaviors, his or her capacity of autonomous action is strictly curtailed. In case it might seem that debt is simply a governmental tool suited to modulating the behavior of individuals, it should be noted that similar techniques can apply to the governance of institutions and countries. Anyone following the unfolding, slow-motion car crash that is the current crisis could not but be aware of how countries and institutions are under constant evaluation, by credit rating agencies for example, have to accept moral fault for their previous errors and self-indulgence, and have to commit to future good behavior that will ensure that, no matter what cuts have to be made in the body of their social provision, or their workers' rights, they will be able to repay the lending agents. Pound of flesh. 47. The ultimate triumph of capitalism thus occurs when each worker becomes its own capitalist, the entrepreneur of the self who decides how much to invest in his/her own future, education, health, etc., paying for these investments by getting indebted. The rights to education, healthcare, housing, etc., thus become free decisions to invest, which are formally at the same level as the banker's or capitalist's decision to invest in this or that company, so that, at this formal level, everyone is a capitalist getting indebted in order to invest. We are here a step further from the formal equality between the capitalist and the worker in the eyes of the law. Now they are both capitalist investors. However, the same difference in the physiognomy of our dramatis personae, which, according to Marx, appears after the exchange between labor and capital is concluded, reappears here between the capitalist investor proper and the worker who is compelled to act as the entrepreneur of the self. The one smirks self-importantly and is intent on business, the other is timid and holds back, like someone who has brought his own hide to market and has nothing else to expect but a tanning 48, and he is right to remain timid. The freedom of choice imposed on him is a false one, it is the very form of his servitude. How does today's rise of the indebted man, specific to conditions of global capitalism, relate to the relationship of debtor/creditor as a universal anthropological constant articulated by Nietzsche? It is the paradox of direct realization which turns into its opposite. Today's global capitalism brings the relationship of debtor/creditor to its extreme and simultaneously undermines it. Debt becomes an openly ridiculous excess. We thus enter the domain of obscenity. When a credit is accorded, the debtor is not even expected to return it. Debt is directly treated as a means of control and domination. Recall the ongoing EU pressure on Greece to implement austerity measures. This pressure fits perfectly what psychoanalysis calls superego. Superego is not an ethical agency proper, but a sadistic agent which bombards the subject with impossible demands, obscenely enjoying the subject's failure to comply with them. The paradox of the superego is that, as Freud saw it clearly, the more we obey its demands, the more we feel guilty. Imagine a vicious teacher who gives his pupils impossible tasks, and then sadistically jeers when he sees their anxiety and panic. This is what is so terribly wrong with the EU demands/commands. They don't even give Greece a chance. The Greek failure is part of the game. The goal of politico-economic analysis is here to deploy strategies of how to step out of this infernal circle of debt and guilt. A similar paradox was operative from the very beginning, of course, since a promise/obligation which cannot ever be fully met is at the very base of the banking system. When one puts money into a bank, the bank obliges itself to return the money at any point, but we all know that, while the bank can do this to some of the people who deposited money into it, it by definition cannot do it to all of them. However, this paradox, which originally held for the relationship between individuals who deposit money and their bank, now also holds for the relationship between the bank and, legal or physical, persons who borrowed money from the bank. What this implies is that the true aim of lending money to the debtor is not to get the debt reimbursed with a profit, but the indefinite continuation of the debt which keeps the debtor in permanent dependency and subordination. A decade or so ago, Argentina decided to repay its debt to the IMF ahead of time, with financial help from Venezuela, and the reaction of the IMF was surprising. Instead of being glad that it got its money back, the IMF, or, rather, its top representatives, expressed their worry that Argentina will use this new freedom and financial independence from international financial institutions to abandon tight financial politics and engage in careless spending. This uneasiness made palpable the true stakes of the debtor/creditor relationship. Debt is an instrument to control and regulate the debtor, and, as such, it strives for its own expanded reproduction. Another surprise here is that theology and poetry knew this long ago, yet another confirmation of Berardi's topic: poetry and finance. Let us jump back to early modernity. Why was the story of Orpheus the opera topic in the first century of its history, when there were almost 100 recorded versions of it? The figure of Orpheus asking gods to bring him back his Eurydice stands for an intersubjective constellation which provides, as it were, the elementary matrix of the opera, more precisely, of the operatic aria, the relationship of the subject, in both senses of the term, autonomous agent as well as the subject of legal power, to his master, divinity, king, or the lady of courtly love, is revealed through the hero's song, the counterpoint to the collectivity embodied in the chorus, which is basically a supplication addressed to the master, a call to him to show mercy, to make an exception, or otherwise forgive the hero his trespass. The first, rudimentary, form of subjectivity is this voice of the subject beseeching the master to suspend, for a brief moment, his own law. A dramatic tension in subjectivity arises from the ambiguity between power and impotence that pertains to the gesture of grace by means of which the master answers the subject's entreaty. As to the official ideology, grace expresses the master's supreme power, the power to rise above one's own law. Only a really powerful master can afford to distribute mercy. What we have here is a kind of symbolic exchange between the human subject and his divine master, when the subject, the human mortal, by way of his offer of self-sacrifice, surmounts his finitude and attains the divine heights, the master responds with the sublime gesture of grace, the ultimate proof of his humanity. Yet this act of grace is at the same time branded by the irreducible mark of a forced empty gesture. The master ultimately makes a virtue out of necessity, in that he promotes as a free act what he is in any case compelled to do. If he refuses clemency, he takes the risk that the subject's respectful entreaty will turn into open rebellion. In Gluck's Orpheus from the late 18th century, the denouement is different. After looking back and thus losing Eurydice, Orpheus sings his famous aria Che Faro senza Eurydice, announcing his intention to kill himself. At this precise point of total self-abandonment, love intervenes and gives him back his Eurydice. This specific form of subjectivization, the intervention of grace not as a simple answer to the subject's entreaty, but as an answer which occurs in the very moment when the subject decides to put his life at stake, to risk everything, is the twist added by Gluck. What is crucial here is the link between the assertion of subjective autonomy and the answer of the real, the mercy shown by the big other. Far from being opposed, they rely on each other, i.e. the modern subject can assert its radical autonomy only insofar as it can count on the support of the big other, only insofar as his autonomy is sustained by the social substance. No wonder this gesture of autonomy and mercy, 49 of mercy intervening at the very point of the subject's assertion of full autonomy, is discernible throughout the history of the opera, from Mozart to Wagner. In Idomeneo and Seraglio, the other, Neptune, Bacchus Elim, displays mercy at the very moment when the hero is ready to sacrifice his/her life, and the same happens even twice in the Magic Flute. The magic intervention of the other prevents both Pamina's and Papageno's suicide. In Fidelio, the trumpet announces the minister's arrival at the very point when Leonora puts her life at stake to save Florestan, up to Wagner's Parsifal, in which Parsifal himself intervenes and redeems Amfortas precisely when Amfortas asks to be stabbed to death by his knights. Of special interest here is Mozart's late opera Clemenza di Tito, in which we witness a sublime/ridiculous explosion of mercies. Just before the final pardon, Tito himself exasperates at the proliferation of treasons which oblige him to proliferate acts of clemency. The very moment that I absolve one criminal, I discover another. I believe the stars conspire to oblige me, in spite of myself, to become cruel. No, they shall not have this satisfaction. My virtue has already pledged itself to continue the contest. Let us see, which is more constant, the treachery of others or my mercy. Let it be known to Rome that I am the same and that I know all, absolve everyone, and forget everything. One can almost hear Tito complaining like Rossini's Figaro, uno per volta, per carita. Please, not so fast, one after the other, in the line for mercy. Living up to his task, Tito forgets everyone, but those whom he pardons are condemned to remember it forever. Sixtus, it is true, you pardon me, Emperor, but my heart will not absolve me, it will lament the error until it no longer has memory. Titus, the true repentance of which you are capable, is worth more than constant fidelity. This couplet from the finale blurts out the obscene secret of Clemenza. The pardon does not really abolish the debt, it rather makes it infinite. We are forever indebted to the person who pardoned us. No wonder Tito prefers repentance to fidelity. In fidelity to the master, I follow him out of respect, while in repentance, what attached me to the master is the infinite indelible guilt. In this, Tito is a thoroughly Christian master. One usually opposes the Jewish rigorous justice and the Christian mercy, the inexplicable gesture of undeserved pardon. We, humans, were born in sin, we cannot ever repay our debts and redeem ourselves through our own acts. Our only salvation lies in God's mercy, in His supreme sacrifice. In this very gesture of breaking the chain of justice through the inexplicable act of mercy, of paying our debts, Christianity imposes on us an even stronger debt. We are forever indebted to Christ, we cannot ever repay Him for what He did for us. The Freudian name for such an excessive pressure which we cannot ever remunerate is, of course, superego. One should not forget that the notion of mercy is strictly correlative to that of sovereignty. Only the bearer of sovereign power can dispense mercy. 50. Accordingly, it is Judaism which is conceived as the religion of the superego, of man's subordination to the jealous, mighty, and severe God, in contrast to the Christian God of mercy and love. However, it is precisely through not demanding from us the price for our sins, through paying this price for us Himself, that the Christian God of mercy establishes itself as the supreme superego agency. I paid the highest price for your sins, and you are thus indebted to me forever. The contours of this God as the superego agency, whose very mercy generates the indelible guilt of believers, are discernible up to Stalin. One should never forget that, as the, now available, minutes of the meetings of the Politburo and Central Committee from the 1930s demonstrate, Stalin's direct interventions were as a rule those of displaying mercy. When younger CC members, eager to prove their revolutionary fervor, demanded instant death penalty for Bukharin, Stalin always intervened and said patience. His guilt is not yet proven, or something similar. Of course this was a hypocritical attitude. Stalin was well aware that he himself generated the destructive fervor, that the younger members were eager to please him, but, nonetheless, the appearance of mercy is necessary here. And the same holds for today's capitalism. Referring to George Bertolli's notion of the general economy of sovereign expenditure, which he opposes to the restrained economy of capitalism's endless profiteering, Peter Sloterdijk provides, in Zornundizeit, the outlines of capitalism split from itself, its immanent self-overcoming. Capitalism culminates when it creates out of itself its own most radical, and the only fruitful, opposite, totally different from what the classic left, caught in its miserabilism, was able to dream. About 51 his positive mention of Andrew Carnegie shows the way. The sovereign self-negating gesture of the endless accumulation of wealth is to spend this wealth for things beyond price, and outside market circulation, public good, arts and sciences, health, etc. This concluding sovereign gesture enables the capitalist to break out of the vicious cycle of endless expanded reproduction, of gaining money in order to earn more money. When he donates his accumulated wealth to public good, the capitalist self-negates himself as the mere personification of capital and its reproductive circulation. His life acquires meaning. It is no longer just expanded reproduction as self-goal. Furthermore, the capitalist thus accomplishes the shift from eros to thymos, from the perverted erotic logic of accumulation to public recognition and reputation. What this amounts to is nothing less than elevating figures like George Soros or Bill Gates to personifications of the inherent self-negation of the capitalist process itself. Their work of charity, their immense donations to public welfare, is not just a personal idiosyncrasy, whether sincere or hypocritical. It is the logical concluding point of capitalist circulation, necessary from the strictly economic standpoint, since it allows the capitalist system to postpone its crisis. It re-establishes balance, a kind of redistribution of wealth to the truly needy, without falling into a fateful trap, the destructive logic of resentment and enforced statist redistribution of wealth which can only end in generalist misery. It also avoids, one might add, the other mode of re-establishing a kind of balance and asserting thymos through sovereign expenditure, namely wars. How, then, does Tito fit into the series of Mozart's operas? The entire canon of Mozart's great operas can be read as the deployment of the motif of pardon, of dispensing mercy. In all its variations, the higher power intervenes with mercy in Idomeneo and Seraglio. In Le Nozze di Figaro, the subjects themselves pardon the count who refuses mercy, etc. In order to grasp properly the place of Clemenza in this series, one should read it together with Zauberflote, as its mocking shadowy double. If Zauberflote is mercy at its most sublime, Clemenza turns this sublimity into a ridiculous excess. The ridiculous proliferation of mercy in Clemenza means that power no longer functions in a normal way, so that it has to be sustained by mercy all the time. If master has to show mercy, it means that the law failed, that the legal state machinery is not able to run on its own and needs an incessant intervention from the outside. Point 52. Sreko Horvat. 16. The easiest way to the Gulag is to joke about the Gulag. The question is, said Alice, whether you can make words mean so many different things. The question is, said Humpty Dumpty, which is to be master, that is all. Lewis Carroll, Through the Looking Glass. According to the Russian historian Roy Medvedev, around 200,000 people in the USSR were sent to a Gulag for telling a joke. When a system is threatened by jokes and jokes are taken too seriously, it is no sign of strength, but exactly the opposite, a clear indication of its weakness. Even if you have the power to send people to a gulag. Following the visit of Syriza leader Alexis Tsipras to the Zagreb Subversive Festival in May 2013, only 2 months prior to the accession of Croatia to the European Union, it seems that jokes are to be taken more seriously now than ever. First, the Greek media reported that Hollywood director Oliver Stone openly supported him, saying without hesitation that he hoped Tsipras would become the next Greek prime minister because he represents hope for Greece, and he could bring a big change not only for Greece and Europe, but perhaps for the world. Then, during the same conversation on Greek national television, Slavoj Žižek added that he also believes in Tsipras, but as a Platonist, because if philosophers are not kings, then at least you have to control kings, and concluded that he supports him, but under the condition I will be his secret advisor. This was, of course, a joke. But it was another of his jokes that provoked a harsh reaction from the Greek establishment. During a public debate with Tsipras in Zagreb, the most dangerous philosopher in the West, said that in his vision of democratic future all the people who do not support Syriza would get a one-way, first-class ticket to the Gulag. The Greek media immediately drummed up a furor, prompting Greek Prime Minister, Antonis Samaras, to describe Žižek's comment as horrible and disgusting, bearing in mind that thousands of Greeks were killed in gulags. And Tsipras was accused of laughing at the joke. But what exactly did Žižek say in Zagreb? To avoid any new misunderstandings, it is worth quoting the whole passage. The fight that Syriza is fighting is the fight for the very soul of Europe. And I am here without any shame Eurocentrist. Okay, it's nice for politically correct reasons to blame Europe for everything, imperialism, colonialism, slavery, but my God, Europe did give, and let's be proud of that, something wonderful to humanity, the idea of radical egalitarianism, of radical democracy, feminism, etc. This is at the core of European identity, and that is at stake today. So as Alexis said, who is the danger? Today's defenders of Europe, Brussels technocrats or anti-immigrant nationalists, they are the threat to what is worth fighting for in European legacy. Syriza is not a Greek phenomenon, Syriza is something that is one of the few signs of hope for the whole of Europe. And the test for the people, when you ask them what they think about Europe, is to simply ask them what they think about Syriza. If they don't support Syriza, then in my vision of democratic future all these people will get a first-class one-way ticket to the Gulag 53. This is a classic Žižek joke, and those who follow him have long been accustomed to his sense of humor. However, Tsipras' opponents managed, in the best Stalinist manner, to take the joke out of context and convince those who didn't follow the Zagreb debate that Žižek recommends the Gulag for all opponents of Syriza. 54 Yet, the truth is quite opposite. The same day when Samaras and his Truth team manufactured the Scandal 55, the extreme right-wing party, Golden Dawn, which has 18 members in parliament, threatened to organize a march of 100,000 Greeks to prevent the construction of a mosque in Athens. Although about 500,000 Muslims reside in Greece, no Greek government has ever really tried to improve the position of the Muslim community in Greek society, and Samaras' government has so far pursued the same path. Nothing was done even when, to prevent the construction of the first mosque in Athens, Golden Dawn sent a letter to the Muslim Association of Greece with the following text: Muslim murderers, if you don't close your brothels in Greece by June 30th, we will send you to hell. Those who do not comply with the ultimatum, will be slaughtered like chickens on the road 56. Only a day later, on May 21, 2013, Golden Dawn MP, spokesperson and pop star, Elias Kassidiaris, was invited to a radio show together with Adonis Georgiadis, a New Democracy MP. Georgiadis defended the use of controversial detention centers for immigrants, claiming that these centers respected the detainees' human rights, and he also accused Golden Dawn of lying when they claim that the illegal migration problem can easily be solved. Kassidiaris answered that these detention centers are in fact too good for immigrants, as they receive food and operate air conditioning. He further declared that were Golden Dawn in government, illegal immigrants would be sent to the Aegean Islands, which were used as offshore prisons for political prisoners throughout the 20th century. So much for the Gulag and Samaras accusing Tsipras of laughing at Žižek's joke. On the one hand, we have Žižek's quip about the Gulag, on the other, we have not only harmful words, but concrete action, including physical violence against immigrants and Muslims. And yet, it is the former that creates controversy and feigned outrage, while the latter is quietly accepted and progressively adopted as part of the mainstream political discourse. And isn't a similar trend observable in the whole of Europe? On the one side, it is always Syriza that is described as a threat to Europe, becoming the bogeyman we saw in 2012, when right before the Greek elections the German Financial Times published an article in Greek to convince voters not to vote for Tsipras. On the other, it is precisely the direction taken by the European Union, unstoppable new austerity measures and privatizations, which is the real cause of increasing unemployment and rising discontents that can easily be mobilized and channeled through new nationalist or openly fascist movements. In this sense, Golden Dawn is actually the long arm and extension of the system, as Tsipras insisted in Zagreb. During public appearances, Golden Dawn and the like loudly express that which is repressed in the European Union's vocabulary. These new extreme movements create a political climate where, for example, the exceptionally tough anti-immigration legislation of the EU begins to look moderate in comparison. As a consequence, this shifting context enables extreme movements to radicalize further. For example, the electoral slogans used by Hans Christian Strich in the 2010 Vienna elections "Zu viel Fremds tut niemanden gut," "Too much foreign does no one any good," or "Mehr Mud für unser Wiener Blut," "More strength for our Viennese blood," are in perfect harmony with the mechanisms that the company Frontex is using to stop the wave of migrants to Europe. The same goes for Golden Dawn's attempt to stop the construction of a mosque in Athens. It is not an exception but rather the confirmation of a general trend across Europe, from the UK and France, to Switzerland, where the construction of minarets was banned in a 2009 referendum. It is in this sense that Tsipras' Zagreb declaration that, the danger for Europe is not Syriza, but Angela Merkel has to be understood. The next day, of course, once again drawing on the Hegelian bad infinity of a media manufacturing consent, a Croatian newspaper published a headline announcing, "Merkel is a danger for Europe," says radical Tsipras. Because, of course, the idea that the German Chancellor is a danger can only be voiced by such a radical, while those whose policies are producing an irresistible rightwards turn in Europe are not described as such. But the problem is not so much Merkel herself as an old tactic that the Nazis themselves called Gleichschaltung, equalization, a term that denotes the process through which the regime forcibly equated various elements of society. Following this logic, all elements which don't fit into the prevailing paradigm, be it left or right, are gleich, the same, and undesirable. This is why, in 2012 alone, the leader of Syriza was described as a naive radical, a dangerous liar, a populist demagogue and the most dangerous man in Europe. The German weekly Der Spiegel went so far as to include him in a list of the 10 most dangerous politicians in Europe. Here, the Gleichschaltung consisted of putting Tsipras alongside French Front National's Marine Le Pen, leading Finnish nationalist Timo Soini, notorious Austrian extremist Hans Christian Strich and Dutch right-wing populist, Geert Wilders. So what we have here is actually one of the best jokes to emerge from the USSR, in which all the potential of Gleichschaltung is revealed. 3 new arrivals in the Gulag camp start talking about the reasons why they are there. "I kept showing up for my job 5 minutes late. They accused me of sabotage," says the first. "Understandable, but I used to come to work 5 minutes early. And they accused me of spying," says the second. Both then look at the third prisoner, with an air of eager expectation, knowing that there will be a punchline. "Ha! I always got to work exactly on time. And they suspected that I owned a Western clock. A variation of the joke describes the destiny of 3 prisoners in a cell in the KGB headquarters at Dzerzhinsky Square. The first asks the second why he has been imprisoned, and he says, "Because I criticized Karl Radek." The first man responds, "But I am here because I spoke out in favor of Radek." They turn to the third man who has been sitting quietly at the back, and ask him why he is in jail, too. He responds, "I'm Karl Radek." Doesn't the official reaction of the current Greek government follow remarkably similar lines? Following Žižek's joke, we can easily imagine the following situation. 3 prisoners in the Gulag start talking about how they ended up there. The first says, "I'm here because I fought against immigrants." Another, "I'm here because I fought against Samaras." And finally the third, "I'm here because I fought against extreme nationalists and Angela Merkel, and they accused of being against the European Union." The third is, of course, Alexis Tsipras. The European Union has not yet fallen so far as to develop a sophisticated legislative system for a structural Gleich-Schaltung, but the reaction of the EU-approved Samaras government's truth team is a symptom of what is wrong with Europe. The paradox is that those who proclaim themselves to be the truth team and fight against politically incorrect jokes, e.g. the Gulag, recreate the atmosphere described by Medvedev as a situation in which jokes are treated as a threat, while the real threat, the current policies of the Troika and Golden Dawn, is treated as a joke. The paradox is also obvious when it comes to EU policies, which are the real reason behind increasing radicalism all around Europe. To put Tsipras arm in arm with Le Pen or Wilders like Der Spiegel has done is not only political falsification, but a cynical way to defend a risky political game that is now becoming the real danger for Europe. In other words, it is not Tsipras who is dangerous, it is austerity Europe. Here is an example from the newest member state of the EU. Only a few days after Margaret Thatcher died, a leading Croatian newspaper published an article echoing the famous Hungarian motto "Ner nak ein Gott kan uns retten," "Only a God can save us." The obituary was written by a former Minister of Finance during Tudman's government and the transition period, who is infamous for declaring that privatization is a very difficult operation, and your suit cannot stay clean. You will come out of it with some stains. But somebody had to do it. The title of his panegyric was, "Only a Margaret Thatcher can save Croatia." 57 We don't need WikiLeaks or historical books to show how Croatia, and other ex-Yugoslavian states, adopted neoliberal reforms. It is sufficient to listen to the protagonists themselves. So, The Economist recalls his first meeting with Margaret Thatcher during her visit to Croatia in September 1998. That was the year when she received the highest state award from President Tudman, and The Economist confessed to her that some of the people in Croatia mock him for being a follower of Thatcherism. "Beautiful," she said, "obviously you are doing the right things. Don't give up." And what are the right things for today's Croatia? According to The Economist, fiscal consolidation, privatization of large state-owned enterprises, deregulation, the closure of chronic losers, reforms of the healthcare system and pension system, finding the right measures in social tripartism, etc. And this is not all. Our luck is that she did all this and received numerous awards during her life, from her political rivals to the young people who owe their jobs today largely to her once unpopular reforms. He, of course, forgot to mention that Croatia comes third in Europe when it comes to youth unemployment, around 51.6%, just behind Greece, 59.1%, and Spain, 55.9%, 0.58. As we know, in the interview published in Der Spiegel in May, 1976, but written in 1966, Heidegger was asked, can the individual man in any way still influence this web of fateful circumstance, and his answer was the following: "If I may answer briefly, and perhaps clumsily, but after long reflection, philosophy will be unable to effect any immediate change in the current state of the world." This is true not only of philosophy but of all purely human reflection and endeavor. Only a God can save us. The only possibility available to us is that by thinking and poetizing we prepare a readiness for the appearance of a God, or for the absence of a God in our decline insofar as in view of the absent God we are in a state of decline. 59 To do something which might appear as blasphemy for serious Heideggerians, couldn't we read Heidegger avec the Croatian economist and imagine the following conclusion, if I may answer briefly, and perhaps clumsily, but after long reflection, Syriza will be unable to effect any immediate change in the current state of the world. This is true not only of Syriza but of all purely human reflection and endeavor. Only Margaret Thatcher can save us. The only possibility available to us is that by thinking and poetizing we prepare a readiness for the appearance of a new Margaret Thatcher, or for the absence of Thatcher in our decline, insofar as in view of the absent Thatcher we are in a state of decline. Isn't this the message the Troika constantly repeats? At least, the good news for Croatia is that the newest member state fits perfectly into the EU as it already follows its current political and economic dogmas. The two events, Margaret Thatcher's death and Alexis Tsipras's visit to Croatia, have shown the extent of ideological hegemony in Europe. While it is clear that Thatcher's legacy in no way proves that she was right and Tsipras should not be dismissed as a dangerous extremist, the dominance of the perfectly opposite readings show how far we are from a real understanding of what plagues Europe today. And maybe this is something to be added to the recent debate sparked by Etienne Balibar's article on A New Europe. 60 The old Humpty Dumpty lesson is more relevant than ever, the question is which is to be master, that's all. Or, in other words, for a new Europe to emerge, it is not only sufficient to wait for a solution from the bottom up, as Balibar stated, what is needed is a clear and strong position, what is needed is a new hegemony. Balibar dismissed the chance that a European New Deal will come from Ms. Merkel, while still being convinced that it will come from Germany. But when one thinks about where the battle for hegemony is being fought today, against modern gulags and extremist tendencies, it becomes obvious the solution will, and must, come from the European South. Why? Because the laboratory rabbits, like Greece, from the European South are not only getting accustomed to being the victims of shock doctrine experiments, but are also willing to experiment themselves. And to reply to one of the replies to Etienne Balibar, namely that of Sandro Mezzadra, who is claiming that we need a founding campaign, capable of transforming existing forces and institutions, creating new ones, channeling social struggles and indignation towards this purpose of building another Europe, one capable of producing new political languages and cultural imaginaries. 61, to him and others I say we already have just such a founding campaign, and it is something whose name is missing from the whole current debate about rebuilding Europe. It is called Syriza. Of course, we have to see what will happen with them if they really come to power, but what Syriza succeeded to change in a really short time is the discourse, which is already a change in the balance of power. Slava Žižek. 17. We need a Margaret Thatcher of the left. In the last pages of his monumental Second World War, Winston Churchill ponders on the enigma of a military decision, after the specialists, economic and military analysts, psychologists, meteorologists, propose their analysis. Somebody must assume the simple and for that very reason most difficult act of transposing this complex multitude into a simple yes or no. We shall attack, we continue to wait. This gesture, which can never be fully grounded in reasons, is that of a master. It is for the experts to present the situation in its complexity, and it is for the master to simplify it into a point of decision. The master is needed especially in situations of deep crisis. The function of a master is to enact an authentic division, a division between those who want to drag on within the old parameters and those who are aware of the necessary change. Such a division, not the opportunistic compromises, is the only path to true unity. Let us take an example which surely is not problematic, France in 1940. Even Jacques Duclos, the second man of the French Communist Party, admitted in a private conversation that if, at that point in time, free elections were to be held in France, Marshal Pétain would have won with 90% of the vote. When de Gaulle, in his historic act, refused to acknowledge the capitulation to Germans and continued to resist, he claimed that it was only he, not the Vichy regime, who speaks on behalf of the true France, on behalf of true France as such, not only on behalf of the majority of the French. What he was saying was deeply true even if it was democratically not only without legitimacy, but clearly opposed to the opinion of the majority of the French people. Margaret Thatcher, the lady who was not for turning, was such a master, sticking to her decision which was at first perceived as crazy, gradually elevating her singular madness into an accepted norm. When Thatcher was asked about her greatest achievement, she promptly answered, New Labour. And she was right. Her triumph was that even her political enemies adopted her basic economic policies. The true triumph is not the victory over the enemy, it occurs when the enemy itself starts to use your language, so that your ideas form the foundation of the entire field. So what remains of Thatcher's legacy today? Neoliberal hegemony is clearly falling apart. Thatcher was perhaps the only true Thatcherite, she clearly believed in her ideas. Today's neoliberalism, on the contrary, only imagines that it believes in itself and demands that the world should imagine the same thing, to quote Marx. In short, today, cynicism is openly on display. Recall the cruel joke from Lubitsch's To Be or Not to Be, when asked about the German concentration camps in the occupied Poland, the responsible Nazi officer concentration camp Earnhardt snaps back, we do the concentrating, and the Poles do the camping. Does the same not hold for the Enron bankruptcy in January 2002, as well as on all financial meltdowns that followed, which can be interpreted as a kind of ironic commentary on the notion of a risk society? Thousands of employees who lost their jobs and savings were certainly exposed to a risk, but without any true choice, the risk appeared to them as a blind fate. Those, on the contrary, who effectively did have an insight into the risks as well as a possibility to intervene into the situation, the top managers, minimized their risks by cashing in their stocks and options before the bankruptcy. So it is true that we live in a society of risky choices, but some, the Wall Street managers, do the choosing, while others, the common people paying mortgages, do the risking. One of the weird consequences of the financial meltdown and the measures taken to counteract it, enormous sums of money to help banks, was the revival in the work of Ayn Rand, the closest one can come to the ideologist of the greed is good radical capitalism. The sales of her magnum opus Atlas Shrugged exploded again. According to some reports, there are already signs that the scenario described in Atlas Shrugged, the creative capitalists themselves going on strike, is enacted. John Campbell, a Republican congressman, said, "The achievers are going on strike. I'm seeing, at a small level, a kind of protest from the people who create jobs, who are pulling back from their ambitions because they see how they'll be punished for them." The absurdity of this reaction is that it totally misreads the situation. Most of the gigantic sums of bailout money is going precisely to the Randian deregulated titans who failed in their creative schemes and thereby brought about the meltdown. It is not the great creative geniuses who are now helping lazy ordinary people, it is the ordinary taxpayers who are helping the failed creative geniuses. The other aspect of Thatcher's legacy targeted by her leftist critics was her authoritarian form of leadership, her lack of the sense for democratic coordination. Here, however, things are more complex than it may appear. The ongoing popular protests around Europe converge in a series of demands which, in their very spontaneity and obviousness, form a kind of epistemological obstacle to the proper confrontation with the ongoing crisis of our political system. These effectively read as a popularist version of Deleuzian politics. People know what they want, they are able to discover and formulate this, but only through their own continuous engagement and activity. So we need active participatory democracy, not just representative democracy with its electoral ritual which every 4 years interrupts the voters' passivity. We need the self-organization of the multitude, not a centralist Leninist party with the leader, etc. It is this myth of non-representative direct self-organization which is the last trap, the deepest illusion that should fall, that is most difficult to renounce. Yes, there are in every revolutionary process ecstatic moments of group solidarity when thousands, hundreds of thousands, together occupy a public place, like on Tahrir Square 2 years ago. Yes, there are moments of intense collective participation where local communities debate and decide, when people live in a kind of permanent emergency state, taking things into their own hands, with no leader guiding them. But such states don't last, and tiredness is here not a simple psychological fact, it is a category of social ontology. The large majority, me included, wants to be passive and rely on an efficient state apparatus to guarantee the smooth running of the entire social edifice, so that we can pursue our work in peace. Walter Lippmann wrote in his Public Opinion, 1922, that the herd of citizens must be governed by a specialized class whose interests reach beyond the locality. This elite class is to act as a machinery of knowledge that circumvents the primary defect of democracy, the impossible ideal of the omnicompetent citizen. This is how our democracies function, with our consent. There is no mystery in what Lippmann was saying, it is an obvious fact. The mystery is that, knowing it, we play the game. We act as if we are free and freely deciding, silently not only accepting but even demanding that an invisible injunction, inscribed into the very form of our free speech, tells us what to do and think. People know what they want. No, they don't, and they don't want to know it. They need a good elite, which is why a proper politician does not only advocate people's interests, it is through him that they discover what they really want. As to the molecular self-organizing multitude against the hierarchic order sustained by the reference to a charismatic leader, note the irony of the fact that Venezuela, a country praised by many for its attempts to develop modes of direct democracy, local councils, cooperatives, workers running factories, is also a country whose president was Hugo Chavez, a strong charismatic leader if there ever was one. It is as if the Freudian rule of transference is at work here, in order for the individuals to reach beyond themselves, to break out of the passivity of representative politics and engage themselves as direct political agents. The reference to a leader is necessary, a leader who allows them to pull themselves out of the swamp like Baron Munchausen, a leader who is supposed to know what they want. It is in this sense that Alain Badiou recently pointed out how horizontal networking undermines the classic master, but it simultaneously breeds new forms of domination which are much stronger than the classic master. Badiou's thesis is that a subject needs a master to elevate itself above the human animal and to practice fidelity to a truth event. The master is the one who helps the individual to become subject. That is to say, if one admits that the subject emerges in the tension between the individual and the universality, then it is obvious that the individual needs a mediation, and thereby an authority, in order to progress on this path. One has to renew the position of the master. It is not true that one can do without it, even and especially in the perspective of emancipation. Badiou is not afraid to oppose the necessary role of the master to our democratic sensitivity. This capital function of leaders is not compatible with the predominant democratic ambience, which is why I am engaged in a bitter struggle against this ambience. After all, one has to begin with ideology. We should fearlessly follow his suggestion, in order to effectively awaken individuals from their dogmatic democratic slumber, from their blind reliance on institutionalist forms of representative democracy. Appeals to direct self-organization are not enough, a new figure of the master is needed. Recall the famous lines from Arthur Rimbaud's A une raison, to a reason. A tap of your finger on the drum releases all sounds and initiates the new harmony. A step of yours is the conscription of the new men and their marching orders. You look away, the new love. You look back, the new love. There is absolutely nothing inherently fascist in these lines. The supreme paradox of the political dynamics is that a master is needed to pull individuals out of the quagmire of their inertia and motivate them towards self-transcending emancipatory struggle for freedom. What we need today, in this situation, is a Thatcher of the left, a leader who would repeat Thatcher's gesture in the opposite direction, transforming the entire field of presuppositions shared by today's political elite of all main orientations. Alexis Tsipras. 18. Europe will be either democratic and social or it will no longer exist. From an interview by Horvat, Athens, May 2013. On July 1, Croatia should become the newest member state of the EU. Having in mind the Greek experience, how do you see the enlargement of the European Union during its biggest financial and political crisis? What future does Croatia have in the EU? We are at a phase where Europe is being redesigned. The goal is to have a two-speed Europe, a union of states where the surplus countries will be taking the role of the rider and the deficient countries that of the horse. We're talking about a Europe where monetarism, harsh austerity, and the demolition of the society will be the answer, no matter what the question might be. It is easy for someone to predict what is to be expected for Croatia. Inside or outside the euro, the state of Croatian workers will constantly deteriorate, the future of young people will be more and more uncertain and dark, and pensioners' dignity will be hit harder and harder. We must prevent this development. The free market system can no longer promise constant prosperity and growth for all. After the 2008 crisis, this system collapsed, and all its hostility spread out into society. We cannot go on much longer like this. Europe will be either democratic and social or it will no longer exist. Therefore we need a historic change of direction. In order to make this happen, the peoples of Europe must take the situation into their own hands through struggle, ruptures, and solidarity. It is through all forms of social resistance that a new and alternative way for the whole of Europe will emerge. There is a famous quote by Henry Kissinger, that nothing important can come from the south and that the axis of history starts in Moscow, goes to Bonn, crosses over to Washington, and then goes to Tokyo. Is this still valid? Or do we live in profoundly changed international environment? In this respect, can something important really come from the south? Do you think the countries of the periphery of EU, Greece, Spain, Portugal, and also including Slovenia and Croatia, can form a new axis of resistance? I don't know what these abstract historical words mean. Vietnam, for example, is not part of this axis, and is neither being referred to in this phrase, but their Kissinger's superpower was determined by farmers wearing thongs. At the time of Kissinger, Latin America was the sum of bloodthirsty, pro-American dictatorships. Today many people are looking in that direction and thinking that something important can come from the South. It is the social resistance movements that rewrite history, otherwise we would have the same system of power for centuries. This is the big challenge for the peoples of Europe, to unite, to stand up against neoliberalism, to put the need for democracy and a life with dignity as a direct political objective. The European South is the first outbreak of change because the countries which constitute the South find themselves in the same situation. But change won't come through a South-North clash. It has to come through one movement, which will unite all European workers, Northern and Southern, against the supremacy of the capital and the markets. The crisis in Greece is not waning, and according to recent statistics, when it comes to unemployment, the collapse of the healthcare system and public services, people left without food, etc., the situation is only getting worse. Recent statistics show you could be the new prime minister. And here we come back to the old Leninist question, what is to be done? Can you explain to us what concrete measures Syriza would take if it were to form the government? What to do about reaching agreements with the Troika, how to fight high unemployment, how to resolve the crisis? The explosion of unemployment and the demolition of the social state are something more than side effects of the crisis. They are the goals of a policy which has being implemented in Greece, and is gradually being promoted to other weak countries in order to deliver the most perverse neoliberal fantasies. The left, which brings together more and more social support, will be called on to solve a fundamental problem, that of how to achieve financial stabilization, while at the same time supporting weak and vulnerable people, who by now constitute a huge social majority. The care of the weaker members of society will rally the rest of society to our side and will gradually increase the demand and reinforce the economy. At the same time, economic stabilization will allow us to denounce the memorandum, to stop the policy of uncontrolled recession, and to negotiate the debt from a more powerful position for Greece and for the whole European South. Our goal is a new deal which will link the debt payment with the growth of the economy, because it is only then that the debt can be sustainable. Germany has known this since 1953, when the issue of its own debt was questioned, after the end of World War II. On the other hand, we bear witness to a growing popularity of the far-right extremist party, Golden Dawn. How is Syriza dealing with it at this moment, and what would you do if you become Prime Minister? The Nazi extreme right is always a useful backup to the system. This is because it is hostile towards critical thinking, it abhors democracy, targets the weak and those who resist the system, and proclaims its belief as order by going against every form of social protest. Fascists have traditionally made dynamic comebacks to the political forefront when the system is being threatened from the left. Against them there is the powerful wave of the anti-fascist movement, which expresses itself through action with massive public initiatives, by blocking fascist initiatives, exposing the extreme actions of the right, and also in confrontations in the streets, where they obviously need to avoid falling into the fascists' trap of using violence. Our position is clear: at the political level, the answers must be merely political because this is how democracy should work. However, at the practical level, the immunity that these fascist groups enjoy will end. There are laws which define and punish hate crimes, and these laws will be applied to anyone who violates them. How to avoid the mistakes of the past? Do you think social democracy is still an answer? Social democracy allied itself willingly to the right after 1989 and enthusiastically joined the neoliberal doctrines. For a long time, it was indeed the favorite of the capital and the markets, as social democracy was considered to be able to promote deregulation policies with less social reaction. Today, with this crisis, social democracy is shrinking. In Germany, it cannot threaten Merkel as it has nothing different to say. In France, it has dissolved all expectations. In the South, it is about to disappear. Let's keep in mind the position of the veteran Portuguese politician, Mário Soares, who said that the only honest attitude for the socialist forces would be to form a new alliance with the left, against the powers of the crisis and of neoliberalism. This alliance is already being put into practice at the base of society, bottom up. However, the social democratic governments no longer have either the disposition, nor the possibility, let alone the credibility, which is required to achieve this. Therefore, the social democratic space is left to shrink while new forces, with new alliances with the left at their core, come to the forefront. What about the welfare state? It is now obvious that the traditional form of welfare state has to be modified, but on the other hand, it is also obvious that the privatization of the healthcare system, education, and social security is leading to a radical devastation of society. Can the welfare state still survive? Or, can it perhaps be recast as a set of citizens' institutions, as a model of development which forms the basis of social reproduction? In other words, is it just a question of how do we pay for it, or is it also a question of how do we conceptualize and operationalize it through institutions? Do you think this kind of question would be on the table if you were in the position to run the country? The welfare state is neither a gift, nor a waste of money. It is a system financed by workers' and employers' contributions as well as taxation. It is therefore a form of redistribution of wealth, and the redistribution of wealth itself is a sign of social progress. Obviously, the welfare state must be productive, must provide its citizens with decent services, work under transparent terms, and not be spendthrift. But when the economy is growing, as happened the last decades, one would expect and demand the improvement rather than the shrinking of social services. Furthermore, in some countries such as Greece, the welfare state's resources were being systematically looted for decades, through a system of political corruption. The privatization of social services is not good for anyone, except for the businesses which are waiting to plunder the fields of education, of healthcare, and social security, and are obviously aimed only at those who have to pay. The defense of the welfare state, and the insurance of sustainability through fair, transparent, and reciprocal financing is one of the key demands of the forces that defend social cohesion. Recently, you attended the funeral of Hugo Chavez. Is Latin America a model for Greece, and what are the concrete steps Syriza could or would put into practice if it succeeds in forming a government? Chavez's Venezuela is the shining example of a country that combines economic growth with a reduction in social inequalities. Chavez clashed in a direct way with powerful economic interests, and won almost all the battles, thereby enjoying broad popular support, while remaining committed to democracy. This case study is of course different from that in Greece, since Venezuela has a far greater problem with poverty and the ability to make policy with its own currency. But it remains a model for us, as it does for the left around the world, for the creation of social economy, political support of the weakest, the adherence to a policy of growth on the basic criteria of the people's interests rather than the small financial oligarchy's interests. Chavez did put in action the motto "people before profits" and convinced us that this world can be changed. Who are the allies of Syriza on the European level? Firstly, there are the powers within the party of the European left, L. The achievements of the L are valuable because they exceed the division between powerful and weak states within Europe. The clash in Europe is not between countries. It is between the capital and the markets from one side, and the working people from the other side. We also consider as an ally, any political power which makes a reliable and progressive critique of neoliberalism. Last summer though, when Syriza came very close to the major reversal, we found out that our allies are society itself, the people, ordinary people everywhere across Europe. Everybody expected and hoped then that the left in Greece, the country most devastated by neoliberalism, would make the first step towards a big change in power relations across Europe. We will keep on and we will succeed. In a recent article published in the New Statesman, which already provoked many comments and discussions, Slavoj Žižek claims that what we need today is a Thatcher of the left, a leader who would repeat Thatcher's gesture in the opposite direction, transforming the entire field of presuppositions shared by today's political elite of all main orientations. On the other side, we have Alain Badiou and his insistence on distance from the state. It seems we are back to the old discussion of the 1960s, when Rudi Dutschke proposed the long march through the institutions. How can this deadlock be solved? What position do you share? And, if we choose Žižek's position, how to achieve a balance with the existing protest movements? Žižek has always had a direct and thought-provoking message. What I understand is that he is calling to the left to claim and retrieve the ideological hegemony. Because the one who has the ideological hegemony, can lay the tracks on which to move trains. I do not know if this requires a leader or a dynamic return of social forces, with the crowd in the forefront. Chavez was an irreplaceable leader, but Mubarak was turned away by the crowd. What I know for sure is that in order for the left to gain the hegemony, it has to bring out the best in itself, both as a revolutionary and as a reformist force. And this means that the left must be active and effective both inside and outside the institutions. In this context, how can we avoid the failure not only of the German and French left, but also the Greens, who became part of the establishment by losing their previous emancipatory potential? And is a coalition between the left and the Greens still possible? How is Syriza dealing with this question? The problem has always been how to approach power, without letting that power transmute and assimilate you. This is what has happened throughout Europe during the past decades. Power makes you a realist, and in the end it leads to concessions and compromises beyond your principles. The German Greens thought that they were influencing the political agenda, when in fact they had been fully assimilated into the system of political and economic power. Today, with the crisis, things are being redefined, firstly because neoliberalism does not emerge as the vindicated winner of the Cold War, but as a highly aggressive and destructive system. Secondly, and more importantly, because the masses have rapidly emerged from a state of political apathy in which they were immersed for decades. Under these circumstances, the capitulation of their representatives under the system is no longer an acceptable situation. As for the Greens in Greece, they failed to establish themselves as a political party, and they are already divided into two strands. We are open to work with anyone who has a clear view of the defense of society against the attack of the capital. In a broad social alliance, the forces of radical ecology could play an important role. Uniting the left within nation-states in larger and ambitious organizations is perhaps the biggest political obstacle for the left, especially in developed countries. We assume that the rise of Syriza, as was the case with most successful left-wing parties in general, was an organic one. However, in each organic development there are decisive moments and decisions. What were those key moments and decisions for you and Syriza, especially from the perspective of offering useful insights for the developments of the left in other countries? I think that we had an accurate and convincing analysis of the crisis, and correctly predicted the course of the memorandum. We highlight the class dimension of the memorandum, but also the clash between a cruel neoliberal policy and democracy. But most importantly, we refused to get locked behind the accuracy of our line, and on the contrary we talked about a broad unity, beyond individual differences, and we meant it. When those dynamic, spontaneous, and massive movements of social resistance erupted, we did not confine ourselves by criticizing them from the opposite pavement, nor did we explain to the people what to do. We entered them with all our forces, and took part in their proceedings by expressing our views and listening to the views of others. Thus, society recognized Syriza as a reliable and consistent political ally. There is still, of course, a long way to go in order to turn that trust into a political relationship, in order to become more efficient, more active. Political action does not stop at one point, nor does it end. Syriza has a declared and clear political goal, which is the abolition of the memorandum. This allows Syriza to address itself to the people. When the target is reached, it will be simultaneously replaced with new goals, perhaps more complex and more immediate. The higher the bar rises, the firmer we must build by our social alliances. Slava Žižek. Alexis Tsipras. 19. The role of the European left. This conversation took place at the 6th Subversive Festival, Zagreb, May 2013.62. Srećko Horvat, Croatia is accessing the European Union during its worst crisis. Could you, Mr. Tsipras, from the Greek perspective, tell us what can Croatia expect? Alexis Tsipras, you said earlier that maybe, or probably, I could be the next Prime Minister of Greece. I don't know if that will happen, but I know if that would happen, nothing would remain the same, either in Greece nor in the European Union. Of course, not because a leftist politician would become Prime Minister, but because a radical left party would have the support of the people to make radical changes in a country that has been through a very tough recession all these years. And after 5 consecutive years of recession, Greece is in depression and in a humanitarian crisis. We have already lost 25% of the GDP, we have 30% of official unemployment, and especially among young people, where unemployment is more than 60%. And all these programs were implemented because of the debt crisis. But I want to say something, when the Troika came to Greece, the public debt was 110% of the GDP, and now the public debt is more than 160% of the GDP. This is the meaning of salvation for Greece. They saved the banks and destroyed the society. And of course, the big question is, how are we going to change the situation? Let me first give some points of our analysis. We don't believe that this is an accident, we believe that this is a situation that had a goal, and they chose Greece as a guinea pig for a hard, tough neoliberal policy which had never before been seen in Europe. Maybe we've seen a similar program in Chile, with Pinochet, a barbarian neoliberal program of austerity. And why did they do that? They did that for 2 reasons. They wanted and they want to make a paradigm for the other European countries, and second, because they have a target, they have a goal to seize public goods, to privatize everything in Greece and to earn money through this procedure. And what did they say at the beginning? They said that the problem is that Greeks are very lazy and they are responsible for this situation, the people, not the banks, not the bankers who gave the loans to the people, while at the same time knowing that it was very difficult to repay these loans. And at the same time, they are saying that the problem is that Greeks are lazy and they try to implement this doctrine of shock, as Naomi Klein would say. So the problem is that after a few months, they had to explain why the same problem is occurring not only in Greece but also in Portugal, Spain, Italy, Ireland. Is everyone in the European periphery lazy? And of course the lazy people started to react. We had the demonstrations in the squares, the people on the streets, demonstrating and trying to react to these policies, and huge protests in Greece had some particular results. First, Papandreou's government fell, second, the Papademos government fell, and third, 1 year ago, there was a real confrontation. It was the first time on the European level that a radical left party looked likely to take the power in the heart of the Eurozone. During the elections we were not only against the Conservative Party of Samaras but also against the financial system of Europe, and we were not alone, because we had the support of the people. You remember that they even published articles in German newspapers in the Greek language, saying that we are demagogues and that we claim that everything is easy. People know very well that everything is difficult, and at the same time they know that it is difficult to continue in these circumstances. So, the situation in Greece deteriorated progressively, but we have shown that we were right in our analysis. First, the crisis in Greece is not a Greek idiom, it is a structural symptom of capitalism and neoliberalism. We believe that the problem is not lazy Greek people, but that we are living at the dead end of the neoliberal project of Europe. We live at the peak of the global crisis of casino capitalism, and Europe now is at a crossroads. This Europe is not the Europe of the people, but the Germanian Europe of speculating markets. They often say that Syriza, and me, are the danger for Europe, and I want to say that the danger for Europe is not Syriza but Germany and Merkel herself and her hegemony at the European level. The solution is the cooperation of people in all European countries, in the periphery and the center, because this confrontation is not between peoples and nations, this is a war between the labor forces on the one hand and the capitalist forces on the other hand. So, I believe that very soon we will see a radical spring in Europe which will change the situation. If you asked 2 years ago if there were a possibility to resist and to change the then regimes of the Arab countries, nobody would answer positively. The same is true for now, nobody believes that the situation can change in Europe. But what we need is a Mediterranean spring, like the Arab Spring. Sreko Horvat, Slava, you also come from the periphery, from Slovenia. In Slovenia we had some signs of the, we could say, Mediterranean Spring, with a strong Occupy movement, trade unions organizing protests, etc. You were one of the first on the left who publicly supported Tsipras at the last elections in 2012. Why do you support Syriza and why do you think it is important for the rest of Europe as well? Slava Žižek, it is a beautiful question and I am pleased to answer exactly this question. Alexis already said that if Syriza wins, nothing will be the same in Europe anymore. I take this absolutely literally. In what sense? I don't like Al Gore, the American ex-vice president who was a fake ecologist, but he had a minimum of spirit. Remember how everyone expected him to be the president after Clinton, so in a self-ironic move he liked to describe himself as, I am the guy who was once the future American president. And that's the dilemma that I see here. If Syriza wins, in a magical retroactive way all history will be read as pointing towards the victory of Syriza, this will be the magic element. Which is why I think the entire European establishment is so afraid of the Syriza government. Because if Syriza wins and does something, it will be the end of a certain European conservative wisdom. Namely, what? I think the fight that Syriza is fighting is the fight for the very soul of Europe, and I am talking here, without any shame, as a Eurocentrist. Okay, It's nice for politically correct reasons to blame Europe for everything, imperialism, colonialism, slavery, but my God, Europe did give, and let's be proud of that, something wonderful to humanity, the idea of radical egalitarianism, of radical democracy, feminism, etc. This is at the core of European identity, and that is what is at stake today. So as Alexis has already stated, who is the danger? Today's defenders of Europe, Brussels technocrats, or anti-immigrant nationalists, they are the threat to what is worth fighting for in the European legacy. They are the true threat to Europe. Imagine a Europe, and this is now one of the possibilities, where you have economic neoliberalism combined with elements of anti-immigrant populism. Imagine this type of Europe. It is not Europe anymore. So we shouldn't say Syriza stands for those who are marginal and excluded. No, Syriza stands for Europe. Syriza stands for what we should be proud of as Europeans. Secondly, don't buy this rhetoric of Syriza as a dangerous experiment. Syriza is, to put it very simply, the voice of true reason, moderation, and realism. The true dangerous experimentations are being made by those in power. This is the lesson of this financial crisis. And even when Western critics try to portray Syriza as playing on this anti-European sentiment, my God, I remember the last electoral Congress of New Democracy, I was shocked. All the things that were attributed to Syriza by the enemy, were the things they themselves were doing. I remember a lady saying, "Who are the Germans to teach us? We already had Aeschylus and Sophocles when Germans were still playing football with human heads." Here you see the hypocrisy of Europe at its purest. The EU gave full support to New Democracy and at the same time they talk about Greek corruption as a problem. But, sorry, New Democracy embodies that what we refer to as Greek clientelism. It is as if you fight corruption and then you support the party that embodies this corruption. So, why Syriza? You know what makes me sad? If you look at the history of the so-called radical left, you have one story which can give honorable results but it has its limits. Let's call it the Lula Mandela story. A movement with some radical potential takes power and basically accepts the game of international capital. I am not blaming them. First, some limited results can be produced in this way. Lula did do some good things, and one should also frankly ask the people who accuse Mandela and the African National Congress of not introducing socialism, well, wouldn't this have led to an economic catastrophe because of the probable reaction of the international markets? So on the one hand, we have this, let's call it the Tony Blair game. We basically accept the neoliberal game and we just want to do a little bit more for healthcare etc. Or as Peter Mandelson, Tony Blair's Dark Prince says, in economics we are all Thatcherists, the difference is just in our social policies. On the other hand, I am tempted to name the worst case. We have the radical left which takes power, or they even prefer sometimes not to take power, so when everything goes wrong they can write books and explain in detail why things had to go wrong. There is in theory some deeply rooted masochism in the radical left. The best books of the radical left are usually very convincing stories of failures. From Trotsky and his books on what went wrong with Stalin. The uniqueness of Syriza is that it rejects this false choice. On the one hand, it is a real, principled, radical left. On the other hand, they have this courage to take power, and as Alexis said, everyone is aware the situation is difficult. Imagine a Syriza victory, because Greece has a clientelist big state which would be threatened by Syriza. But at the same time there is hope, and you know why? A couple of months ago when I was in London, I read the Financial Times, and their neoliberal commentator after Tsipras's visit said in very naive and sincere comment, but wait a minute, people are presenting Tsipras as a leftist madman, but he seems to be one of the few people who talks reasonably in Europe. So here we come to the central point, which was also developed by the Greek economist Yanis Varoufakis, something very dangerous is happening in Europe. To put it in old-fashioned words, I think the European political elite is progressively losing its possibility to rule. In other countries, with all his compromises, Obama is ruling, but Europe is losing its compass. We leftists had this ridiculous dream back in the 1950s, that somewhere between Washington and Wall Street the true rulers meet, the top capitalists, the secret committee, and they decide everything. In the case of Europe today, I would even pray for there at least to be this type of secret committee of people who know what they are doing. There is not. Which is why I think the task ahead of Syriza is not some crazy, radical measures, but to simply, in a very pragmatic way, which will have very radical consequences, to bring back rationality, to give people hope, to stabilize the situation and so on. Because people are saying, especially with regard to ecology, that we just think about profit, that we are too utilitarian and unethical, and that we should have a more moral attitude. But wait a minute, today's capitalism is not utilitarian. From a utilitarian point of view, today's European capitalism is a nightmare utopia which is leading us all to ruins. I more and more suspect that all this politics of austerity is not really irrational politics, yet it uses some mythical narratives, like the idea of austerity being you can only spend what you can produce, etc., which is all my old grandmother's wisdom. In reality, an economy it does not work like that. Or that idea that if you get into debt that you will have to pay it back. The whole history of the United States in the last 40 years is proof that you can carry on quite well for decades without paying your debts. So what I am saying is that we should become more attentive to the irrationality, which is deeply embedded in our daily reactions, of the present global system. I don't buy everything what Paul Krugman is saying, but once he gave an ingenious answer, when he explained what went wrong in the 2008 crisis. He was asked, "What do you think would have happened if we knew all these things years before?" His answer was, "Nothing, everything would be the same." That's the tragedy of today's capitalism. Even if you know it, you are still following your illusions, as if you don't know it. So again, Syriza is not a Greek phenomenon. Syriza is something that is one of the few signs for the whole of Europe. We can see this clearly if you just compare Syriza with other European countries where there were protests. I have full sympathy with the Spanish people, but if you look at the program of the Indignados, these are general phrases: we want money to serve people, not people to serve money. Well, fuck it, even the Nazis would agree with that. What do I mean? This general humanitarian point is not enough. I am not forgetting that there are progressive moments, protest movements in Paris or London, but Syriza is the only one which brought this negative mobilization. I've had enough of it, this can't go on like this, a step further towards an organized political movement. Which is why I think Syriza is one of the few bright lighthouses in Europe today. And the test for the people, when you ask them what they think about Europe, is to simply ask them what they think about Syriza. If they don't support Syriza, then in my vision of the democratic future all these people would get a first-class, one-way ticket to the Gulag. Sreko Horvat, you mentioned several points which I think could be interesting for the development of our further discussion. On the one hand, you mentioned the European leaders who are completely lost. Besides austerity measures, they don't have any other model that they could implement in order to achieve full employment, deindustrialization, etc. On the other hand, you mentioned Lula. Alexis Tsipras was recently at the funeral of Chavez. Further still, in one of your interviews you mentioned that Argentina, after the collapse in 2001, could be a model for Greece. So, my question is the old Leninist question: not only what is to be done, but what are the concrete measures and steps Syriza would take if you were to form the government? In some of the interviews, and maybe you could explain this more because the debt question is also pertinent for Croatia, you mentioned that Germany's debt cancellation after the Second World War could be a model followed by Greece. This is one example, but there are other measures as well. So my question actually is, what can the institutionalist left, namely Syriza, do if it gets to power? Alexis Tsipras, first of all, I think that the situation in Greece is like Germany, but not after the Second World War but after the First World War. There was the Weimar Contract, not the memorandum, but it was also the tough fiscal program and adjustments that created the Nazis. And this is the big danger for Greece. Of course, the situation in Greece has two sides. The first side is the side of hope that Syriza gave, but the second side is the side of terror that the Golden Dawn gave. They already have 10%er. We have to understand that these austerity programs create this terror of neo-Nazism, and we have to stop this development, and we have to learn a lot about the not-so-distant history of Europe. What happened in Europe with the crisis of 1929 and what happened on the other side of the Atlantic. They had the New Deal, and in Central Europe we had the recession, and that is the difference. So you asked what we are going to do, and mentioned that there are a lot of similarities with Argentina after the default. But there are, of course, many differences as well. First, we don't have a national currency connected with another currency. Argentina had pesos pegged to the dollar, we don't have drachmas connected with the euro, we have euros, only euros. And the difficulty for a left radical government, is that if it comes to an end of the euro, there will be a difficult situation because everybody who has euros would have a chance to buy everything because our national currency would be devalued. So that's one difference to Argentina. The other is that we don't have the productive possibilities that Argentina had. Of course, we have some aspects of the economy that we could reinforce. I think that our nuclear weapon is that we are members of the Eurozone. Our disadvantage that we don't have our national currency is at the same time our advantage because we are members of the Eurozone, of the Euro, and we believe that the Euro is like a chain connecting 17 countries. If one link would be broken, the chain would fall apart. This would be a nuclear weapon if the government would have the guts, if the government would negotiate at the European level to get the best for its people. In Greece, we never had a government that tried to negotiate these programs, but we had governments that tried only to implement the orders because they believed what Thatcher said, there is no alternative. So if there is no alternative, the only way you had to take was the way of demolition, of recession, the way of losing dignity and the sovereignty of the people. This is the disaster in Greece now. So you asked what the first steps a left radical government would be? First of all, as I said before, everything would change, because politics is a balance of power. So if a radical government were to come to power in the heart of the Eurozone, in this or another country, nothing would be the same. If we won the elections in June 2012, we would implement our promises, reject the memorandum, and reinforce the active demand. We would try to redistribute the welfare and try to tax all the people who don't pay their taxes, big ship owners, etc., because Greece is a special case. You know that during the last decade of growth we were 4% of the GDP lower in public income than the average in the Eurozone. And why? Not because the workers and the middle classes didn't pay their taxes, but because the rich didn't pay taxes. Our plan would be a plan of stabilization by trying to get the money from the rich and give it to the poor. I believe that is very difficult because we are living in a globalist community and we are part of the European Union, so nothing will easily change if we won't have radical changes at the European level. So that's why I said it would be a very hard confrontation between the left government and our partners. That's why I believe that we need alliances. Our best allies are the people of Europe, not only the people of the South, but at the same time the people of the North. It would be very different if Merkel decided not to implement austerity programs in the South, the periphery, but to raise the wages of workers in Germany, in the North. Namely, the deficits of the South are at the same time the surpluses of the North. I believe that it is possible to change the situation in Europe if the balances change and if we try to implement a solution along the lines of the proposals that many progressive economists, such as Varoufakis or Stuart Holland, have already suggested. And if we try to convince our partners, with support from the people and especially from the South and peripheral countries, for a European summit on the subject of public debt similar to the one that happened in 1953 in London. How did the economical miracle of Germany after the Second World War happen? Well, there was an international summit in London which decided upon the cancellation of a very big part of the German debt, around 60%, or a moratorium for the repayment, and a growth deal. If Germany had growth, they would pay; if they didn't, they wouldn't pay. And that's why Germany now is the main hegemonic force in the whole of Europe. So, we believe that this is the European solution, the win-win European solution. Otherwise, there is no chance for Europe. Sreko Horvat. So, first let's ask who could be the potential allies in this struggle? And secondly, we know that Alexis is a big fan of football, so to use this language, what will happen if the ball really ends up in our hands? If we have in front of our eyes the experience of the German left and the German Greens, after 68, when they got into the institutions, are we not returning to the old Rudi Dutch dilemma about the long march through the institutions? So, my question is, if Syriza gets the ball into their hands, how can we avoid the mistakes of the past? Slava Žižek, very briefly, an answer to the second question. You know, there is a big difference in the very basic situation. After 68, for the Green Party in Germany and Social Democrats, capitalism and the welfare state were still not in a crisis, there was still a big field of opportunities, while today the systemic crisis is very present, and this is why the return to the old welfare state is not a solution. And here I also agree with Alexis' subtle hint that with all our sympathies with Latin America, I don't believe in this simplistic story of the European left. Look, Europe is in a crisis, Latin America is doing well, so we should simply follow the Latin American way. It is not as simple as that. What I want to emphasize, as you correctly pointed out, is this question of alliances. This is my old motto, but I would like to repeat it. I am not fascinated by the big revolutions, 1 million people on Tahrir Square, a kind of collective orgasm, we all cry with them and we are united. Yes, that's good, but for me the real question is, the morning after. I can imagine the triumph, and all Athens crying if you win, but then? What interests me, and you as well because you are a serious guy, what will your victory mean in the lives of ordinary people when life returns back to normal? And here what you pointed out, the idea that it's a question of intelligent alliances, this comment could be misinterpreted. Do you just want to take from the rich and give it back to the poor? For we all know it is not only this simple redistribution, one has to be very careful here. Since we will, for at least some decades, still live in capitalism, I will posit the somewhat mysterious concept of patriotic bourgeois, as we called it in the old communist days. This refers to capitalists, who, because of their situation, are not just part of some international exploitative mafia but have genuine interest in producing for the people, etc. So I think that it is crucial that in these redistributive gestures that you outlined, that it is not just generally a strike at the rich, but that it should be a very carefully planned strategy. Crazy as it will sound, but I dream that Syriza should, within the global redistribution, make life easier even for truly productive capitalists. The problem of Greece is a very specific one. It's again the link of state clientelism with international banks, which, as every intelligent economist will tell you, is even bad for the truly local productive class. That would be for me, and maybe I am crazy here, a true triumph for Syriza. Not only will it be better for workers, but if you are a good honest capitalist, you should vote for us. And I am ready to come to you and be some voice for capitalism in Syriza. Secondly, your words about Golden Dawn are also important. It is not a Greek peculiarity. It's not, stupid Greeks, you didn't find your way so you are escaping to fascism. I see the Golden Dawn as just one aspect of an unfortunate trend all around Europe, of how here in Croatia, and also in Slovenia, public discourse is changing. Here the Catholic Church openly celebrates the anniversary of Ante Pavlik, etc. And even generally, I noticed how in the last decades there is a subtle rewriting of the Second World War, with many conservative historians, like Niall Ferguson, emphasizing that it wasn't as simple as the good side winning, but that it was much more ambiguous. And what goes with this is exactly the rehabilitation of soft fascism. They say, okay, Hitler was bad, but maybe Mussolini, Franco, etc. were not such bad guys, etc. It is a general tendency, and this is what worries me, that things which were unthinkable in Europe 30 years ago, when there was a pact that Europe was founded on anti-fascism, and when one didn't talk to the successors of fascist parties, that this is now all changing. And thirdly, we have the banks. On the one hand, one should not fetishize banks. Today's dynamic economy needs banks. The pseudo-Keynesian idea of not Wall Street, but Main Street is too simple. Banks as such are not a problem. But, if we go into debt, what austerity measures theories are trying to sell us is, you work hard, I borrow, now I don't want to pay you back. But if you look really closely at how things function in indebted countries, it is never a situation like this. 70 or 80% of the money is speculative, virtual money, with no coverage in real commodities, etc. Or take the example of Iceland, where a couple of private speculators succeeded in ruining the entire state. And I think sooner or later we will have to confront the problem that simply, even in the interest of capitalist production, the ongoing banking system cannot perform its function. I don't have a precise answer, but some kind of popular state regulation of banks will have to be enacted. If banks are allowed to function the way they function now, it will be an obstacle in the long term even for successful capitalist reproduction. So we will here, as you said, really need broad unorthodox alliances where it is crucial to convince people that Syriza shouldn't simply initiate a crazy leftist revolution. Syriza should even modernize the Greek state, make it finally efficient and even a much more bourgeois state. And this is a chance for Syriza. You will have to do the decent job that the capitalist ruling class wasn't able to do for themselves. But as you said, you will need a lot of wisdom. Because this orthodox leftist temptation, let's not betray our principles, let's be radical. Did you notice how in the last decade the radical left, and that's why I admire you, secretly they didn't even want to have power, they prefer to be these negative prophets. You have a unique chance. I am an atheist, but I will say it as an atheist, all our prayers will be with you. Sreko Horvat, I would like to return to a previous point made by Slava, to the day after. Syriza is known as a very broad coalition, and you actually succeeded in getting rid of the classical problem of all leftist groups, and that's fractionism. And there is a great article written by George Lukács called Hotel Abgrund, in which you have this hotel where all the leftists are either drinking wine or having fights among themselves, but the abyss is somewhere near. I think Syriza actually perceived this abyss, and that you succeeded in getting rid of the fractions. The first question is, how did you do this thorough job and build this broad coalition? Because when I was in Athens 2 or 3 weeks ago you actually said that Syriza is now turning into one party and not a coalition anymore. Alexis Tsipras, if I want to be honest, I have to say that even we didn't understand how that happened. I believe that people made this change in Syriza, not Syriza itself. 1 year ago, before the first elections of May 2012, we discussed how we were going to the elections, and I had the feeling that something would change, and of course it was a crazy dream that we were near to power, but we proposed to our comrades to change the typical registration papers you give before elections, and to be not a coalition but a party, because the electoral law wouldn't give a coalition the bonus of 50 members of parliament if we would be the first party. That's the crazy law in Greece, and that's why we have only 71 members in parliament even if we only had 2% difference compared to the first party. So I proposed to change the official papers and try to get the bonus if we would be the first in the elections. And everybody believed that I was crazy, because nobody, even me, believed that there was a possibility to be so close to taking power. If I made the proposal for unification, to transform the coalition into a unified party before the first election, nobody would have accepted this proposal. But on the same day, the day of elections, the voters, the people gave us the order to make this transformation, to be the leading force, to try to unite all the leftist forces, and not only the leftist forces. If you see the election results, you will see a great division, class division and age division. The people who voted for us were younger people and workers and the middle class. In the labor-rich parts of Greece we had 40%, or in the bourgeois regions we had 15%, and when it comes to people aged between 18 and 45, we had 45%. And when it comes to those aged over 60, we had 15%. So it was a joke during the elections. If we want Syriza to win, we have to lock our grandmothers and grandfathers in our rooms. I have to say that this is a very big transformation in people's belief system, and I believe that what happened with Syriza is not an incline of the majority of people to the radical left, but a radical change of the people who try to think outside of political taboos. They wanted a big and radical change, and they trusted us as the only political power in Greece who would do what we promised. And we also still have our hands clean. Nobody expects Syriza to change the situation suddenly, but everyone expects us not to change our positions, even if we are attacked from our enemies. To hear the Q&A session which followed this discussion, please go to Sreko Horvat. Afterword. Europe is dead, long live Europe. About a year has passed since the first publication of What Does Europe Want? It was published almost simultaneously in autumn 2013 in France under the title Savons nous de nos savas, Editions Lignes, and in Germany as was Will Europa? Leica Verlag. Since then, the book has been published in different languages and formats across Europe, ranging from Spain to Turkey and from Croatia to Romania. Each new edition has been different, updated with new insights and previously unpublished texts. Each new edition also increasingly highlights the fact that its starting point, the answer to the question "What does Europe want?" is as difficult as Freud's famous question was "Will das Weib?" Writing an afterword makes it even more tangible that this book, understood not only as a theoretical reflection on today's Europe, but also as a political intervention, inevitably winds up being a never-ending story, a constant drift between the Derridian law future and l'avenir, between a predictable and probable future of Europe and an unexpected, emancipatory future of Europe. The problem of the European Union is that many of the forecasts of this book, in just 1 year since the first publication, already have come true. Even worse, the darkest forecasts have become even darker realities. The hope for Europe lies in the small utopian cracks between these gloomy realities. If we were to choose two events in 2014 that also serve as warning signs for the future of Europe, then it would definitely be Ukraine and Bosnia and Herzegovina. On the one hand, we have the Europe of Law future, a textbook example of Walter Benjamin's insight that every rise of fascism bears witness to a failed revolution, and, on the other hand, we have a possible Europe of l'avenir, a completely unexpected example of a utopian potential awakening in the very heart of darkness of Europe, the forgotten desert of the European enlargement project. Law future, goodbye, Lenin. In Ukraine. In retrospect, the demolition of the Lenin statue at the former October Revolution Square in Kiev on December 8, 2013, was a clear sign of things to come in Ukraine. Since then, protesters have destroyed more than 100 of nearly 1,500 Lenin memorials across Ukraine, from Poltava to Chernihiv, from Zhytomyr to Khmelnytskyi. This is nothing new. At the very beginning of the violent dissolution of Yugoslavia in the 1990s, I vividly remember how communist and anti-fascist monuments alike were torn down by nationalists who believed that democracy had finally arrived. Some people literally pissed on them, others detonated bombs. However, the method, in the period from 1990 to 2000, at least 3,000 memorials erected in memory of fallen partisans and innocent victims of the fascist regime have been torn down only in Croatia alone. One memorial, made by a famous Croatian sculptor, was toppled at the site of a former concentration camp. And again, this is nothing new. During this same period in Poland, they too were mercilessly destroying most of their communist monuments. As recently as 2007 there was proposed legislation to remove all monuments from the communist era. In what was formerly East Germany, we witnessed a very articulated discussion about what to keep and what to consign to the trash bin of history. The Hungarians moved their monuments to a memorial park, gathering them together in a sort of freak show. So when it comes to Ukraine, it is no surprise that we see history repeating itself yet again. Even so, the monument mayhem in Ukraine is something special compared to what occurred in Yugoslavia. Something different was happening. In March 2014, residents of Kharkiv installed barricades around a statue of Lenin after fending off an attack by Euromaidan revolutionaries. Even if these residents weren't explicitly defending the heritage of Lenin so much as displaying their attachment to Vladimir Putin, let's not forget this was occurred in a pro-Russian region of eastern Ukraine. It was still remarkable. If the angry nationalists in Yugoslavia tore down anti-fascist monuments believing independence and the EU would bring peace and prosperity, then the Ukrainian defenders of Lenin's statues, even if they were defending them as a display of loyalty to Russia, are defending the last utopian ideals of Europe. After all, it doesn't matter whether they choose the EU or Russia. In the end, it isn't much of a choice because nothing would change. That's the current deadlock. The Yugoslav state solved this conundrum by entering the EU yet keeping good ties with Russia. What did we the Yugoslavs get by getting rid of communism and entering the EU? Croatia and Slovenia are EU members, but it seems that Russia's Rosneft hopes to take over the Croatian oil and gas firm INA, along with its Slovenian counterpart Petrol. Probably, by time this book is published, it will have already happened. Russia's Gazprom has been present in Serbia, another ex-Yugoslav state, since 2008 and holds 56% shares of the petroleum industry of Serbia. One way or the other, Ukraine will be integrated into both the European and the Russian markets. Back to the matter of those Lenin statues. Of course, for part of Ukraine, namely, the pro-European protesters based largely in the country's west, Lenin represents post-socialist Russia and no longer has anything to do with communism. For the other part of Ukraine, the pro-Russian defenders of Lenin, primarily in the east, he represents exactly the same, Russia, and, in particular, Putin. The Russian Foreign Ministry's Information and Press Department proved as much when it released a demand to stop the monument removal mayhem, claiming that Russia is outraged at the ongoing monument demolition campaign in Ukraine. What is missing both for the pro-European and pro-Russian protesters in this picture is Lenin as such. Which brings us to the question, as a paraphrase of Badiou's famous question, de quoi Sarkozy est-il nom, what is Lenin the name of? To answer this question, let us analyze two remarkable movies where Lenin, or to be more precise, the statue of Lenin, plays an important role. The first is the masterpiece Ulysses Gaze, 1995, by Greek director Theo Angelopoulos. At one point in the movie, a statue of Lenin with a broken head is placed on a barge and floated down the Danube River. Dismembered, witnessed from the riverbanks by peasants who make the sign of the cross, it is an instantiation of the debris of history. The majority of the Balkans were just coming out from the Iron Curtain's pall, and a decapitated Lenin clearly symbolizes the fall of communism. Moreover, the Lenin statue lies shattered on his back, his raised finger commandingly pointing toward some unknown future. The second film is Wolfgang Becker's tragicomedy Goodbye, Lenin. 2003. The film is set in 1989, in East Berlin. To protect his fragile mother, Christiane, from a fatal shock after a long coma, Alex must keep her from learning that her beloved East Germany, as she knew once it, has dissolved. In one surreal scene, Christiane wanders outside the flat when Alex is asleep and sees her neighbor's old furniture piled up in the street for garbage collection, a car dealer selling BMWs instead of Trabants, and advertisements for Western corporations such as IKEA. Then, a huge military helicopter flies past carrying the upper half of an enormous, dismembered statue of Lenin. From that angle, he appears to be offering Christiane his hand, as if saying, "Come with me and leave this consumerist nightmare." So what do these two movies reveal about Ukraine's destiny today? On the one hand, even if all of the Lenin monuments are destroyed, his specter will still haunt Ukraine's future, a reminder of a past when his finger was pointing toward a future that was at least, if nothing else, secure, or bore some semblance of security, such as free health insurance, social security, public education, etc. On the other hand, once all monuments have been destroyed, Ukraine will end up like Christian in Goodbye, Lenin, in a future that is actually already happening. Is it a surprise that Lenin's statue in Kiev stood right in front of the Bazarubsky market, a structure plastered with glitzy ads for European banks and merchandise, and was dubbed the Lenin who shows the way to the market? As we know, the nationalist party Svoboda took responsibility for the act. Yuri Syrotyuk, the party's press secretary and a member of the Ukrainian parliament, referred to it as the end of the Soviet occupation and the beginning of the final decolonization of Ukraine. But this remark should be turned around. Instead of the final decolonization of Ukraine, this is actually the beginning of the final colonization of Ukraine. Didn't the same thing already happen in Russia a few decades ago? It might sound like a perverse joke, but what did Mikhail Gorbachev do after the final decolonization of the USSR and his restructuring the Russian economy? The former Soviet leader filmed a commercial for Pizza Hut in 1997. The spot shows him bringing his granddaughter Anastasia to lunch while other Russian patrons discuss his legacy. In the end, all hail him, he brought them pizza. Gorbachev later said he did the commercial to earn money for his eponymous foundation, but he added that pizza was about bringing people together. A decade later he traded fast food for luxury luggage, appearing in a print ad for Louis Vuitton. To cut a long story short, maybe we really got a final decolonization from communism. But instead of freedom, we saw the final colonization of the free market. What the Ukrainian protesters, be it the Euromaidan or the nationalists, do not understand is that Ukraine is already fully integrated in the market. As the economist Michael Roberts notes, the people of Ukraine are left with Hobson's choice: either go with KGB-led crony capitalism from Russia or go with equally corrupt pro-European Democrats too. Roberts predicts that Ukraine's foreign debt is about to double as it takes on new debt from IMF, and the cost of existing dollar and euro debt jumps as the hryvnia is devalued. Konstantin Yelisiev, Ukraine's ambassador to the EU, commented in an interview with The Telegraph that Ukraine is ready to implement austerity measures, including higher household gas prices, in return for aid. He also said that it was a good time to lend to Ukraine as the terms were such that lenders would make a profit. Alex, the protagonist of Goodbye, Lenin, would say that the future lay in our hands. Uncertain, yet promising. We should rephrase that: the Ukrainian future doesn't lie in their hands. It's certain, and not promising. And this is not only a Ukrainian problem. Today's Ukraine is Europe's future. And today's Europe is Ukraine's future. The statue of Lenin, although the protesters were not aware of it, was pointing to a different future. Exactly 75 years ago, Leon Trotsky wrote a description of events in Ukraine that seems ripped from the op-eds of today's political analysts: Ukraine is in a state of confusion, where to turn? What to demand? This situation naturally shifts the leadership to the most reactionary Ukrainian cliques who express their nationalism by seeking to sell the Ukrainian people to one imperialism or another in return for a promise of fictitious independence. For his answer to these questions: a united, free, and independent Ukraine for the workers and the peasants. The specter of Lenin still hangs over Europe because Lenin is still in some ways alive and kicking. The fallen statues all around Ukraine don't symbolize only Putin's Russia or the fallen project of communism, but a future where neither Russia nor the EU can be the answer. L'avenir, waiting for Godot in Bosnia. If Ukraine is a textbook example of rising fascism and a missing utopian potential in midst of a geopolitical nightmare, then the People's Uprising in Bosnia and Herzegovina, a nation known as an existing geopolitical failure since the Dayton Agreement, might serve as a perfect counterpoint. Instead of an extreme right-wing awakening, what we had there was the first genuine attempt at a broader emancipatory struggle in the post-Yugoslav space. Official statistics show that Bosnia and Herzegovina, with a population around 3.8 million, has more than 500,000 unemployed workers today. The latest World Bank statistics reveal that the unemployment among young people is as high as 59%, just behind Greece. 5 Yet Bosnia and Herzegovina now has 90 multimillionaires whose collective fortunes amount to approximately $9 billion. This is the so-called transition. Originally intended to be a functioning multi-ethnic state, Bosnia and Herzegovina has turned into one of the biggest failures of the so-called transition in post-communist Eastern Europe. The transition was meant to be a process of accession to the EU. But the EU itself is now a continent without future, with ongoing austerity policies, rising unemployment rates, and burgeoning right-wing extremism. Following the ideals and economic philosophy of Margaret Thatcher and Ayn Rand, the European welfare state is almost completely dismantled, labor laws are regressing to the level of those in the early years of the 20th century, and public services are gradually being privatized. Every measure that led to the current crisis in the first place is now being used to pull Europe out of crisis. Frustrated with corruption, political inaction, and unpaid wages, workers in the northern town of Tuzla started a protest on February 4, 2014. Within days, the unrest had spread across the nation. By the time I arrived in Sarajevo, barely a week later, scores of government buildings had been set on fire. Around the country, protesters were not just occupying streets and public squares but organizing plenums to create alternative governments. One such general assembly in Sarajevo took place at the Youth Center, which before the devastating wars of the 1990s was one of the most popular Western-style clubs in Yugoslavia. Back then it was hit by artillery shells and caught fire. Now I watched as more than 1,000 people, mothers without jobs, former soldiers, professors, students, desperate unpaid workers, gathered here to discuss the future of their nation. In the best tradition of direct democracy, after hours of discussion, the participants agreed to the following: to set up a completely new government, to curtail the salaries and benefits of politicians, and rein in the privatization process, which many considered hopelessly corrupt. That same day, the plenum in Tuzla forced the local government to fulfill one of its demands: the elimination of the practice of paying white bread, or salaries of politicians after they leave office. This would amount to saving some $700,000 a year, enough to cover about 130 average annual pensions. Aside from these small but important victories, the people's assemblies have succeeded in what the international community and the awkward, tripartite government it imposed failed to do over the last 20 years, namely, overcoming the rifts among the country's Croats, Serbs, and Bosnians that have haunted it since the end of the war. On the first day of protests in Sarajevo, one young man, along with 50 others, had been pushed into the river by the police. A few days later, I watched as he appeared with a broken leg in front of the plenum. "I am a Catholic, I am a Jew, I am a Muslim, I am all the citizens of this country," he proclaimed. Another man added, "If I am a Muslim, and he is a Serb or a Croat, if we are hungry, aren't we brothers? We are at least brothers in stomach." Then he muttered, self-consciously, "I am not smart, but I just wanted to say this." From the other corner of the fully packed hall, someone replied, "If you're here, you're smart." As Andrei Nikolaidis, a Sarajevo-born writer who escaped the city while it was under siege by Serbian forces, said, "The citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina are these days greater Europeans than the Europeans themselves. They are now the ones who are serious about European ideals, while the EU created a museum of abandoned ideals." But unlike the 1990s, when international action was the only solution, the people today are uninterested in EU intervention. Protesters lashed out at Valentin Inzko, the EU's High Representative for Bosnia and Herzegovina, when he said that the unrest might require international troops to quell it. This brings us back to Susan Sontag and her staging of Waiting for Godot in Sarajevo in 1993. One last time. 7 If during the siege of Sarajevo, the EU was seen not only as the only solution, but also as the never-coming subject, then it has become retroactively clear today that Sarajevo was waiting for the wrong Godot all this time. The best illustration for this condition can be found in the first act of Beckett's play. Vladimir and Estragon discuss how they've asked Godot for nothing very definite. A kind of prayer. A vague supplication. 8. Susan Sontag's reason for staging this play in besieged Sarajevo is clear. The citizens of Sarajevo were praying, and the international community, the friends, the agents, the correspondents, and the bank accounts in the play could not promise or fulfill anything at all. However, the transition from the occupied Sarajevo to a Sarajevo where citizens themselves occupy the streets is represented at that moment when Vladimir asks, "Your worship wishes to assert his prerogatives," and Estragon answers, "We've no rights anymore." With these protests, the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina began to assert their own demands. But who are the protesters? If the powerful political elite in all post-communist states could be described as lumpen bourgeoisie, a term André Gunder Frank uses to classify the higher local class that cooperates with the colonial elites, it does not necessarily mean we have the lumpen proletariat. As we know from the German ideology and from the 18th Brumaire, the lumpen proletariat is for Marx a category which includes the outclass strata of society who live on the margins, the social scum, that passively rotting mass thrown off by the lowest layers of old society, 9, or a recruiting ground for thieves and criminals of all kinds, living on the crumbs of society, people without a definite trade, vagabonds, people without a hearth or a home. 10. What distinguishes the lumpen proletariat from the proletariat is that this lumpen part of society is not interested in social change, they live in an eternal status quo, dependent on the crumbs of the bourgeoisie. Sometimes, the lumpen proletariat sells its services to the bourgeoisie, a reason why Marx refers to them as the dangerous class. In other words, the lumpen proletariat doesn't carry much emancipatory potential or a potential to reject their own marginal status. It embodies, as Trotsky knew very well, exactly the opposite, the potential for recruitment of these marginal, non-members of society to fascism. This is what Ukraine is showing us so very clearly. On the other hand, what the recent uprising of Bosnia and Herzegovina has underlined is that the opposition of the lumpen bourgeoisie isn't always the lumpen proletariat. On the streets and at the plenums, something different is at work. It is a part of society that Hegel in his philosophy of right calls Pobel, a part of society that is not party of the social structure, when a large mass of people sinks below the level of a certain standard of living which automatically regulates itself at the level necessary for a member of the society in question. That feeling of right, integrity, Rechtlichkeit, and honor which comes from supporting oneself by one's own activity and work is lost. This leads to the creation of a rabble, which in turn makes it much easier for disproportionate wealth to be concentrated in a few hands. 11. The rabble is still neither lumpen proletariat nor proletariat, it is a multitude which is not only poor, but also lacking dignity and the very possibility of participating in society. As Hegel says, poverty in itself does not reduce people to a rabble is created only by the disposition associated with poverty, by inward rebellion against the rich, against society, the government, etc. 12. In other words, poverty is not only a material condition, but also a subjective position. Poor social support is insufficient when what the Pobel really need is a voice to elevate them from the mob and to political subjects. And thus we come to the plenum. The plenum gives them that voice. It is a means for the poor to articulate themselves, and it is thanks to the plenum that what at first seemed like irrational excess, the street protests, burning official institutions, violence, etc., has now become a perfect realization of universality. Take the already quoted statements by two participants of the plenum: I am a Catholic, I am a Jew, I am a Muslim, I am all the citizens of this country, and if I am a Muslim, and he is a Serb or a Croat, if we are hungry, aren't we brothers? We are at least brothers in stomach. Don't these statements of desperate and humiliated people echo the emancipatory potential of St. Paul's epistles? If St. Paul could proclaim that there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither slave nor free, there is no male and female, Galatians 3:28, couldn't we say that in Bosnia and Herzegovina, at least for a brief moment, there were no more Muslims, Serbs, or Croats because everyone had a voice in front of the plenum? We could hear various voices demanding the revision and reversal of privatization, the reduction of politicians' salaries, the revision of debts and agreements with the IMF, and more. It is exactly in this sense that the statement by one of the participants of the plenum who said that Bosnia and Herzegovina, through the plenums, had in only 7 days come closer to the idea of Europe than in the last 20 years becomes clear. The plenums operate according to what real European ideals instead of abandoned ideals in a museum should be. Nevertheless, the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina has provided us a historical lesson. On the one hand, protests without plenums are not legitimized and articulated enough to call the system into question. On the other hand, plenums without protests often don't serve as a sufficient threat to the system. We can look to Syriza, a coalition of Greek radical leftist parties, as a great example of the rise of a political party backed by a strong popular movement. If Syriza succeeds in coming to power, their government will depend on continuous contact with the base and the creation of different forms of plenums, where a constant development of emancipation can be carried out. Maybe the way out of what Alain Badiou calls our contemporary impotence lies exactly in this Hegelian triad: protests, plenum, and party. One without the other two is impotent, but all three together possess a potentia. Why we need utopia more than ever. Let's now return to Susan Sontag and the theater under occupation. How did an entire population, reduced to the Hegelian pobel, emerge from this deadlock and survive the longest siege of a capital city in the history of modern warfare, one that lasted 3 years, 10 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days, from April 5, 1992, to February 29, 1996? The answer is, utopia. The possibility of getting out of this impasse was provided no less than by theater. The total number of performances in Sarajevo during the siege speaks for itself about the importance of theater during those dark times. The Chamber Theatre held 1,112 performances, the Sarajevo War Theatre, 526, the Youth Theatre, 336, and the National Theatre, 183. Overall, the city had 182 premieres and more than 2,000 performances, attended by upwards of 1 million playgoers. 13 While the Croatian and Serbian theater scenes at the time were primarily focused on nationalist issues, Bosnian theater was international in the true sense of the word. Alcestis, Waiting for Godot, Hair, and In the Country of Last Things were just a few plays to grace the Sarajevo stage during the siege. And it was not only Susan Sontag who was there, but Vanessa Redgrave, Lebbeus Woods, and many others also participated in Sarajevo performances. Sarajevo was, in this darkest of times, a truly international city. Its spirit survived thanks to, among other things, theater and the energy that it produced. People did not feel as if something terrible could happen to them while they were in, often improvised, theaters, even though a grenade could fall at any moment. Nada Durevsky, an actress performing during that time, gives us possibly the best explanation. The one who came to the theater, shivering from the cold, could see me, who was also shivering from the cold on the scene. He and I came to the theater from the identical situation. Theater in Sarajevo was a truly utopian theater, if there ever was one. The boundaries between actors and audience, between those affected by war and those rising again as subjects with dignity, became smaller than ever. Susan Sontag's play was staged entirely under candlelight, and the main sponsor for Dino Mustafak's The Wall, based on Jean-Paul Sartre's short story of the same name, was the only one who could donate the necessary wooden planks. A funeral organization. What wasn't normal before the war now became the new normal. The audience sat on the stage, shared the fate of the actors, and the actors sat among the audience, sharing its fate. Sarajevo journalist Senad Pakanin best describes this weakening boundary between normal and abnormal. Driving in Sarajevo, sometimes it happened, when electricity came to town after a half a year, that a traffic lamp, miraculously not demolished, still worked, and at 2 or 3 in the morning, I am driving through the city, and the traffic lamp lights up red. Within a mile there is no officer, no living soul, no other car, and at that moment the red light appears. I know it's completely ridiculous. During the war, everyone drove vehicles from opposite directions on one-way streets, and the police would never stop anyone for any reason, but here I enjoyed stopping at a red light, as if playing that everything is normal, and when the red light appears, I stop. This is just one small example of seeking normality in an abnormal everyday life. Thus, the theater was seeking normality. Actress Aida Bigic has another anecdote associated with traffic lights. After she learned from a friend one day that a grenade knocked down a traffic light, she realized, there was, of course, no one on the street, because of shelling, and we get to that huge, real traffic light, which was completely intact. I could never imagine how huge a traffic lamp really was. And, regardless of snipers, we wrapped that traffic lamp in our jacket and started to carry it. I dreamed that I would use this traffic lamp one day as scenery in the theater. Another illustration of this real utopia comes from one of the actors in Susan Sontag's Waiting for Godot. At the end of Pjur Zalika's documentary film Godot, Sarajevo, 1993, he says, "It's great here in Sarajevo. It did not for one moment come to my mind to leave, although I'm terribly afraid of grenades, but I'm fine, really." The other day, I received a fantastic letter from a friend who is somewhere where there is peace, that he is desperate to be living somewhere there in peace, and tries to convince me to leave Sarajevo, since me and my wife wait for a child, and we should leave this hell, although for us it is all but not hell. For us it is fantastic here. 14 The actor wasn't being cynical, he was speaking about the greatest days of theater at the end of the 20th century. In the end, what does the theater under occupation from the 1990s have in common with the people's uprising in Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2014? We should again turn to the words of a participant in Susan Sontag's Godot. Before the war, everyone was waiting for his own Godot. Now 300,000 people were waiting for one and the same Godot. 15-20 years later, the citizens themselves did the occupying, filling the public spaces and organizing themselves. If Godot, who was perceived as Clinton or the European Union in the 1990s, didn't come to help them, then there can be only one solution: we are the Godot we have been waiting for.